Thank you for coming to HEC Osaka 2024. The conference will kick off at 10:30 a.m. Please feel free to get settled and explore the venue. Just a quick reminder, photos are absolutely welcome, but please refrain from recording or filming the sessions. We will commence shortly. Thank you for your patience. Welcome, everybody. We will now begin the Global Innovation Conference, Hack Osaka 2024.
Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome! 皆様、こんにちは。国際イノベーション会議 Hack Osaka 2024 Link Innovation to Our Future いよいよスタートです。本日は朝早いお時間からお集まりいただきまして誠にありがとうございます。Hack Osaka 2024皆さんジョインする準備はできていますでしょうか。本日司会進行させていただきます私ちぐさと申します。一日よろしくお願いいたします。まあ暖かいすいませんありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。さてご存知の方も多いかと思います。ハック大阪ではこれまで世界中からグローバルなスタートアップやイノベーターをお呼びし、世界のイノベーショントレンドを学ぶとともに実際に来阪の上イノベーション拠点を巡っていただくことで大阪・関西のポテンシャルの広域発信に取り組んでまいりました。本日は英語および日本語2言語でのセッション実施を予定しております。司会の進行は英語で務めさせていただきます。ホールの出入り口にて同時通訳レシーバーをお貸し出ししておりますので、皆様適宜ご利用のほどよろしくお願いいたします。All right then, I hope we are all ready to start Hack Osaka 2024. First, Mr. Hideyuki Yokoyama, Mayor of Osaka City and the host of Hack 2024, will give an opening speech. May I have your attention to the screen, please?
Hello everyone, welcome to Hack Osaka. I'm Hideyuki Yokoyama, the mayor of Osaka. Due to official duties, I was not able to join this event in person. Nevertheless, I'm still delighted to convey my message through this video. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you all. Hack Osaka first started in 2013, and this year marks its 12th edition. A great number of private facility developments have increased in our city. For example, there is the Grand Green Osaka, which launched its pre-opening event this September. Other initiatives are also underway to broadly accelerate innovation. We are deeply committed to promoting Osaka's vibrant energy to the world, and we also striving to create an environment that can further enhance support for startups. Compared to the previous year, the venue of this year's Hack Osaka has expanded, which aligns with the effort of building momentum for next year's Expo. Likewise, we have added more special talk sessions by renowned entrepreneurs from both domestic and international backgrounds, and the exhibition will feature a wider selection of startups, products, and services as well. With all preparations in place, we look forward to showcasing the best of Osaka and Kansai to the world. As you join everything that Hack Osaka has to offer, I truly hope you will have the chance to interact with many people, and may it lead to creating new innovations for the future. Now, let's begin Hack Osaka 2024. Thank you very much. ありがとうございます。よろしくお願いします。
Yes, so that was opening remarks by Mr. Yokoyama. Although he couldn't join us here today, I'm sure his hearts are with us. All right, so now without further ado, let's get into the talk session. The first session is called Nvidia Startup Support Initiatives Talk. As a lot of you may know, Nvidia supports startups that leverage cutting-edge technology. And in this session, we will introduce Nvidia's support program, highlight startups in Kansai, and share examples of innovation and business growth. Let me introduce the speakers. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause. First, we have Ms. Misaki Matsumoto, Head of Startup and VC Partnership, NVIDIA. Mr. Takafumi Yano, CEO, Rutilia. And Mr. Yuki Okada, CEO, Data Grid. Please come up to the stage, everybody.
Nvidia じゃあ早速始めたいと思います。はじめまして、Nvidia でスタートアップ支援とVC のパートナーシップを担当しております松本美咲と申します。本日はよろしくお願いいたします。とですね、あとルテリアの矢野さん、データグリッドの岡田さんと一緒に今日は登壇させていただくということで、Nvidia のテクノロジーであったりとか、スタートアップの支援の取り組み、あるいはあとは今回紹介させていただいた2つの会社様から、
And from the two companies, I'm going to hear about the generative AI. Thank you very much.
ですね、まずちょっと簡単に自己紹介をさせていただきます。
And today I'd like to introduce myself briefly. Nice to meet you. I went to the university in the US and basically startup and tech DIO. And I was working in these companies and voice recognition, large scale language model, and I developed them as an engineer, and multimodal development was my area. And I joined Nvidia in 2024, and I'm supporting the overseas and Japanese startup, and also supporting the partnership with the venture capital and the Japanese startups. I think you have already know about Nvidia, and it's quite a topic in the news. But Nvidia is regarded as a GPU company. And however, Nvidia, not just GPU, the software and the SDK are actually developed by Nvidia. And Nvidia's, most of the engineers are the software engineers. And we are using the GPU, however, the software should be optimized. So that's why we have a lot of software engineers. And we are involved with different areas and LNA and large language model deployment, and also the healthcare drug discovery related softwares, and also the robotics middleware, and also the autonomous driving OS. So these are all developed by the Nvidia, and a lot of software is developed by the Nvidia. And this is the Nvidia. And however, the technological support we can provide, and we would like to provide that with the startups. So that is what we are doing right now. But Inception program is supporting programs of the Nvidia. And here, through this program, basically the GPU or software discount, so these are provided to the startups, and it's on a 30% discount, and amount is maybe as big as the usual vehicle. And also cloud credit is provided. Google, AWS, we have a partnership with them, and so about 50 million yen, and up to 50 million yen of cloud credit can be provided from Nvidia to startups, and also matching with the investors, and also the marketing support. So these are provided by the Nvidia as the inception programs. And the two companies we have today is in the inception program of the Nvidia, and we are providing support to them through the program. So Yano-san, please. So, my name is Yano. Thank you very much for introduction. At our company, the inception, we are joining an inception program, NSCP, and we are a cloud partner, and Nvidia resources, as they are, that even if we have a server, nothing is going to run. So for the microwave, maybe the 10th microwaves, electricity is used. So and we can use it at an office, usual office, or maybe a home. So that we need a data center. It's very difficult to use a data center. So it's easier for us to use it through the cloud partner. So this is what we are doing. And this is my self-instruction. And I didn't have an opportunity to study abroad, and I'm a kind of domestic person. However, I went to Kyoto University, and also I have a doctor level of the electronic engineers. And this is the second company I started. And I'm sorry, we are providing a GPU as a service. The GPU calculation is going to be virtualized, and we can provide it and also shift to the others. And also the model development and government, and also the domestic for the enterprise, we are providing such services. And also, our company is very small. On the left-hand side, you can see this is a small shabby office. And in 2021 and 2024, and we joined a national project. And also for the 3 years, and the CAGR is 260%. And our customers are these, and data grid is included, and the data grid is using as a service. And also the Ministry of Economy's model development companies. And among 20 companies, 5 are using our company's services. And also the what is the data center inside? So this is the data centers. So this is one example of the data center, and the GPU data center, and also the CPU data center. They are kind of there are difference. And there are a lot of old data center in Japan. So I think it's a kind of interest asset. And while we are setting up a new data center, the lease in the middle, you can see the silver picture. And each one of them are the servers. And also, there is an electricity capacity. It's totally different, and it's only the 8 kilowatt designed, and it's not enough. And the GPU server, if there is a home, and there's no capacity to accommodate, so we need a data center to accommodate all of these capacities. So that is a hot topics. So this is the infrastructure layer. And we are able to ensure the SLA of 99% and very durable for the earthquake. And also the internet connection, 100 gigabits per second. And also intermodal connection is 3,200 gigabits. And the cloud models and also the AI engineers can use that. So that is all from my side. Thank you. So I'd like to introduce the data grid. So from our side, in 2017, we founded, so this is an AI company. And as Matsumoto-san mentioned, LLM, it's the chat GPT. And in the generative AI area, it's a hot topic. And separate from that, we are working on the different areas, not just on the languages, but the images and the videos. The generative AIs enter into that area. So it's the generative AI for the videos and the images we're focusing on at the time of the foundation. And where we can utilize the generative AI in the image and video areas. And we have been working on different areas, and easy to understand area is on the left top is AI model generations. So e-commerce website, the images. So someone that did the shooting and used the pictures. However, it's virtualized right now, so you don't have to, take pictures of the models, and generative AI can generate the AI models.
So you can say that we create contents, and then that's where we use our technology. So I'm going to show you some examples as well. Right top, this is a river, picture of river. And what we are doing, taking a photograph of river. When the treacherous rain, downpour happened, this checker AI will let us know, and then start alarm. So when we try to do that, basically we need lots of images to teach AI. So for instance, the small river, like a second grade, when it goes up and up, water level, we have to collect enormous amount of data with label. So these images, videos, you can use our technologies like a simulator. So even if it did not happen, but we can recreate the situation like flooding of the river, etc. So sometimes we are doing this to save lives, and sometimes we help AI to teach. That's another way to use our technologies. So that was a content creation. The other things we can do is a huge problem we face. Fake images or fake information, or deep fake, and fake wrong information. So it is important to detect fake and to guarantee what's real. It costs money, of course. So don't get me wrong, but we are able to create fake as well as detecting them. So that's what we do. Okay, I'm going to skip some pages. So this is our product, one of them. That's a teaching tool. And that detects the defects in terms of production, manufacturing. Sometimes you have to check external appearances, and the image of defect to be used to teach AI. But the thing is, defects does not happen too often, fortunately. So these energy data, we have to create those defects images as a simulator so that AI can learn from these pictures, photographs. So this is us then. Thank you.
はですね、ちょっと今日はそんなお二人に
Okay.
いろんな質問をさせていただこうか
So
な
I
と
have many questions
まずちょっと
today.
ルテリアの矢野さんに
So
ご質問させていただきたいんですが
Yano-san, can I ask you?
基本的にスタートアップがデータセンターを建てるってい
So
うのは
to
すごくレアな
build
ケースだと
data center, startup and building data center, it's rare. So I ask you straight away, why did you do that? Why did you build data center? Well, that could be used as a leverage in terms of finance. So up until now, we are working for revitalization. So Japanese government was, providing some support for if that is part of revitalization. So if half of the equity, 50%, and 50% from government, that is a win-win. So you selected Fukushima. It's kind of rare location, don't you think? So do you need a slide? No, I'm fine. Why you asked? Well, GPU server is being used quite widely, and sometimes budget will reach 200 million to use GUP. So that's why I decided okay, why not buy them? However, buying them is okay, but we didn't have space to locate them. So that led me to think about, okay, what if we created this data center to ourselves for our own? And at 10%? So then we decided to build the data center, but where? So now this revitalization funding or subsidy government can provide. And to say that there's not too many maintenance tasks or maintenance budget included for the data center, I realize. So we thought, okay, well, bigger is fine. So in terms of GPU, Okuma is Big Bear, so that's why you picked the location Okuma in prefecture. That means Big Bear, so that's why you named your data center Big Bear. Interesting. Well, we don't have to be shy about using GPU anymore. And when you always worry about resources, and when using GPU or developing something, it's not fun. But now we don't have to do that. Yes. So yeah, if we are worried about the resources to be used or to be available for us, we cannot exist as a company, right? I agree with you. So the cloud server, we can borrow that. However, the price is maybe 3 times bigger than that. So that means a lot. So sometimes we joined the program provided by MITI, Ministry of Economy. Okay, thank you. So creative program, is it for GPU and MRS only? Yes, at the moment, yes, but we are expanding. So NCT was not there, but now you do NCT. Yes, you can expect that, the expansion. And Matsumoto-san? So do you know the duration to recover for the investment RIO of AWS? 6 months for GPU, but AWS is much shorter. So storage server is the highest or fastest ROI. So you mean when after you built the data center, you already recovered your investments? Yes, in a way, yeah. So what was the hardest challenge when you are building a data center? Network? Yes, it's quite difficult. So we don't have people experienced, so it's like a DIY. So it is all of us together get together and did DIY. So that was the hardest part.
すごい。じゃあなかなかこうそういったところの試行錯誤をしながら。
So trial and error helped you, yes.
まあでもその分こういろいろオペレーションだっ
But
たりとか
then
知識が
for that experience, you were able to accumulate knowledge. Yes, you can say that.
確かに。
So Nvidia GPU server. So now electricity power companies are joining your program, right? Because they after large profits. It's not hardware, then it's software then. Yes, you're quite right. So you have to know about software. Otherwise, hardware is just a chunk of metal, right? Yes. You can get hardware, but you have to begin from software. You have to know about software, and then AWS, GPU. It's easier to use because there's layout already set out. So it is hard, but that gives you opportunity. Thank you. But now, coming back to data grid, but we want to ask Yano-san more.
So the Luteria, Yano-san's company, is working focused on the model development, but there you enter into the infrastructure layer, and on a global basis, AWS. So I think maybe the origin is similar, but Japanese AI players like Luteria, a company which is similar to the Luteria, it's this name. So why? So I cannot answer your question because I can answer the reasons why we started the established a data center, but I cannot say the reasons why no one enter into this area. I think it's maybe the timing. We are very lucky because when we prepared, and the external environment was actually formulated. I think and from now on, it's too late. Yes, I think the other companies also enter into this area. So the data center is supported by the national government. So that's why the other competitors are trying to enter into this market. So the establishment of the data center is very difficult. And it's very difficult because of the extracting the electricity or the powers. So there's no, power blackout, but it's very difficult from the power generation areas. It's through the substations, and a substation's capacity is decided, and there is a power transmission limitation by each substations. So when we extract the power, the substation's capacity is also very important. So when we look at the financial extraction, the TIPCO and the KEPCO's power grid, there are some companies. So they are looking at that. So it's a kind of a bottleneck. And the asset management are persons who I know. So 2028 data centers construction plan. So it's very difficult to pull the power, and there are a lot of hurdles existed. I think for the startup, it's very difficult to start that business. And for example, the startups, there are some options, I think, lending using the cloud service. And next is the purchasing the on-premise and set up the data center, and also the utilizing the data center as their own business. So there are 4 steps. And for our companies like us, so we are using the using the generative AI for the calculation, and if we own our own data center, and of course we are using your company's service, but if we have our own data center, and to try to do the same as Yano-san did, so it may be very interesting. So the pricing we are providing, so return on investment is 2 to 3 years. So the GPU server, so that is the 5 years as an asset. So depreciation period, we don't think it's, so there are model change. So the 2 to 3 years of depreciation period, maybe same as the iPhone. So there's no, significant progress for the iPhone. However, the GPU, and it's a significant progress for 2 to 3 years. So even if you purchase or establish a data center, when we think about the period for the return, it's not. So maybe the cloud service and also the doing the model should be separated, I think. So that is the optimal model. So that's my understanding. And also you need to borrow the rent data center service. And on a monthly basis, 2 million yen. And for the data center price, and maybe it's a cost of, it's maybe 50%. And maybe the 800,000 yen plus the depreciation of the GPU. So I don't think it's necessary to do that. So it's better to use the cloud service. So that is the value and reasons for existence of the data center. So if you'd like to enter into the data center business, please contact me. Yes. So I think you are thinking about having your own data center and utilizing the generative AI. You are doing a lot of development. And within the data grid, which areas you are focusing on? So there are some areas we are focusing on. And as I mentioned, right now, the AI activities for the large major companies, it's accelerating, including the generative AI. So at that timing, so the data issue is significant. So before entering into that area, the major companies actually don't understand the importance of the data, and only the data issue takes them 1 or 2 years. So the importance and the significance of the data, they actually feel that. And also the many of the companies would like to tackle the data issues. So the visual inspections example is just one example. And we are developing the systems for the visual inspection. And we are focusing on the generative AI technologies. But next important area is going to be, as Matsumoto-san mentioned, Nvidia is not a hardware company, but Omniverse, the 3D or physical calculation platform. So there is a platform that Nvidia is providing, and actually we are using the digital, creating a digital twin. So if we are able to realize that, the data we can only get from the real world. Maybe it's going to take a lot of time and effort and the cost. But if we are able to do the simulation on a virtual basis for a shorter period and a high precision, we are able to get that data. So if we enter into such area, the AI's utilization is going to accelerate it. So there are some of the companies who take on challenge for the AI development, and they actually really feel the data is very important. So that's why they contact us. So the generative AI simulators, we are going to focus on for the future, and combination with the digital twin and the 3D and physical calculation, the simulation, data generation environment is going to be very important. So, and you are getting a lot of inquiries, right? Yes. For the plant automations related inquiries, we got a lot. And so factory automation need, FA equipment, and also it's a very strong in Japan's industry. So that's why we got the inquiries from these companies for the past 3 months. So this is a kind of a niche. So VLM, vision language model, the LLM, the text-based, the language-based, and the generative AI technologies, and we are putting the eyes on that. So the image and the video informations can be taken into the these data. So this is a hot topic. So the plant operators, the people from the workshop is actually trying to do that. So the importance of the data is increasing. Yes, VLM. And I have frequently heard of, and I think it matches with the robotics as a robots. So that's why I hear a lot about that. So I think time is, limited. So, and I'd like to move on to the last question to you guys. And we introduced your companies, and for the future, where the generative AI can be utilized and also the taken root. So which area? So I'd like to ask Yano-san first, please.
Well, it has to be settled down, AI. Otherwise, it does not have any points. I think where AI can be used as a social infrastructure, for instance, well, if we can create data, then accuracy to recognize face should be there. Yes. So this is one thing we can think about the use of generative AI, and something to support your decision making. So for instance, Okada-san was talking about omnibus. Omnibus is something quite similar to generative AI. Generative AI is a collective term to make data. There you have to assumption and then randomly provide this information. So the distribution has to be there, and then you have to create the virtual reality. So omnibus and generative AI, I think it's quite similar. So you have to come up with many patterns. Then that will help you to make up your mind. I think communication between human is where the generative AI can be most useful. So for instance, other language, French. I try to study French, but I don't remember anything anymore. Well, anyway, so the communication, human communication, that is quite the area generative AI can be helpful. It's not the productivity. If that's productivity that you want to sell, then generative AI would not work. But something only AI can do. And then that would somehow lead to implementation of AI in the real society. Well, apart from language, can you think of anything, something? Difficult, isn't it? Time. So you do avatar, and you use that in entertainment. So we are all human, and we only have 24 hours a day. And something you can do without thinking, like, information exchange or something. So let avatar talk to each other, my avatar and your avatar. so that we can save time. So if you have technology, then with the help of technology, I think you can secure 28 hours in a day or something. Also, energy trading, that's the area I think generative AI can be useful. We are planning to put generative AI in energy trading. We start from calculation infra and then investments. So it will go deeper, right? Yes. When you think about IPO, perhaps only software has a limitation. So we have to have counterparts. And after lots of company invested already, then we don't have to do too much calculation anymore because we know. But still, generative AI can be supportive in that field. How about Okada-san? What do you think? Where generative AI, what's the place for them? I think as software for B2B, there are some places for them. But on the other hand, B2C, for general society, I think they will have more need of generative AI. So what we are doing, I briefly touched upon what we are doing. There's AI and the major problem is fake info. If you go check X, and then sometimes you just, you can't believe your eyes and then what to believe. So there's a process called fact check. You can check one thing that is uploaded on X, then you have to find the basis. And if this basis supports this, the things that this person is saying on X, that's the fact check. I think computer AI can do this. Maybe next spring. Sometimes you are checking X and you can't believe the comments or contents you find on the X. Maybe by next spring, this fact check AI can help you to identify this is true or not. The funny thing about fact check AI, so what you want to determine is this is fake information given by human, but AI might be making this up. So AI can lie, people can lie. But there's some system to identify this is false or truth. I think that's something of the quite important element. Maybe this is more necessary than in a transition period. Yes. So generative AI is growing and growing, and security as well as fact check is quite important. And I see some risks involved in the fake news. But I cannot deny I have ping of anxiety why nobody is doing the fact check. So it's quite important to facilitate the environment. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your talk. We still have some time left. Right, okay. Well, I have to wrap up the conversation now. And some time for QA. If you have any question, audience, do you want to ask a question for them? Okay. I can hear you.
ありがとうございました。非常に
Thank
面白かったです。
you for your chat.
お話聞いていて皆さんにちょっとご質問というとこ
So
ろ
I have a question for both of you.
Nvidia さんの場合はいわば
Well, three of you.
ハードの提供をする
Nvidia, you provide hardware as well as software
こちらを提供する
and infrastructure.
この観点でソフトウェアの進化
So the progress of software,
というところが
how do you see and how this will help the transformation of IT in the globe? So infrastructure has to catch up with the development of software or AI. So I think 3 layers. So how do you see those 3 layers?
どうぞ。
Go on.
それでいうと僕多分こう今世の中にある GPU のサーバー
What GPU server that's available in this society at the moment?
2段階先ぐらいのものって作れるぐらい
I think it's quite easily can two-step forward AI generative AI to create generative AI, which is 2 steps forward from what we are. I think it's quite possible.
10%ずつ持っててでここがまあ戦ってるんですけど多分これ全部がいっぺんに同じことを学習するようにな
I
ると多分
don't think all of us and other company who is trying to do the generative AI, even if they put together
能力がイノベーションするのが結構
calculation capability is enough for current generative AI to create new society. But sometimes I think AI, the current AI is still stupid. It's not smart enough.
賢い文章を書ける人間っていっぱいいる
So, but sometimes,
AI より勝ってると思うんですよね
human being can beat up AI in terms of coming up brilliant context. So that's why I still think human is better than AI, but in future, maybe this is not the case.
強気歩きに見えるんだけど
So AI is still baby state at the moment, but at some point
ちょっとまあ質問に
they at some point they will become so smart.
それの分布の問題で
And then the distribution
ように見える
issue,
でそれがただまあ
and that gives us an idea that AI is not
多分今年来年
good enough.
かなり出荷されると思うんですよなのでこう、まあ、ディスパッチされていくでしょうと
So will be those information can be and generative AI technology can be dispatched to everyone.
基本的に流れとしては、まあ、
So basically,
ソース化される流れだと思うんですよねでそうすると彼のような会社が
what I am saying is, well, this technology can be available to anyone, and so that Okada-san's company, like Data Grid, can benefit.
イノベーションを起こさなきゃいけないのは
So
大口で GPU を持ってる人たち
who has to be involved in innovation, starting the innovation, not the company who has large capacity of GPU.
に、ま
Then
あ、インフラとか
infrastructure
チップメーカーっていうのが
and chip maker can join. That's the order, I think.
岡田さんなんかご意見あったり
山さん以上の回答できない。
So I cannot, answer more than he did. And I think, AI should be generated by AI. So that is the future state, and that's going to accelerate the progress. So I think maybe the mathematics that may be good. So if there is an answer, AI is very strong. So when I was junior high school and I practiced shogi, and I memorized all of the things. There is a lose and a win, and I couldn't win with the software of shogi. So, but
世の中にある情報
maybe there are some documentations.
GPT に2チャンネルのふりした文章を出したらめっちゃ
So if the we ask the chat GTP to create the 2 channels like text, they are very good at it. So there's no, fractions to, decide on which is right, good or not. So maybe if there are some answers, they're able to, progress on their own. So like the chess and also the ego and the shogi, and there is a rules and a win, and also maybe the programming, and we can decide. It can decide on whether they can execute or not, and also the mathematics. If the AI can learn and all of the mathematics, they are able to do that, and also the monitoring data is answer for the data for the monitoring, and they may be able to create a model or the simulations. However, it's not a general use case. So maybe we expect to get more use case for the general purpose. That's good. So thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, let's hear it for our first speakers. Thank you very much. A big round of applause, please. Wow, what a great way to start the variety of talk shows we have in store for you today. And thank you for the question also. The next session, Making International Urbanization Your Own, Fostering a Global Mindset, will start from 11:30. But before that, Hack Osaka Gold sponsor, Risona Bank, will give a presentation about their initiatives. We will hear from Mr. Yusuke Ueta and Mr. Shinji Okamoto from Risona Bank. Please come up to the stage.
皆様こんにちは。りそな銀行法人プレミア戦略部ベンチャー支援グループの上田と申します。
岡本と申します。
本日よろしくお願いします。
ちょっとだいぶ場違いな雰囲気かなと思って、ちょっとどうしようかなと思ってるけど、そもそも僕らなんでこんな格好してるんでしたっけ？
あんま考えにくいんですけど、相方がちょっと度忘れしたみたいなんで、ちょっと一応皆様にご説明させていただきますと、我々がちょっとこういう格好しているのが理由2つありまして、1つがりそなホールディングスがですね、B リーグのタイトルパートナーに就任したということをちょっとこの場の皆さんにぜひ知ってほしくて、こんな格好をしたっていうところと、でもう一つが正直に言います。もう目立ちたくて仕方なくてこの服着ました。すいません。
けどこのワクワクできなきゃ未来じゃない、いいスローガンですよね。
そうなんです。我々ベンチャー支援グループもワクワクする未来を作る企業を支援するっていうことをなりわいとさせていただいてて、これしっかりやっていこうということでやらせていただいてます。でベンチャー支援グループのミッションとしましては、イノベーション企業への支援を通じて共に企業価値向上を目指すということを掲げて、ベンチャー企業さんへの支援というのをワンストップで行わせていただいてます。でこの中でも特に、この2点、ベンチャーデッドのところと、それからオープンイノベーションの取り組みっていうのを、頑張ってますってことをぜひちょっと皆さんに今日はアピールしたいなというふうに思ってます。
なるほど。今日頑張ってます頑張ってますって言って本当にどれぐらい本気なんかって皆さん思われていると思うんですけど、この辺どうですか？
どれだけ本気かと言いますと、今年のIVS 京都にりそな銀行の岩永社長が自らちょっと登壇しまして、でオープニングセッションでですね、ベンチャー企業へのデッドファイナンスとオープンイノベーションの取り組みっていうのにもう本腰入れていきますっていうふうに公言してます。でまたですね、そこにいてるんですけれども、グループリーダーの小川がですねYouTube に出演させていただいて、ベンチャーデッドの取り組みについてもしっかりとご紹介させていただくみたいなところで、もうこういう、公の場で、しっかりこうアピールしてきてるっていうところが、本気の、証明になってるかなというふうに思ってます。で、この動画につきましてはこちらのQR コード読み込んでいただけると飛べるようになってますんで、ぜひこの後ちょっと皆様ご覧いただければなというふうに思ってます。
これ僕もちょっと見たんですけども、本当お世辞抜きで分かりやすくて、りそなの戦略であったりこの商品が生まれた経緯とかも分かりまして、見どころ満載なのでぜひ皆さんご視聴お願いします。
はい、で、肝心要のそのベンチャーデッドの中身がどうかっていうところのご説明もちょっと少しさせていただきますと、従来のベンチャーデッドっていうのは左下の、シードからミドルの領域につきましては、従来政府系の金融機関さんが主に担ってらっしゃったのかなと思ってまして、 逆にミドルレーターの領域につきましては、3メガバンクさんを中心に取り組まれてたのかなというふうに思ってます。でこの中でリソナーがどこをやっているかといいますと、アーリー以降のベンチャー企業さんに対してベンチャーデッドの取り組みをさせていただいているというような形になってます。
アーリーからやるっていうところはかなりチャレンジングで一つ特徴になりますよね。けどやっぱり融資して終わりなんじゃないんですか？どうなんですか？
いや、そこは逆にちょっと融資してからが我々のちょっと本領発揮かなと思ってまして、リソナーグループのお取引先様の中堅大企業様とですね、ベンチャーデッドを実行させていただいたベンチャー企業様ももちろんなんですけれども、接点のあるベンチャー企業さんをご紹介させていただくことで、オープンイノベーションの取り組みっていうのにしっかり力を入れてやらせていただいてます。
なるほど。それはなんかすごい特徴ですね。実際リスナーの取引先って何社ぐらいあるもんなんですかね？
そこがちょっと我々の強みかなと思ってまして、実は50万社グループで取引先がいてますんで、こことベンチャー企業さんをしっかりマッチングしていくことで相互の成長支援につなげていきたいなというふうに思ってます。でここまでちょっといろいろとお話ししてきたんですけれども、本日皆様に改めてお伝えしたいことは、ベンチャーデッドをしっかりやらせていただいて頑張ってますということと、もう一つがオープンイノベーションの取り組みをしっかり頑張らせていただいているっていう、この2点を覚えて帰っていただけたらなというふうに思ってます。
これでちょっとリスナーに興味を持ってもっと話聞きたいって人はどうしたらいいんですかね？
本日PR ブース出展してますんで、ぜひちょっとお立ち寄りいただけたらと思ってます。本日はご清聴ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
All right, thank you, Mr. Ueda and Mr. Okamoto for the energy. So I hope everybody checks out the YouTube videos and the basketball team as well. So we will take a short break right now. The next session, Making International Urbanization Your Own, Fostering a Global Mindset, will take place in this hall from 11:30. So I will see you again in a few minutes. Hack Osaka 2024. That was a really quick break, but I hope everybody is ready to move on. The next session is titled Making International Urbanization Your Own, Fostering a Global Mindset. In this session, young entrepreneurs and an educator will discuss the changes in thinking and awareness from their overseas experiences. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Sumina Koiso, founder and CEO, Nuond, Mr. Kanji Noguchi, CEO, Orosi, Ms. Wakana Fukuda, CEO, Ikiru and BizWorld Japan, and Mr. Juni Mai, Alliance Executive Officer, Headline Japan. Please come up to the stage, everybody. A big round of applause, please.
これ生でピンマイクついてたんで忘れてました。皆さんよろしくお願いします。
Nice to meet you,
どうぞお
everyone.
帰りくだ
So
さ
please
い。
have a seat.
いつもハンドマイク持っちゃうんでピンマイクつ
So
いてるの忘れて
usually,
ましたね。
so
よ
I
ろしくお願いし
hold
ます
so microphone in my hand, so I forgot I'm wearing a microphone. So the title of this session is Making International Urbanization Your Own, Fostering a Global Mindset. My name is Imai. And this time, so actually I belong to IBS. However, I myself is working as a MC. So therefore, today, I'm here today as an MC.
皆さん笑って笑っていただきたいところですからね。はい、ということで。
So I like you to enjoy this session.
それでは私の手前からいらっしゃる小磯さんから
And
自己紹介。
so from Koiso-san, could you introduce yourself? I believe that the slide is ready. So let me start my self-introduction. So my name is Sumina Koiso, the founder and CEO of Nuond. So I was born and raised, and also went to in Osaka and went to university in Osaka. I'm very honored to be here because this is my hometown. And nice to meet you all.
小磯さんこの
And
まさに
Koiso-san,
トピックで言うとバングラデシュ
regarding the topic, so you went to Bangladesh. That experience changed your life, right? Yes, well. So that is a kind of turning point of my life. When I was in the teens, I went to Bangladesh, which made my life change. And next, Noguchi-san, could you introduce yourself? So my name is Noguchi, CEO of OC Incorporated. So OC is literally translated into a wholesale in Japanese, wholesale in English.
若い頃のエピソード交えていただくといかがですか。
So could you introduce your experience when you were young? I myself, in 2012, I started my first business, and I'm now running the second company. So I worked in a typical Japanese company. So I was seeking to living in a life differently from others. So this is my motto. Thank you.
では最後に福田さん。
Lastly, Fukuda-san, please go ahead. My name is Wakana Fukuda, the CEO, Ikiru LLC, and BizWorld Japan. Nice to meet you.
わざわざハッシュタグにしていただいておりますけれども。
So in the screen, we can see hashtags here. So I went to Silicon Valley when I was at high school, and there, so I had very refreshing experiences. So that's why I decided to bring my children to go abroad to study together. And I learned a lot there. So now, by utilizing my own experiences, I am teaching entrepreneurship to kids now.
プロデューサーをされている田淵さんから。
Tabuchi-san, a producer, asked us to send students or younger generation a message. So as far as I'm able to see here that there are not so many students or young generation larger than that grown up. There are many grown up or older generation actually. So today, I'd like to send you a message. Your experience in younger age is extremely important. This is the key message of this session. So I'd like to may talk about the fact that you need to have a kind of entrepreneurship in your mind.
So let us start with this topic. I believe that so everyone needs to have entrepreneurship in your mind. So, however, when it comes to entrepreneurship, not all the entrepreneur has entrepreneurship. So it's very difficult to say the definition of entrepreneurship. But anyway, it's very important to have our entrepreneurship in mind to grow furthermore. That's why I started my business. So when you first heard about the word entrepreneurship, what did you think about that? Do you agree with that? Well, maybe at that time I believe that I had the 30% of entrepreneurship mind back then. What do you mean by that? I had lived in Osaka, but now, so my startup business is to support a back office of layoff operations in the United States. But I believe that the very basic of business is to purchase goods at lower price and sell them at higher price to make profit. But when it comes to the definition of business, I'm not sure. On the other hand, entrepreneurship reminds us of startups. So therefore, I like to learn from you about the definition of entrepreneurship. Maybe it's time to ask you, Noguchi-san. I believe that. So how do you think about that? I believe that. Do you think you yourself have entrepreneurship? We shouldn't be so strict when it comes to entrepreneurship. So suppose that. So I plan to come here by train. However, it may take time. In that case, we can take taxi by paying money, or we can ask friends to send me to this venue. So there are many ways we can choose. And I believe that thinking something or trying to do something is closely connected or linked to the idea or concept of entrepreneurship, I believe. So I believe in that case, I believe that you have a kind of entrepreneurship in mind, and when in emergency, whether or not you can demonstrate the split of entrepreneurship, would change your business or change your life. So when we had a discussion beforehand for this session, so I believe that all of you are so cooperative, but time is very limited, so it's very difficult to send a sufficient message due to time constraint. But so when you like to add the discussion so far, what's your thought on this? I read an article of interview of Noguchi-san, and he said that. So suppose that when we have to enter a kind of a venue, so normally people will buy ticket for admission, but entrepreneurs are the person who try to break into the window to enter the window, so in order to enter the venue. So this is the entrepreneurship, according to the interview. And I personally agree with his idea. So maybe I believe that my entrepreneurship mind is 40%, I believe. So I believe that your explanations are very easy to understand for everybody. So how do you think about just entrepreneurship, Fukuda-san, in your mind? So suppose that when we try to play soccer, it's not enough just watching the lecture or video instructing me about how to play soccer. That's not enough. We have to try that. In that sense, so I believe that everyone can be an entrepreneur through training, so to speak. So all of you are grown up now, including me, but it's not too late to start anything. So you can start anything at any time. So this slide is about what you think after being a grown up. Now you have started business, and maybe some audience at some point would like to start business by yourself. I believe that going forward, some of you will have started something new. Okay, now I'd like to ask you, Koiso-san. You mentioned that a way to avoid the biggest risk is to take a risk. This is what you wrote down in this slide. What do you mean by that? When I am in Japan and also in the United States, so I have so many people ask me how to start business. So everyone said to me that you're very bold to start business or start something new. And any idea about how to do that? So in that case, I always said to them that a way to avoid the biggest risk is to take a risk. This is the saying I always said to counterparts. And actually, a very famous entrepreneur, Mr. Fujita, mentioned the other day that so when we think about leverage, so when we try to start business, I always start from scratch. So therefore, we don't have to. So we will not have anything to be protected. We can be bold. Whenever we try to start something new, so people tend to hesitate to do that because it's fearful in some cases. But so we don't have to be so afraid of starting something new from scratch. Now, the best timing is to start business is to do that when we like to do something. That's why I believe that a way to avoid the biggest risk is to take a risk. I agree with that. I agree with you. So in your case, so you went to many countries and you have been exposed to many different cultures and experiences. So you do think such experiences made you change your mind? Partly, yes. However, so when I started my business, which changed my life significantly. So after graduating my school, I joined a company in Osaka, in Osaka City. At that time, so I enjoyed a lot and learned a lot at them. But so when I decided to start business, I had to do everything by myself. So that kind of experiences was a big turning point to me. Fukuda-san, I don't think. So I also have questions about how to go global or how to be active in other countries. And I believe that a skill helped me a lot. I believe that it's very important to have something useful in my mind. And I also have a question how to improve English and so on. But rather than sticking to speaking English, it's more important to have something, some other skill set that will help you. And when I went to Silicon Valley, so I was saying, I have this kind of idea and I like to do something to that. And then, so people around me, although it said, why don't you start that? So therefore, so if you have anything and if you have some good idea in mind, so it's very important to step forward. So you need to be bold enough to start something new. Thank you very much. So let me introduce you. So she went to other countries to study when she was 34 years old together with children, and then she got MBA. So this is very wonderful. This is very impressive. So you mean that you didn't go to abroad when you were young, but at the age of 34, that means that so how old you are or what we are, we can start anything at any time. Yes. So it's very important to have rich experiences that can be shared to other people. For example, so I graduated from my graduate school with MBA. Of course, it's very important to study hard, but by studying hard, I was able to get scholarship. So I'm native Osaka. That means that we tend to be very keen to money. So I was working and studying very hard to get scholarship to some extent.
So I was taught by them in front of you that learning the Kansai culture. Do you have any idea or the feelings? So yeah, and I think you can send your own messages. So we talked about the entrepreneurship and how children can acquire entrepreneurship. So I think it can, it's communicable. So after the founding my own business, surrounding the people surrounding me, maybe 4 or 5 people actually started their own business, and also among the employees who are living in Jamaica, and that person just started their own, and they are building. He is building his own house, and although it's not completed, but he just, the start of the getting the house at a hotel stay, and they don't know who's gonna come to Jamaica, and also whether they are really getting money for providing with the place to stay, and they just started. So there are a lot of different levels of entrepreneurs, and it's accelerated looking at them and children, and everybody think, and everybody surrounding your children is actually taking a step ahead. Your children is gonna take one step ahead. And I was very much surprised. And my university friends said there's no entrepreneur surrounding them. So, Nobu-san, what do you think? So, and I joined the event where the entrepreneurs get together, and I meet the another person for the next event. So maybe if you take one step further, it's gonna connect to our next level. So, Koiso-san, and when you think about your network of friends, you are actually told that you are unique, or maybe and everybody understands your character. Yes, I actually first set the goals, and also I try to align the people in the community of our goal. So I'm doing the totally different things from my original business. So, and if I want to become a French chef, and if I cannot, I only make the Japanese food, it's not good. So if I come closer to the French chef, I can close to the French chef. So I think it's different. And however, when I start to join and have a communication with them, it's I can be aligned with them, and it's gonna be fit for that community. I totally agree. So if there is a French chef community, how you can try to identify the French chef community? So I think it's not logical, but it's just taking actions. If I find something and I try to access to them, and you have the friends and who knows about the French chef community, I will contact. And if I don't know any of the person, I will post some of the information. I'm looking for this kind of community. The Noguchi-san is talking about the entering into the event through the window, but regardless of any method, I will take actions. So we talked about the very positive and aggressive stories, but so for the last 10 minutes, I'd like to talk about the different things. So you have an overseas experience, so you have a kind of background for the entrepreneurship. So you really need to take actions when you grow up. So I think Koiso-san and Noguchi-san, you were put in that such situation, so that's why you need to take action. So. And sometimes the people cannot take actions because when they think too much. So that maybe connects to the entrepreneurship. So in order to nurture such entrepreneurship mindset, it's maybe very difficult. So I would like to ask Fukuda-san about this. If you say it's very difficult, you are avoiding having discussion. So within the program, keeping the income statement and also the keeping the book. So if the parents or the adult says it's difficult, they got a mindset that it's difficult. But the same as that entrepreneurship, when I communicate entrepreneurship, it's the way of communication. And if I say it's cool or maybe it's difficult, so I don't add any kind of the expressions like they really need to feel it. So there is a Noguchi-san's career and a pitch. So when I look at that, so the business model is very smart, and also, and you are focusing on the France and the US. I think it's distinguished. So I cannot mimic you. So I feel jealous about you. So that kind of feeling I get. So I'm, when you're, how do you encourage me to do that? So I myself feel like you, So maybe some of the entrepreneurship is super special, and they can produce great results. So the same feeling I sometimes have. So maybe when I think about time they spent and also the actions they took. So when I think about the time they spend and maybe it's not enough. So when I look at me and feel something like that, so maybe it's just time. So, but in 2 to 3 years' time, he's going to achieve the same thing. So thank you very much for encouraging me. So if you have any questions from the floor, I'd like to take questions. Any questions from the floor or no? So I cannot see your face because it's a reflection of the light. So, and the panelists, if you have any questions to the another panelist. So you were born in Osaka and raised in Osaka. Why you think you would like to establish a company in the US? So I'm saying that I'm, doing the business in the U.S., but I just visited the U.S. 2 years ago, and I just started the English just this last March. So we just, I just started the company in the U.S., and when I went to the U.S., I really feel the need to learn English. So 2 years ago, at that time, I can speak Japanese. However, at that time, I couldn't speak English. And Japanese founder who are trying to start a business in the US, I was inspired by them. And one person said that person can be a mentor of me. So when I traveled to Bangladesh, I had a mindset that I'd like to work globally. And however, that mentor changed my mindset. So any questions from the floor? So they need a microphone. I'm sorry, we cannot hear his voice. Thank you very much. So for the entrepreneurship educational program I'm involved in for the high school and the junior high school students, there are challenges. Entrepreneurship education not limited to starting their own business. Entrepreneurship is necessary capability for all of them. However, there is no such recognition. So the participants and the parents' understanding level is very low. So that is the challenges we are facing. How I can, overcome these challenges. So based on your experience, if you have any advice or the input, so I think if we ask Fukuda-san, she has her own answer. It's entrepreneurship. So I'm not saying, we are not just saying, focusing on the starting their own business. And, their parents tend to be, salaried workers. So they are actually hesitant for entrepreneurship. So however, when something happens like a COVID pandemic, and there are people, someone who just, stop doing anything, or maybe they want to, take actions. And some of the people would like to start their own business, and also some of the people would like to support their businesses. So there are some selections or the options. So the reading, learning, and calculations. So these are the basic skills, and utilizing these skills, how we can, change the world. So that is the skills, the entrepreneurship is one of the skills the same as that. So this is a specific how. When we make the products and how the users can use our products, so when we think about that, one solutions and one products cannot, satisfy all of them. So if there are 4 or 5 participants, maybe you really need to, hear their opinions, their own and expectations, and also maybe you can create, the learning plan, and also just provide a program. So it's easier to listen, not just thinking about it. So in this context, I think the Koiso-san's pivoting is similar to that. So originally, she was a vendor for the VR creation, and in the process of the creation of the VR, so there are some people who are doing their own business and who are being laid off. However, so she thought that maybe the people who do the layoff may have a problem. So that was the idea when she started her own business. And Excel, I really like it. And I wanted to focus on the Excel for my whole career. However, the Japan and overseas is totally different. And when we are successful in Japan and bring that business to the US, it's not going to work. So when I traveled to Japan and traveled to the US and tried to provide my own business, wasn't successful. So I really need to change the way of doing things. So I think the expanding, that kind of scope is very important. So maybe you can contact us if you need any assistance. So any other questions from the floor? No? Okay. So I think the entrepreneurship and actually disseminated to you all. So I'd like to come to the conclusion. So we are trying to think about the global, and we want the students to join the Hack Osaka. So that was the idea. However, entrepreneurship and when you go abroad and exposed to the overseas culture, and you maybe can get the courage to take one step ahead. So it may be better, but so you have already grown up and you have positions and titles. However, if you have some children in front of you who have a very bright future, and I want you to expand the scope of them, create an environment so that they can have their entrepreneurship mindset. So I'd like to ask the one word for one final word. Koiso-san. So one word I'd like to say is, so from the doubts to the students, I think this may be something that you should do, but however, I really need to do something on my own. What are the identities established by my parents close to them? So parents get empowered me, and also my parents continue to learning. So regardless of the work jobs they are doing, I respect them. Whether they respect them or not is very important. So educators side, the respect for the students is very important. So this is just my feeling. Thank you very much for Koiso-san. Noguchi-san, please.
So you need to say what you want to do, and also you need to say your concern. So this is the first step, I think. So actually, I'm very nervous on the stage, and also you're maybe very nervous when you try to make a question here. And when you make any statement here, maybe there will be someone who notice you to communicate with you later. So this kind of opportunity is highly important. Fukuda-san. So from the perspective of parents, I like to make a comment. When children say something, don't deny it. You need to support and help such children. So you need to believe in what children said. So don't be suspicious of what children say. So this is my comment. That's all. Thank you. We enjoyed a lot this session, and outside this room, we are standing outside the room after this session. So I believe that Osaka will have so many series of big events going forward, and by taking the opportunity of Expo 2025 next year, so we like to be excited to make Osaka a more vibrant city. Thank you very much.
All right, let's hear it for our speakers. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Wow, so much to take away from their real overseas experiences. And as Jun, Mr. Imai mentioned, the speakers get along very well and they have more to talk about. So they will be staying just near the photo panel outside the hall for about 15 minutes from now. So if there's anyone who you'd like to talk to in person, you are more than welcome to join them at the photo panel area. ただいまのセッションのご登壇者の皆さんなんですが、今から15分程度このホールを出てすぐの撮影パネルのところにいらっしゃいますので、もしお話しされたい方がいらっしゃいましたら、ぜひそちらにおいでください。Okay, so the next session is Go Global, examples of overseas fintech growth strategies. We will start as soon as we are ready, so I will see you in a bit. All right, Hack Osaka, moving on to the next session. The next session is titled Go Global, Examples of Overseas Fintech Growth Strategies. As a concrete example of a startup's borderless value increase, this time we will focus on Aizen and discuss investment and finance. We will have on stage Mr. Jun-Sok Kan, CEO Aizen, Ms. Kirin Kato, Principal Global Brain, and Mr. Tomomichi Takao, Managing Director, Fintech Association of Japan, Director, Chief Legal Officer, Attorney at Law, Funds. So let's hear a big round of applause. Everybody, please come up on stage.
Hello. So we're talking about Go Global for 30 minutes. Do we have anything to show? Yes. So we have Kan-san from Aizen CEO. And Global Bay Kato-san is here. Can you give us a big applause, please? Okay, let's get started. So Go Global. So we are going to take example from overseas fintech, how they grown. So Kan-san is the CEO of Korea. It was a startup company. Now they have sites overseas, especially in Southeast Asia. How did you, how a startup company proceeded into abroad? So let's do self-introduction. So Kan-san, can you start? Hi, I am Kan Jun-Sok, CEO Aizen. Well, this is my first presentation in Japanese. So you have to be forgiven, even if I made a mistake. Our company provides financial solutions for banking and financing industry. Grab, Gojek. We provide financial platform, the company, especially in Southeast Asia, including Singapore, Vietnam, Thailand. So our company, before I started this company, I was working for Citigroup, Strategy Risk Management. Well, in this session, I asked you to speak Japanese, but you can speak Korean, and Kato-san is Korean native. This is my request for you to speak Japanese. Sorry. Kato-san now. Kato-san, can you do self-introduction? Hi, this is Kato from Global Brain. Let me just go through briefly about our company overview, and then I'm talking for myself. We are the venture capital independent one, and we have Shibuya headquarters, and also we have office in Kyoto as well, so that we can look after entire Japan. 1998. We established a company, so we are quite an older company as a capital. So we are investing a lot for overseas companies. So we have an overseas office now and moving on to United States, UK, Germany, 10 overseas sites, really. So we are heavily investing abroad as well. So this is myself. I am second generation from Korean family. I joined as a system engineer at MS and AD. However, then after that, I started wanting to work in more global. So Kotora, that's like a Korean version of Jetro. I joined that Kotora. Then where I started to associate with startup company in Korea. And I was helping Korean startup company who wants to join Japanese market. And then Global Brain, I came to Global Brain to work. And now doing sourcing. Thank you. Okay, now I myself. I'm a chairman of Fintech Association Takao Tomomichi. We have about 450 members, of which 300 is of financial industry. So financial innovation can be disruptive, but I see more of open innovation. We have to work together, not distracting something. So on the other hand, I am a CLO, Chief Legal Officer of a company called Funds. So whoever works in a financial company, you have to be aware of the legal prospects. And the connection with Osaka, I was born in Sakai, and I am the member of Osaka Promotion Committee for Global Finance City. I live in Kansai as well. So it's my honor to be invited to here. So this is a Fintech Association of Japan. It's 10th term. And you hear the term Fintech quite a lot in past 3 years. So now we are in the actual implementation phase for this project. So maybe the concept is quite familiar for you now. Right? Okay, that's all from me. Let's move on to the discussion. So we have only limited time. So we are going to straight onto the subject. What are the key elements for startup to successfully expand overseas? Not just Japan, but for instance, the startup company wherever it is, if they try to go abroad, there are some key elements for them to be successful. How they can secure resources, human resources, and not developing the site is not good enough. You have to find the distribution route and how you can localize. And in terms of finance, you have to deal with regulation in the country, right? So, as we have been through, yes, I'm going to use the page screen. So, AI iGen Global. You have sites in Vietnam, Thailand, in Southeast Asia. So from your point of view, before you go global, what's the most important element? How did you become successful? So startup company and a new growing company, I think technology is quite important. Nvidia, I was listening to the session, and GPU, data center, they're talking about those agendas. So technology Well, back in those days, technology was the United States was fast to come up with technology, and then everybody followed U.S. success. And all those Asian companies just followed the suits. That was the mechanism back in those days. But now, well, we don't see many gaps between US and the other rest of the world. So GPU, this is AI technology. And then yesterday GPU was born in the United States, but now Japan can use the same technology tomorrow. So in terms of globalization, what's most important thing is that you have to create your business model with globalization in your mind or in your vision. Otherwise, you cannot succeed. So what we are doing now is a globalization. However, other things, other larger agenda like CO2 reductions and mobilities, so European company, United States, and entire Asia, they are all concerned about CO2 reduction. Those big trends, I think it's quite important trend. And having said that, in terms of technology, how you become global, and you have to draw the line where you localize the technology or keep your own technologies. So that goes to hiring people as well. Do you want local people, or do you want to get human resources before you move on to overseas? So you are talking about, you have to see the big trend, entire world, big trend, then think about what you can do. Well, we are talking about big trend. So, but every and each player know what is a big trend, right? So, in that case, so this is open truth, not hidden truth. So you have to be aware. I mean, everybody knows what's a big trend, and everybody is thinking about this big trend. Well, big trend is important, otherwise corporates cannot exist. But the detailed strategy, and you have to create the relationship with business partner. When I proceeded into Indonesia, I think the technology to electrify the buses in Korea is quite happening. But as an industry, as itself, well, they are moving to electrification. But the most conservative industry is finance. And industrialization, the entire globe has not completed the cycle. So we don't, some company or some country are not aware of the risks. You have to think about premium and insurance as well. That goes to Asia and the United States. So the insurance premium is quite important. We do AI and we provide an AI service. So up above the layer, above us, there's Nvidia. We use sometimes Pro interface. And that's the layer. And data is quite important to analyze everything. But in the ecosystem, Grab, GoTech, they have data for the motorcycle being used in East Southeast Asia, and we take data from those use. So at the moment, we are focusing on bicycle, but now Honda is expanding into Southeast Asia. So this is a change and this is a trend. So this company has technology, but they don't know how to utilize this technology. For that part, for the Chinese and Asian company to grow technologically, in Japan you can find many industry.
So one of the major industry is finance in Japan. So therefore, together with Japanese financial institution, when you go global, I believe that it's better for you and us. My understanding is that suppose that there's a big theme, and how to handle that big theme is that suppose that when we try to go EV, how to procure batteries or how to think about investment capex and also financial support is necessary. And when we have to do evaluation of all the things, Aizen is very good at evaluating them. And in Japan, auto industry is very powerful. So therefore, so you have a kind of dilemma in Japan. However, in East Asian countries, the country itself has a big motivation to go to EV. That's the story what you said, right? Yes. Based on what you said earlier, global brain. So actually, as we have investments from Series B, global brain is very special. Actually, my understanding is that VC is very domestic industry because so we have to have deep understanding of the domestic market. Otherwise, VC cannot survive. In that sense, VC in Japan is very domestic, I think. But global brain has 7 or 8 bases overseas. In that case, your business is very special or unique. And based on your experiences, Kato-san, so when startup would like to go global, what kind of support can you give? And also, what's your impression after listening to what the Kan-san said? Thank you. Kan-san, the story was based on the perspective of business owner. But when I try to make a comment from the perspective of investor, I believe that the most important thing to go global is to market investigation, market research. Of course, we need to think about speed and trend, but so it takes labor to go global, actually. When I was in Kotra, to support startup that would like to go into Japanese market, so how to recruit people? So of course, hiring people requires a lot of resources. But in some cases, there have been mismatch of talent. So therefore, So it's very important to start from market research and localization. And whether or not your own product has a certain amount of needs in a country you like to go into. Global Brain is supporting overseas startups. This is because we have overseas bases, and also we are able to collaborate with local VC to invest in such startups. And however, so far, we don't have so much demand of Japanese startups to go abroad. So far, we have supported overseas startups that would like to go into the Japanese market. This is what we have conducted so far, and we have many track record of that. And we have supported by taking into account whether or not our specific products can be sold in a particular market. For instance, when it comes to the Chinese market, so there will be a special delivery service available in in China. So there is a startup that is developing a robot for delivery service. And the company would like to deploy such business in Japan. That startup has a certain history in China, but when they try to go into Japanese market, such a demand is not available in Japan, actually, although they have very excellent technology of robot, but it didn't work. In other words, the demand in the Japanese market cannot be understood by such a startup. So therefore, I joined them to find appropriate needs. So actually, we found out that a hotel had a certain demand for such robot to deliver some goods. So we supported the startups in the perspective of sales activities. In summary, the perspective between business owner and the VC needs to be aligned. I believe that it's very hard for overseas startups to do business in Japan because Japanese startups also have difficulty in starting business in Japan. Of course, we like to carefully support overseas startups to go into the Japanese market. However, it takes time and labor, and it will be very hard. So therefore, certain strategy of startup side is essential so that we VC can support in an appropriate manner. Thank you. I came up with 2 points while listening to your comments. So as Kansai mentioned, everything moves so fast recently. So we need to do everything in a smoother manner. And on the other hand, Kato-san mentioned the importance of market research. So how to strike a balance between the certainty of certain demand or needs in the market and speed. So I'd like to ask you, Kansai, that so as a financial institution, you are supporting or you are doing research activities or launching activity together with potential startups or not. So financial bank is very big, and they have many departments. And what our company is doing in Indonesia is that startup try to identify opportunities, and financial institutions will invest in such startups if there is a certain needs there. Therefore, so if our company have already decided to invest in certain startups, other financial institutions follow suit because there will be a certain credibility or probability of business, success of business. And Kato-san mentioned it's very hard to do business in Japan. On the other hand, Kansai mentioned it's very important to have a global mindset from scratch. So based on that, so culture or tool or I believe that South Korea has its own culture. So culture-wise, what kind of thing do we have to take in account? Well, I learned a lot when I worked in Citigroup, and Citigroup tried to make every culture the same, regardless of a country. And my company started in South Korea, but currently not 100%. So we are communicating with each other in English internally. So board meeting, a BOD meeting is conducted in English, right? Yes, and also all the documents are written in English. That kind of culture would be necessary, correct? So I have many Slack channels, and one of them should be conducted in English, actually. Okay, so due to time constraint, let us move on to the next topic. I'm afraid I have difficulty in managing time, but let's go. So I'd like to talk about the stance of Japanese and Korean startups on overseas expansion. So actually, personally, I have many friends in South Korea, and both of you have a Korean background, so I'd like to ask you something. What do you think about this topic? Stance of the difference of Japanese and Korean startups on overseas expansion. I believe that, as Kansai mentioned, Korean startups try to take into account a global market from scratch. So partly because Korean market is very small, therefore they have to go global to survive. So when I have interview with startup members, I feel such differences. So when I have interview with Japanese startups, they don't take into global market into account, partly because of the big existing market in Japan. So even if the population is decreasing, still the population is over 100 million. Therefore, I don't think they have to think about global markets. They try to be suitable to make their products suitable to Japanese market. And I think that Japanese startups are very careful, maybe too careful in some cases, and they are very good at market research. So therefore, I think that Japanese startups have very good potential to go overseas. On the other hand, Korean startups is very ambitious and take action earlier than other countries' startups. The economic scale of South Korea is around $2 trillion, and the Japanese market is more than double, I think. So therefore, some startups may think that it's enough to go active in Japanese market. On the other hand, GDP of the US is $25 trillion, so huge. So China, 18 trillion, and Europe is also huge. So from the global standpoint, Japan is larger, smaller than other countries. Of course, Korean startups have to go overseas to make a profit and to grow. But I think that it's also true to Japanese startups that would like to go more and more. So I believe that the GDP of South Korea is very huge, maybe 7 trillion yen. And in Asia, including South Korea and Japan, it would be very important to have a global strategy. In that case, so when we try to invite Korean people, it would be useful or helpful for Japanese startups to take action as quick as possible. Thank you very much. Time is up, I'm afraid. So before closing, do you have any last-minute comment? No? Okay. So this concludes this session. Thank you very much. So after this session, so we are standing outside for maybe 10 or 15 minutes outside. So if you have any questions, please contact us later. And please give them a big hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Another round of applause, please. Thank you to all the speakers. All right, a tremendous amount of insight and tips on going global, and the comparison between the startup markets, startup industries of Japan and Korea was also interesting. Also, okay, so before we get into the next session, HAC Osaka Gold sponsor Hankyu Hanshin Properties and Senchu Ikeda Capital will give a presentation about their initiatives. First, please join me in welcoming Mr. Nobuhide Okamoto from Hankyu Hanshin Properties. Mr. Okamoto, please come up to the stage. A round of applause, please.
Hey, 皆さんこんにちは。阪急阪神不動産でございます。今日は私から2つのスタートアップ関連の施設のご紹介をさせていただきたいと思っております。まず1つ目がこちら乗り場10という施設でございます。こちらは阪急大阪梅田駅から徒歩我々で10秒という好立地に位置しておりまして、スタートアップの皆様に対するイベント、それからスタートアップの皆様にお使いいただけるようなスペースとして今年の2月に開業したものでございます。さまざまなことができる場所となっておりますので、もし良い企画アイディアなどがございましたら、ぜひお気軽にお声掛けをいただければと思います。続きましてフューチャーワークスという施設です。こちらは今年の1月にオープンいたしましたスタートアップのためのデジタルノマドワーカーのための施設となっております。海外の方にも来ていただきたいと思っておりますので、少し英語でご案内をさせていただきたいと思います。Hello everybody, welcome to Osaka and HAC Osaka. I introduce you to FutureWorks. It's for startups and digital nomad workers. The FutureWorks is very close to here. It means the center of Osaka, very special specs and very good location. And we can accept you to accept you from all over the world, startups and digital nomad workers. And it's very low price, and please let me know you and search for this FutureWorks. Our Hankyu Hanshin Holdings Group focusing on support startups and digital nomad workers. Please let you know our treatment. Thank you very much. 阪急阪神不動産でした。ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Mr. Okamoto. All right, moving on. Unfortunately, Senshu Ikeda Capital could not come to the stage today, but we have got their slides, so let me show you their introduction on the screen. And after we show you the slides, we will be having a little break, and the next session will start from 12:50. The next session is titled Japanese Startups Global Challenge LVMH Innovation Award 2024 Case Study. So please look forward to that. And we will see you again at 12:50 right back in this hall. So now may I have your attention to the screen for an introduction of Senshu Ikeda Capital, please. refreshed and that everybody is ready for the next session. The next session is called Japanese Startups Global Challenge LVMH Innovation Award 2024 Case Study. Using two LVMH Innovation Award 2024 finalists as examples, we will discuss startups' global expansion experiences and the mindset needed for companies that want to work with startups to gain momentum. Let's see what our speakers have in store for us today. Please welcome Mr. Toma Prunell, IT Digital Director, LVMH Japan, Ms. Marie Oshioka, COO Hair Albany, CEO Hair Albany Europe, Mr. Takahiro Kinoshita, Executive President, Jikan Techno, and Mr. Takafumi Goto, Trade Advisor, Business France, Embassy of France in Japan. Alors, c'est parti. Please come up to the stage, everybody.
Hello everyone. Today, so we are going to talk about the Japanese Startups Global Challenge LVMH Innovative Award 2024 case study. Thank you very much for joining us. My name is Goto. I'm from Business Finance. I will be serving as a moderator. And I'd like to introduce today's guest speakers. And first, the LVMH Japan, the Thomas. Mr. Thomas-san, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. And next is the Hair Albany, Ms. Oshioka. Thank you very much for joining. And next is the Mr. Kinoshita from Jikan Techno. Thank you very much for joining us. And before starting this session, so I'd like to remind of one thing. Thomas-san is going to speak English. If you would like to speak Japanese, please utilize the simultaneous interpretation service. Thank you very much. So let me start with the today's session. So self-introduction. My name is Goto. I'm from the Business France. And I'm in charge of the trade business. So in order to accelerate the French economy, so this is a kind of the international organization supporting the Japanese company and also the French companies entering into the Japanese market. So I'd like to ask Thomas-san to introduce yourself. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
So my name is Thomas. I'm in charge of IT, technology, and innovation for LVMH Japan. It has now been, so first it's a very honor to be here today in Osaka. It has been 5 years that I live in Japan, 2.5 years at LVMH, that you know, Louis Vuitton, Christian Dior, Tiffany, all those wonderful brands. And before LVMH, I've been also lucky to work for fast retailing, Uniqlo, Japanese company. Thank you. よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。続きまして、押岡さんお願いします。
Next, Oshioka-san. So just a self-introduction and also the company introduction. Okay, thank you. So Hair Albany. So this I'm a CEO of Hair Albany. This is a startup company. I myself is work towards the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and also I worked for another startup. And 1.5 years ago, I joined Hair Albany, and I was having as a CEO. I'm looking at the finance and other things, and IR. And Hair Albany, so the artists with disability, their art collected, and also we are going to conduct the licensing business. Sometimes we are selling the art itself. However, mainly we are doing the licensing business. And going to the next slide, thank you. So the art collected. So I'm wearing this colorful costume. So like this one, working together with Mitsukoshi, Hankyu, Umeda, Daimaru. So these are the department stores, and we are conducting the holding the pop-up store, and also working together with the Disney collaboration, and also the packaging. So these are the things we are doing, and also the credit card designs. So if you use these as designs are used, so the artist can gain money. And also, this is a hotel. And also, by doing all of these things, not only in Japan, but also the overseas, like to work together, partner with the overseas companies. So the LVMH Innovation Award, we are able to receive the award in 2024. We established the Herald Body Europe, and I became a CEO. And I actually moved to France, and also we started the Herald Body Europe. So this is what we are doing right now. Thank you. And next, Kinoshita-san. So my name is Kinoshita from Generative, and our company is using the agriculture and food waste, and we are creating the raw materials. And we are based in Osaka. We are the only company, and I'm from Hyogo Prefecture, and I was thinking about wearing the Hanshin Tigers, the baseball team's uniform. However, I didn't do that, but I really like Osaka. I'm a big Osaka fan. And first of all, so I would like to talk about one question. What is the LVMH Innovation Award? So I'd like to ask Thomas-san to give us an explanation.
Thank you, Goto-san. So maybe before answering to that question, I want to say that creativity and innovation are absolutely part of LVMH DNA. It's fundamental. It's really part of our culture, and which put us in a very tricky equation always, which is to constantly reinvent ourselves, okay, while preserving the history and the heritage of our maison, always, mainichi, every day. We have to do that. So in such a way, we see innovation like a wonderful potential. We embrace innovation. We are not scared about innovation. It's really part of our culture. So this is as a fundamental. The way LVMH tackle innovation is quite structured. We have an open innovation program that could be defined under three key pillars. The first one will be LVMH Innovation Award that I'm going to describe just later. La Maison des Startups, okay, which is the one where our two wonderful startups now are part of in Station F and the lab. So just before going in the detail, few numbers. So since 2017, already more than 200 startups from the world have benefited from this program, and already 800 business collaboration between those startups and our maison. Again, Vuitton, Tiffany, Dior, Guerlain, etc., etc. So let me go to LVMH Innovation Award first. So LVMH Innovation Award is the biggest startup competition worldwide. Last year, we got 1,600 startups from the world who applied to this competition, out of which, I'm super proud, 45 from Japan, which is so subarashi. Just to give you a point of comparison, last year, 2023, only 15. So times 3 in 1 year, and I expect next year to have even more. So which criteria, which startup are we looking for in this program? We are looking for startups who can make a positive impact on luxury retail industry at scale. Positive impact, you understand, very easy. Luxury retail industry, this is our definition of business. At scale, two definitions of at scale. One is we want to tackle different businesses, different métiers, okay? We are not interested in a startup that can make an impact only for one business. Second, worldwide, at scale, geographies, not only one country. So any startup that enters that definition, more than happy to collaborate with. So for this, in this program, what's to get? 3 things for the startup who participate. First, visibility. So it's an event happening during Viva Technology in June in Paris. Visibility for the finalists of this program, 4 days presence under LVMH pavilion. Second, it's also the reward. And Marie, you can testify. We have been very lucky among the 45 Japanese startups last year, 18 finalists, out of which 2 from Japan, and this gentleman and lady. So big visibility. On the screen, you have Megumi from Eralboni, awarded in our competition last year. And the third prize is probably the most important. I call it the golden ticket. The golden ticket is 1 year paid by LVMH in La Maison des Startups, which is our presence at Station F. So it's 1 year of incubation, acceleration in the world's biggest startup incubator. Just so that was for LVMH Innovation Award, La Maison des Startups, our program, and just to finish, the lab that you see over here. The lab is a physical presence at our HQ, headquarters in Paris, which is showcasing, and you have a picture of the place. So this is a place where we showcase all the innovation and startup and project that we are partnering with. And this is where our maison, the different teams of our maison get inspired, okay, and invent the collaboration of the future. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。トマさんからもお話がありましたけども、
Thank you.
5月に開催された
As Thomas said, the technology, the innovation award, Japan Techno Heralboni from Japan, well, that was unprecedented, and all the media was looking at you. So the collaboration with LVMH, I am quite looking forward to that. Right, okay, next, let's move on to the second agenda. So you two were nominated or selected as a finalist in the Innovation Award. And I have questions to you too. Why you decided to go abroad? Thank you. Well done. Heralboni is our mission is to be different, and all people has to be respected in any way, and regardless with the background, and you can be just yourself. So that's our motto, our mission. So not just Japan, but many people appreciate this idea around the globe. So this is art, that's what we have. And art is universal. So it is originally our idea internally, well, we have to go global. So Los Angeles, New York, we didn't know where, but we wanted to go global. And then finally, we found the location, France. And so I was given this opportunity. So we were quite ready. Not. We're not ready. We just given golden tickets. So it is not the question we can say no. So that's how it started. Thank you. So you thought about going to United States as well. I think France is they have deep understanding about Japanese culture, so it's a good location. Yes, and the JETRO program. We have stayed in Los Angeles due to help of JETRO, and it's easy to find the location, seek the location in United States if you are a startup. But the philosophy that we have enlightening the human, being human or something like that. And I'm not saying the people in the United States do not understand this concept, but that is not true. What they always talk about money and how to make money, right? And it's not a bad idea, but we are not sure if the United States is a good location for us to end up. So when I had an opportunity to talk to these people from France, things just clicked. And then it was coin dropping moment. So that made me realize, okay, France. So you are startup starting from Osaka, and then how did you see the globalization? I mean, before you go to abroad, what are you thinking? Well, our company is to reuse agricultural residue, and we are aiming to realize carbon neutral. But these materials, what we are talking about, I have booths outside, but small and medium company, they did not even look at us. But only large company got interested in us. So the first company who came to talk to Michelin, that's a tire company, and Christian Dior, they came to talk to us. So overseas company were more keen on us and rather to do something about environmental friendliness. So, I mean, we felt the world difference from Japanese company and overseas company in terms of how keen they are to do something about environment. I was in Las Vegas in the United States, and it's not Japan. They have issue with agricultural waste. So it was a good opportunity for us to collect information. And generally this year, I went to this expo type of things in Las Vegas, and CS, FMH people were there, and they came to our booth at the CS Las Vegas. So I think they came all the way down from France to get information, and we finally met. And I told them what we do, and then they told us to get in touch with this person. So when I go back to Japan, immediately I went to see Thomas-san, and that was back in January, I think. Medtech, innovation. I did not know anything about until I met you. And then your answer was, okay, I'll do that immediately, and I didn't have to wait 2 weeks. And we had to do something to make application in quick way. And CES, you met to each other by chance in Las Vegas, right? That's fantastic. Well, yes, and that was an opportunity was given by the United States. So the half year before, from that, and we had a half year and more to get ready, but you did it in 2 weeks. Yes. I didn't even think we would be selected. So at the same time, we are getting ready for the big tech. And finally, suddenly, I heard that we are picked in Smart, and it was quite shock. Good one, though. Right. Moving on to next question. For you, Thomas. So we have two finalists, Helaboni and Jikan Techno. Why was I picked, was selected, do you think?
Tricky question. Of course, because they are wonderful. No. Joke apart. Also, let me maybe also explain a bit the type of collaboration that we have in this program. Our program is a bit unusual compared to other open innovation programs that big corporates can have. First, we almost never take a financial participation in the startup. We do not invest, okay? So we are here to accelerate the development of the startup. That's really fundamental. Why? Why? It's not philanthropic activity. No, LVMH, we are #1 in the luxury industry, and if we want to be and remain #1, we have to work with the best of the best. That's also part of our secrets, okay, which makes our success. So how to work with a startup who's, by definition, a startup just starts small, okay? So how a tiny startup can work with a giant like LVMH having very, very high standards. So it's fundamental for the startup to reach a size, a maturity that will be able to support her development. So first, acceleration. The second key difference is during this 1 year at La Maison des Startups, during the acceleration, there is no exclusivity. So Errol Boni, GCAN Techno, you join La Maison des Startups, they are free to discuss and have partnership with our competitors. So we really want, okay, that you develop your business. Of course, after that, we are seeking for win-win collaboration with our maison, and we believe there is a fantastic field of opportunity, but those are the key difference. So why Errol Boni and GCAN Techno? First, back to the definition. Having positive impact on luxury retail industry at scale. Let me take a Marie example for you, Errol Boni. The first thing when I heard about Errol Boni, I felt in love. Why? I've not been blown only by the art of the artist, because the mission behind Errol Boni is universal. It's just universal. Okay, there are people, there are artists with disabilities everywhere in the world. Okay, Errol Boni talks to your heart, at least for me. Okay, and there are so many collaborations that can be done. So, and you make such a huge positive impact on the society. You change the life of the artist working with you. This is 超素晴らしい。本当。And GCAN Techno, very different. Very different. I believe, by the way, in the capacity of Japan startup. You have a very strong expertise on material and science. So GCAN Techno, I think it's a perfect demonstration of this savoir-faire and expertise from Japan. With GCAN Techno, when we met for the first time, I instantly thought about ideas about, so you produce silica and carbon with a very high quality and purity, and silica is one of the raw material of our cosmetics.
Thank you.
So very interesting for our cosmetic beauty division, but not only, because you produce those silica out of the rice
husk?
Husk, yes, exactly. And then I challenge you and to say, hey, if you do it with rice, could you do it with other ingredients, raw materials? And you told me, of course. And I say, wow, there is a nice story. What if we reuse the byproduct of our wine and spirit industry and use it as a raw material of our beauty division? Circular economy, circular use case. We reuse a byproduct of one of our métiers, and use it as a super top-notch raw material for our beauty division. And we believe that we have to do that. We have to be the first to invent this. And this is also an illustration of the innovation which is driving our activities always and always.
ありがとうございます。やはりじゃあ今すごい社会課題になっている
Okay, so the sustainability and the circular economy, that is the social challenges. So some of the companies who are dealing with that and also providing us services which hit their head. So that's why these two companies are selected as a finalist. So from Thomas-san's perspective, so not just limited to these two companies, Japan-based startups, so when they go overseas, what are the challenges they are facing? So what do you think about that, Thomas-san? LVMH Innovation Award 2023, the only 15 startups company joined from Japan. However, it increased to 45 Japanese startups. So the Japanese startups maybe enter into the overseas market. So what are the challenges the Japanese startups are going to face or are facing right now?
So many components. Like the story you said that meeting at CES Las Vegas, I think sometimes it's all about coincidence, opportunity, meeting people, meeting the right people at the right time, sharing ideas, and go for it. Okay, that's number one. Second, it's also a question about, knowing the opportunities. So LVMH, we are established in Japan, but probably not all the startups from Japan can clearly identify that LVMH has a strong willingness, objective of innovation. So it's also part of education, sharing information. Third, I also believe in the power of very strong startup, innovation and tech ecosystem working together, okay? One of the key organizations, JETRO, okay, which is federating this ecosystem, nurturing, you got the support of JETRO, both of you. It's super strong. Last year, was also 2024, Japan was country of the year at the Viva Technology. So it was a specific moment. Japan established a Japan pavilion with, I think, 35, 36 startups selected by the JETRO, coming and having a presence together with a large corporate. So Japan has that also capacity to mobilize the ecosystem largely, and I think that contributed a lot.
ありがとうございます。スタートアップっていうところの考えでは結構日
So
本
when
と
we
フラン
think
ス
about
っていう
the
のは
startups,
違いがあっ
the
て、
ideas of the startups are different between Japan and France. And in France, some of the ministers mentioned that even if you start your own business, the pizza restaurants or some other restaurants, and in France, you have to think about the global business expansion. However, in the case of Japan, it's different. So I think there may be the hurdles or the barriers for the language as well as the culture gap. So I think the Oshioka-san, you are in the ecosystem of the startup, and also the you Kinoshita-san, you are in the Osaka's startup ecosystem. If you have any kind of advice to these startups, new entrants, please give us. Yeah, from me, thank you. As Thomas-san mentioned, which connection is gonna, connect where? And at first, we are not sure. However, there are a lot of, networking and a connection. It's gonna, connect differently. Of course, there are differences between Japan and France. However, there are also some similarities. When you would like to, work together with another company, you cannot just knock the door. You need some kind of people who connected, the mediators. Like you have to, visit sales or another event and try to get to know and get a connection. So it is very important to have this kind of a network and the communications. And also, we are kind of, similar to the service provider, not a kind of manufacturing business. So we need a salesperson in France or the other countries who speak the local language. In my case, the French-speaking staff members. So we need to have some mediator to connect to the France, and also we need someone local staff members who can speak local languages. It's very important. So I think in France, it's very important to speak the French, I think. So Kinoshita-san, what do you think? So we visited the Vivatech and Thai and Singapore events, Asia Food Tech. We joined various events. And when we enter into the overseas market, we need to sell our products. However, it's only a part of the activities. However, we really need to visit the venue and get information. So that is a very important thing. So when we visit the CES, we are creating the carbon and the silica based on coming out from the food residue. So, and however, they mentioned about the kind of, the corns, the cores, or, the wheat husks. So can you do anything about it? So we realized that in the U.S., these kind of challenges they are facing. And also, if we visit France, you think about the wine, and also in Singapore, and there are a lot of people from India visiting our booth. There are a lot of coconut husk and also the rice husk. And also we are having a discussion that what if you can, produce this kind of products with using this kind of raw materials? So we are able to get new business ideas and seeds. So not just, trying to expand the sales, but also we are able to get new ideas and get new information. So we need to, explore the needs of the local people. So it's very important to sell our products. So we really need to understand the demand of the overseas market. So in that sense, the overseas, when we go out of the overseas countries, we are trying to get information as much as selling the product. So from the macro perspective, we are able to get produce results.
It's important to keep your antenna up and high. Yes. You have to listen to the local people. That information cannot be found on the internet.
Goto-san, if you allow me, just adding on top. So we spoke about language, okay, English, etc. And I remember from our first meeting, but then I have to prepare translate all our website and information in English, at least. Okay, one example of the difficulty. But I think this is just one. The other is also what I would like to share as an experience, because everything is not only a beautiful story. There is a reality with also a pain point for us. So imagine me living in Japan, and after 5 years, I better understand Japanese culture, working in Japan, etc. So I feel lucky to have that two brains together, which I think is very precious. So when you select those startups from the world, and 1,600, at the end you will have only 18 finalists. So you need to select. okay? And all the startups from the world are not presenting themselves the same way. Probably some startup in the US, more occidental, will show the muscles, okay, and will be very pride, and we can do that, we can do that, we can do that. Whereas, I don't like cliché, but maybe it's an observation from myself. I've met a lot of Japanese startups who might be a bit shy, present themselves only when they are absolutely 200% sure about something, then they will share. Otherwise, they will not take too much risk, okay? I think you see what I mean. And then, just imagine you have all those startups, okay, on the same table, and you need to choose. And people who choose have their own way of thinking. So it was, part of the story was also for me to educate or share with my colleagues in Paris to say, no, don't make a too rapid, too quick judgment, okay? You need to put yourself in the shoes of those startups from Japan, understand how they present themselves, okay, and to have a fair comparison. So that part of educating, making a bridge on the business culture, that was, to me at least, very fascinating, and I think that was a key for success. And, well.
ありがとうございます。
その点はアピールをちゃんとしないといけないよってお話だと思います。
Yes, we have to appeal ourselves, and we tried the hardest. So I believe we have to show 3 minutes movie or something, right? Did you do that on your own? Yes. Yes, I was reading. I was quite busy reading the memo notes in English. And the speech. I was asked to come up with a speech movie, and we didn't have any technology to do that. And we had to hire this studio and get everything ready. And then we created one, like a commercial film or something. And we didn't want to be excluded from the selection. So 3 days, only 3 days, all of it got together for 3 days. Worked quite hard. So we did our utmost in all the process, I can say that. And then maybe it worked out. So, Kinoshita-san, you used smartphone? Did you? Yes. And I was reading my paper script. Well, you have that technology, so right. Friday, I was told to come up with a script. Well, no, the film presentation film by Wednesday, so that I was given only 5 days. So I had to do that. I had to read out in. Well, I would have liked to have English script, but I couldn't do that. It was written in katakana. So it was like, hastily do the homework that has to be presented to the teacher or something. So you have been through a lot. And then we have to move on to the next one. So as a finalist, you are selected at the venue. When you heard that news, so including people surround you, what was the reaction? So in our case, well, we had to globalize our artists as well. So we would have to understand that those people in terms of welfare. And it's quite important to know the difference between Japan and overseas. The company-wise, they are all friendly, and they have their strong mission, strong philosophy, and Maison of LVMH Maison people, they tried too hard to find something or anything that can work together with. So you have headquarters in Japan as well, Louis Vuitton, and as a company brand. So it's quite hard to have something solid in Japan, but we had to start from somewhere, and we did. So that's what we did in Japan as well as in France as well. So in our case, it's quite important to secure the artists. So we are constantly recruiting artists. And then whenever we talk to those artists, the reaction is quite simple. They surprise. They get surprised and they get shocked. And so business model that was only available in Japan is not, and then they are refreshingly reminded that this does not have to end in Japan. So how about Kimura-san? How was the reaction? I was surprised, first of all, and we didn't know what we were doing. We were too busy to feel something. But now we are quite well-known company. We became so LVMH, and the difference between Japan and overseas, our technology. So our technology is quite unique, and then it's easy to understand at hands-on level, but if they do not have enough knowledge or experience, it does not mean anything. So LVMH Maison, so top level of Maison people, they wanted to talk to us, and back in June they made appointment to see us. And I met CEO of your company, and let's work together. That's what he said. So something great is always great. And what I liked is to they make judgment when they see it, see the real things, actual things. So if you are confident enough, then you can maybe win over the company. I mean, that's the question I had to ask myself. Was I confident enough? And maybe I was. So the recognition level gone up in Japan as well. Yes, absolutely. So we're talking about Hennessy, Louis Vuitton, and our company. I can finally say we are now quite active in Paris, France. So what we were doing is quite right. And we are well accepted. And we are quite well recognized, this famous brand. And that is a major impact from this.
So what is the reaction from the Kansai, Osaka area? I played sports, so when I liken to the sports, so I was just a general player. However, now I've got a gold medal, so it's like a kind of huge reactions and the impact on me. And the LVMH Innovation Award, it's going to be held next year. When your application for the next year start?
So LVMH Innovation Award next year will be again during Viva Technology, which is happening, I think, around the week of the 12th of June. Regarding the selection, we will open the registration around mid-December, in 3 weeks, roughly. And that's going to be 2 months, okay, until mid-February for the startup to apply. After that, selection will start. So please stay tuned. If you are interested, I can only encourage you to try. just go for it. Just try. I'm really amazed by your story. Like you sharing that few months ago, you could not imagine being here together, being at Station F in Paris, having your startup growing, meeting those people, thinking about future collaboration, making such, again, positive impact at scale. So try, dare.
来年の今年の12月、もうすぐですね。また来年度の募集も始まるみたいですので、
it's going to, applications gonna start soon. So the startups companies, if you are interested in, please, apply for it. And the GigantechのHelaboni today, they talked about the collaboration with the various maisons. So it's going to be a huge step for the overseas expansion. So I'd like to add one comment. So LVMH Innovation Award, and also there are a lot of different startup awards. However, in a word, I think it's a great use case. So as a tech innovation award, even if you receive the award, you got an investment and your business is going to be accelerated. However, it's not a kind of operating company use case. However, LVMH, there are a lot of operating companies, and all of them are actually very highly recognized on a global basis. So we are able to work together with them. Although it's Helarboni or the Gigantech, we may be able to create a very unique use case. So I think it's totally unique and different from the other startups award, and also that it's a Rivatech. So and we're a tech zero company. So I was So we are very much worried and concerned whether we are able to really get to this kind of award. However, you just give it a try, and if you got you passed, so it's a great opportunities for us. Great innovation award.
And application is free, huh? No, application is free. No, joke apart again. There is nothing to lose. There is just nothing to lose. By applying, I think you just start a process, okay, about thinking to the future. And whatever the result at the end, it's already a win, I think.
So you may be able to get an opportunity and a connection. It's free of charge. So if you are interested, please apply for it. And next, I would like to move on to the last theme for the session. So comments for future of Osaka, Kansai. So I'd like to ask, Kinoshita-san first, because your company office is 5 minutes walk from here. So any expectation for the ecosystem or the Kansai or the Osaka? Please give us a comment. We are from Osaka, and the Osaka company is it's just looking, it's a kind of, short-sighted. And our companies like us, it's not, being looked. So we got a lot of inquiries from the company in Tokyo. So the Osaka people, I think we really have, Osaka people have a great intelligence and wisdom, and also have give it a try spirit. However, they are lacking the information. They don't have much information. If they have the information, they are able to, have a great business in 2 to 3 years. So they cannot foresee the future because of the lack of information. However, the Osaka companies are actually, following and not leading. So we'd like to, make an improvement. We got an Osaka Expo, Kansai Expo, and we are getting a lot of attractions and interest from the overseas, including France. So we expect that the innovations gonna, mature in Osaka. So you are based in Tokyo, Oshoka-san, and you have already know about the ecosystem in Tokyo and overseas. So what are the challenges in Osaka for the further expansion? So I think this may be connected to what Kinoshita-san mentioned. The products and the technologies, there's no big difference, I think, compared to the France, the US, and the UK, and some of the companies who are taking on new challenges. And there's no big difference. But simply, and whether they are going out and give it a try for the applications or the, going. So maybe and the number of challenges they are taking is different. So I think I would like to, encourage them to try it, to have a courage to start something. So maybe they really need to have more opportunities to do that. So thank you, Thomas-san. So the next year's LVMH Innovation Awards application is going to start. What do you expect for the Osaka Kansai's ecosystem for the startup? So what do you expect for the startups in Osaka?
So I believe Japan is full of great entrepreneurs, great companies, great people who have great ideas. And this is not only in Tokyo, it's in entire Japan, okay? And once again, thank you to Osaka and for inviting us. My message, so France loves Japan. LVMH loves Japan, okay? We love Tokyo, we love Osaka, we love Kansai, we love all the people, okay, who can work, who wants to work together and to make a positive impact. So, of course, inviting all the startups and entrepreneurs from Osaka and Kansai to try and just make it.
Thank you very much. So the startups company, any advice to the startups who would like to apply for the Innovation Award? Any tips? Well, so we only had 2 weeks, and we really need to apply in English. So we are overwhelmed. However, I said yes, and without thinking too much. And my staff members are very much surprised. But however, first we need to commit, and then take action and do it. So the CES. We joined this year and last year, and maybe there are a lot of, French tech startups, 200 to 300 startups joined. However, in Japan, it's 20 or 30. So, and Japan cannot compete on a global scale. So I think the Japanese company has a potential, so we really need to go out and also get information and try to acquire the connections and the network. So I want the startups to, take on new challenges because we had a courage to go out. So that's why we got an opportunities. So the first step is very important, and also you really need to, try many times. And the CES in Las Vegas, the French companies, and the next January, 130 startups gonna, join. So I think, it's a kind of, just numbers or the skills. The French startups really willing to show their capabilities. So that's why they joined the CES. So, and without going, you cannot get any opportunity. And Oshoka-san, please.
Well, as I said before, in order to take this chance, we did everything, absolutely everything, and we tried everything and anything. We had time to before application, and in order to win, we did everything. So if we were told to see someone, we went to see someone. And the documentation, recommendation paper, all those things we are told, and we did everything. So it's a different story if you can or if you win, but to do your best, that will pave the way. Okay, I think we are just nearing to closing time. So when you think about open innovation, and those two companies, you were selected finalist, and we've been listening to you how you became successful, and that was quite interesting talk. The business opportunity from LVMH, Japan and France, collaboration, innovation. We'd like to see more of it moving to future. So with this, I'd like to conclude this session. Thank you. So I have booths opening up outside if you want to see me. Thank you.
Thank you again to all of our speakers. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Another round of applause, please. 大きな拍手でお見送りください. Thank you. And congratulations once again to the two finalists of 2024. I'm already looking forward to the next LVMH Innovation Award. Let's hope to see even more Japanese startups thriving next year. All right, so coming up, the next session is called Growth Tips from Unicorn Companies in Overseas Markets. We will see you soon at 1:55, right back in this hall. Welcome back, everybody. How is everybody doing? All right. I hope everybody's finding this time very productive right here at Hack Osaka 2024. All right, so in the next session, we will look into key points for Japanese startups to grow in overseas markets in the medical and healthcare fields, based on examples of support by Medtech Actuator. Before the talk session, we have a special movie for you to watch, so please take a look at the screen.
皆さんこんにちは。大阪市長の横山です。ハック大阪にお越しの皆さん、今日はありがとうございます。今日はですね、これからトークセッションが行われると思いますが、その前にちょっとビデオでご案内したいと思います。で、私は本当は今日伺いたかったんですけども、公務の関係で伺えないことを本当にお詫び申し上げます。そしてですね、今日はメドテックアクチュエーターのお二人に来ていただきました。バズさんとですね、ビシャルさんにお二人にお越しいただきまして、これからですね、ユニコーン企業から学ぶ海外市場での成長のコツということで、お話を伺っていきたいと思います。この後トークセッションでは、シンクロン社とメドテックアクチュエーターのお二人の方で対談されるということでございます。どうぞ皆さん最後までお楽しみにしていただきたいと思います。では早速ですが、本日はメドテックアクチュエーター、メルボルンで設立されたアクセラレーターですが、大阪で新たな拠点を開発いただきました。当社の共同設立者でありますバズ・パーマーさんとビシャル・キシュアさんにお越しいただきましたので、拠点開発の経緯も含めていろいろとお話を伺えたらと思います。それではよろしくお願いいたします。
Mr. Mayor, wonderful to meet you. My name is Buzz Palmer. I'm the CEO of the Medtech Actuator. We founded the Medtech Actuator in 2018, so this is our 6th year of operation. Great success, really exciting. And this is my co-founder and best friend, Dr. Vishal Kishore.
Mr. Mayor, wonderful to see you again and to spend some time together. Thank you. As Buzz says, I'm one of the two co-founders of the Medtech Actuator. I run strategy and a fair amount of our work in respect of internationalization and venture capital. It's wonderful to spend a little time together talking about this exciting area of the economy.
ありがとうございます。いや本当に嬉しいです。もう自己紹介いただきましたけども、早速その大阪で拠点を開発いただいたその思いといいますか、どうして大阪というのを選んでいた、僕らはもう本当に嬉しいんですけども、その理由を。
So for us, Mr. Mayor, Osaka is in the Goldilocks zone. So not too small. It is big enough that wonderful research is here, terrific capital and corporates, strong government. So not too small, but not so big that we cannot navigate and that it's hard to know what is going on. So it is the perfect size, the Goldilocks zone. Not too big, not too small, and beautifully connected. So it is, Osaka is connected to everywhere in Japan. It is easy to move from here to Kyoto, to Tokyo, to Hiroshima, to wherever. And so it's a beautiful hub and an excellent place to launch the work that we do and to launch the next wave of global medtech startups from Japan.
But the thing is also, I mean, we've seen incredible capability here. Like the people are so warm. You walk into Osaka, everyone's so welcoming. They want to be part of the journey. They're really excited about the future. They can see the vision, they can see the value, they can see the opportunity, and everyone wants to be part of that. It's a really warm, welcoming feeling. We've never felt so welcome anywhere else in the world. And so for us, it's a natural home for the Medtech Actuator. It's a natural home for us.
Yes.
大阪は経済規模もあるし、今まで新技術スタートアップっていう面では大阪も、東京にも追いついてないし、これから力を入れていかないといけない時に、そのシード期やプレシード期というアーリー期の皆さんをしっかりサポートしながら、ベンチャーキャピタル投資家の皆さんにも来ていただかないといけないステージにあって、いろんな国際金融都市の政策をしている中で、メドテックアクチュエーターの2人が来ていただいたっていうのは、僕はこの大阪のスタートアップの流れの中で非常に大きな一つの転換期になるのではないかなというのを確信しています。
Mr. Mayor, I mean, Osaka is a phenomenal city. It's got incredible growth opportunity, great foundations when it comes to research and healthcare. What are some of the sort of strategies, what are some of the challenges, and what are some of the achievements that Osaka City has made over the years of being involved in healthcare?
大阪のスタートアップはですね、先ほどもちょっとお話はしたんですが、特に企業数、創出数やですね、資金調達っていうのは徐々に伸びてきていまして、我々も相当力を入れたいと思っている分野ですので、多くのスタートアップの方に活躍いただけるように資金調達もしっかりサポートしたいし、そういう思いで今どんどん増えてきているところです。そして今日会場にもお越しいただいているかもしれませんが、多くの民間企業の皆さんからその支援が増えている状況にもあります。一方で少し課題がありまして、スタートアップの皆さん本当にどんどん力をつけてこられてるんですが、いわゆるユニコーン企業といいますか、そこにちょっとまだユニコーン企業数というところでは他の都市に追いついていない状況にあります。スタートアップの皆さんのこの高さをいかに上げていくのかっていうのが今の大きな課題なのかなと思いますね。ぜひもうそのユニコーン企業も育てられたお二人何かアドバイスというかどういうことチャレンジをされてこられたのかっていうのもぜひ伺いたいな。
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things. I mean, the first point is the foundation of the ecosystem. So the ability to have, so when we look at innovation and health innovation, we know it takes 40 skill sets to be able to do that, which means an ecosystem has to support that capability ideally if you want to keep the innovation in the city. So having connectivity to that is really important. Having good capital is important, but global capital is also really important as well, because you want to make sure that, as a startup develops, it's really thinking about global markets and not just localized markets, and that's the unicorn thing. I think for me, a lot of it is about the mindset of the founders. The founders being really bold, being really passionate, really thinking outside the box, challenging status quos, that they want to see something that is globally relevant, and they're making a product and a service that's for everybody in the world, not just for people that are local. And so I think part of it is really allowing the founders to be creative with their technologies, to think slightly differently, to explore new markets, but have the support of the ecosystem. No unicorn that we know of could have done it without their local ecosystem, without their local product development, without their local investor, without their local government, without their local university. They've all got to be part. They've all got to have the same vision, the same values. We've all got to drive the same adventure and this creative journey that's established when you're doing a unicorn, because it's a really hard game. And so I think that ecosystem support is important, but the founders really need to have this global mindset as well.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. As Buzz said, one of the things, Japan is such a powerful economy on its own right, with so many people and such a market internally. It can be very tempting to think that we should win Japan first and then go global. Part of what we encourage the startups that we work with is wherever you are, that is wonderful, stay there. But figure out the best market to attack first and second and third. It may be the market that you are born in, great, but it may not be. So maybe it's Indonesia, or maybe it's the United States, or maybe it's Spain, or maybe it's Australia. And so having this attitude of global from day one can make a big difference to growth pathways. And the second thing, Mr. Mayor, exactly as Buzz also says, our philosophy is a little bit different than many accelerators. So there are many accelerators, maybe they are from, let's say, the United States. They might come to Japan and they might start an accelerator program. They'll do a little bit of acceleration work. And then the very best companies, they'll take back to home base, to Silicon Valley, to Boston, wherever. Our attitude and philosophy is different. Our attitude is to build the local ecosystem, keep the company there, allow it to help other companies that are developing. So then we get this positive spiral upwards. So we love to build local ecosystems and then connect them to global markets, not take talent out and put it somewhere else. If we can do that here in Osaka as well, amazing results, we think, can be generated.
You've got to nurture, right? It's about nurturing your ecosystem, nurturing the talent that exists here, nurturing the companies, nurturing the players, and allow them to feel part of something, and actually picking some winners, proving the model can work, and developing some amazing companies.
So, Mr. Mayor, we have found, we travel around the region, we travel around the world, and we meet leaders from many governments, many agencies. We've just been thrilled by the foresight and the action focus of the political leaders in Osaka and in Japan. Mr. Mayor, are you able to tell us a little bit about some of the policies and interventions that Osaka will be making to support startups in the future?
ありがとうございます。これは大阪はスタートアップに力を入れていきたいと思っていて、で僕はメルボルンも伺いまして、その前はシカゴも伺って、でたまたま周年事業が多くてハンブルクとマンチェスターとロンドンも伺いました。いずれの都市もすごく若いメンバーがその新しいチャレンジを行う環境にあって、それを社会全体がサポートしているような環境にあるっていうのを日本と随分大きな違いを感じましたね。世界もどんどんすごい時代で速さで変わっていってるので、とにかくまずはそういう若い人たちが集まって話してチャレンジできるようなインキュベーションのいろいろ知恵が集まるようなステーションを大阪市内にもたくさん設けていきたいと思ってます。それもグリーンもそうですし、梅北エリアには大阪イノベーションハブ OIH っていう機関もあって、この OIH ではスタートアップの皆さんをしっかりフォローしていきたいと思いますし、そしてできたらエコシステムを生み出すためのベンチャーキャピタルの皆さんやその機関投資家の皆さんにもたくさん来ていただけるような税制やですね、いろんなサポートというのを作っていきたいと思っています。
Well, you always have friends at the Medtech Actuator ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with you.
最後にあれですかね、このイベントの締めをさせていただきたいと思います。じゃあ、よろしくお願いいたします。それでは、ハックオサカ Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I loved how they closed the video. Thank you again to all of the speakers in the video. So, Medtech Actuator has a new office in Osaka right now, and that was very exciting to hear. Let's hear more about it. I'm very happy to have Mr. Matthew Frith, COO, Medtech Actuator, and Mr. Nick Opie, Founding Director, Synchron, to join us today. Please come up to the stage, gentlemen. A big round of applause, please.
Oh, you'll sit down nice and early.
That's right.
Sort of getting myself prepared and organised on the table. I've got my water bottle. Fantastic. I'm going to take a sip. Hopefully I don't keep coughing through our discussion. You're so far away from me, Nick.
I know. I'm just keeping my distance.
We usually sit a little closer together. Where's my clicker? Fantastic. So, where are my slides? I just want to... Great. So, great to be here with everyone. My name is Matt Frith. I'm the Chief Operating Officer from the Medtech Actuator. We're Asia Pacific's health venture catalyst, and we work in the area of assisting early stage startup companies to successfully commercialize their technology with a focus on health. So that's medtech, biotech, and health tech. And the reason companies like us exist, it's not uncommon to know of accelerators, and they're in many sectors, but they're incredibly important and valuable in health tech in particular. And that's because it's such a complicated sector to commercialize technology in. So in the last more than 6 years of the Medtech Actuator and 10 years of operation, we've supported over 200 companies who have raised significant amounts of capital and have great valuations out there doing some fantastic things in the world, including the company Synchron that Nick's a part of as well, and working with many great founders to support them on their journey. We don't do it alone, so we have an ecosystem of partners that support us, from hospitals and clinics to government providers. Some of our Japanese partners are JETRO and the Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry that have supported programs, companies like Ufino, organisations like Ufino, and METI and the Cabinet Office, who have all been great supporters and advocates of the innovative work that we do. And we're very thankful for the support, both within Japan, but our networks across the Asia Pacific where we work. Our offices are Australia in Melbourne in Australia, Singapore, and excitingly this year we opened our office in Osaka. Just a few more slides to round off our introduction, then we'll get into the main show of having a chat with Nick, and I'll be a lazy moderator and ask him to introduce himself in a moment and give myself a chance to take a breath. But we run 3 programs, so we support very early stage founders through our Origin program that in fact we've been running for the last 10 years. And we're part of the very early origin stories of Synchron. In fact, Tom was pitching up on stage back more than 10 years ago to win some money, I think, from us through Medtech's Got Talent. And we've also developed and run an accelerator program, and we run a global navigator program as well, which helps connecting people internationally into markets. We're also running separately, partnering with a venture capital company, Synthesis Capital. That was a strong theme, I think, of the video, and we'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. But capital is such an important piece of the equation when it comes to successfully commercializing technologies. There's not enough of early risk capital, so we're doing our bit to try and find more and get more support for those founders that are brave enough to take on commercializing health technologies. You may have heard, but we had a very exciting year launching our accelerator program in Japan for the first time, so in collaboration with JETRO. So the J-Star Health Tech Acceleration Program is currently running. In fact, we have our second sprint occurring in Osaka this week. So sprint 1 was last month, sprint 2 this week, and a few more sprints coming in the months ahead in Tokyo. And those companies will complete an intensive acceleration program with us over the next, up until the January, and then we'll take the final 10 through to June in a big demo day. We have a saying at Medtech Actuator that all superheroes have a beginning, and that all of the founders are in fact superheroes in our eyes. As I mentioned, commercializing technology is a difficult pursuit in any sector, but it's particularly difficult in health. And most people that are doing it are driven by 2 things: impact and benefit to humanity, and commercial and economic returns. So all superheroes have a big beginning, and it gives me great delight to welcome who I think is an amazing superhero. No pressure now, Nick, to introduce maybe Synchron, a quick introduction to Synchron, yourself, and if you want to talk about your current company and what you're working on now.
I will. So, thanks, Matt, and thanks for having me here. So I'm a biomedical engineer by trade. I'm a professor at the Department of Medicine, the University of Melbourne in Australia. I founded the company Synchron about 10 years ago, and about 3 months ago founded a new company, Ultra Bionics. You talk about superheroes. I mean, I grew up watching Astro Boy and Inspector Gadget, and I always wanted to make machines and body parts and cyborgs, and was fortunate enough to, through my university journey, learn some of the skills to understand how humans work and don't work, and understand how to put things together in machines. When I finished university, I started making a bionic eye, and that was an incredible piece of university technology that worked really well, but it didn't really go anywhere. And I think the problem was, and you hear this word ecosystem thrown around a lot, there wasn't an ecosystem to support this technology turn into a commercial product that can actually help the people it was designed for. At about the same stage that I realized that we'd made this incredible bionic eye, but it wasn't going to get anywhere, I started up this new company, Synchron, and that was when you got involved with the actuator. I started this off with another gentleman who was an neurologist, so he knew the medicine, I knew the engineering, but we didn't know any of the business stuff. And it was only until sort of meeting you and going through that journey that we understood that there was a whole side of research and development that is really important if you're going to make it a product that can actually go out to the people that you're making it for. So we could do the engineering, we could do the medicine, but we needed to learn about IP, we needed to learn about finances and how to do budgets and how to get investment and all of these different things that they don't teach you at university, at least didn't teach me when I was there. And so our journey was an incredible one, and it really does go back to the start where forming a team and the ecosystem, in my opinion, it's just a bunch of people that you trust that have a whole lot of experiences that you need, even if you don't know you need them yet, that can help you and are willing to tell you and share their advice and share their stories and be a part of your journey and success, even if they're not actually part of the company. A whole lot of friends, a whole lot of mates that all work together to try and make something that eventually is going to help a whole lot of other people. And so the Synchron journey sort of started 10 years ago where we were developing a technology for the brain, a neural interface that could allow people with paralysis to control external equipment like computers or wheelchairs or phones. And the way that we were able to succeed is not only we had the university and the hospital, but we also had folks like Actuator and their colleagues and their network of people that were able to tell us, this is what you need to do to write a pitch deck to get investment. This is what you need to do to speak to IP lawyers to get protection around your equipment. And we've had a very successful journey, and I think we're continually coming back and asking questions and asking for support and being involved in the ecosystem. And it's a real pleasure to be here today and in Osaka and up on stage with you, Matt, and I think we've had a good time, and it's the start of the next journey, but while the other one is still going. So I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you guys might have on the journey, but I'm sure you'll get to them.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah. Well, actually, what I wanted to talk about to kick off with was that I mean, through the video, and I've heard through other conversations that Japan and Osaka are really on this mission to drive the creation of more higher value companies like unicorns. And so what a great chance to reflect on the experience of you having gone through that journey, and what are those elements of success that either were there or should have been there to make that a little bit easier. And sort of three themes came out through for me listening to that video before. One was around the importance of ecosystem, and I know you started to talk a little bit around that. So we'll dig into that. But we'll come back around and talk about capital, because that comes up often, how to raise money, the importance of capital, and then the mindset of the founders. I'm interested to dig a little bit more into you talk about the technical skill and the business skill. So let's go through those 3 points and have a bit of a chat. But so you mentioned that ecosystem. So you sort of described it as individuals and some institutions, but how important is that ecosystem been in the development of a company like Synchron?
I think it's critical, and I think I've got direct, real lived experience of this, where I developed a technology, the bionic eye, that didn't have this ecosystem and hasn't gone anywhere, and then I developed this brain-machine interface. The engineering and the surgery, it's sort of similar. But the difference was in the second case, there was this ecosystem of other people around helping us along the journey. And that has now become a company that's been able to go from human trials in Australia, human trials in the US. We're starting a big pivotal trial over there to get commercial approval. We're already looking at different markets around the globe on where we can start releasing the product. And so that one has, in my mind, a real possibility of making a product that's going to help a lot of people. Whereas unfortunately the first one has still a long way to go on that journey, and it's not going to get there without the support of people that aren't necessarily in the company doing the day-to-day work. And that's what I think of as the ecosystem. All the other components involved, the funders, the government bodies, the regulatory folks.
Well, Buzz spoke about something like, and we've mapped out 40 different specialist type skill sets that are needed in a Medtech device, from regulatory expertise, reimbursement, engineering, product, QMS, manufacturing. And as I mentioned before, it is people are are brave, are crazy, are slightly crazy with taking on this ambitious pursuit of doing medtech, because you need so many different partners to come together. So who else, you mentioned there might be more, but who else in that mix of people do you think are important, or you've had to rely on? How about the university and the other institutes as well?
For us at universities and hospitals and research institutes were critical, certainly in the early days when we were proving out our technology, showing that it that is safe, showing that it's functional, asking all of the fundamental scientific questions. We needed these universities. We needed the lab space and access to equipment and access to facilities. Once you get beyond that stage, you then need access to manufacturers that can make medical devices in clean rooms that are suitable for human implantation. A lot of the devices I made by hand, there's no way you'd implant them in someone. You need to go to like a specialized facility with people that know what they're doing and have quality control.
I trust you to implant it, Nick. Anytime, like,
I might
think around with the device, like Astro Boy style.
I might. And so there's just so many parts to it. And I think, Synchron probably has 40 to 50 different advisors, and we have different advisors who are specific to one particular part of it. So they might be electromagnetic radiation. They're the specialist on that. We'll get them in, and they don't have to build the product. They don't have to implant it. But we need their knowledge on this little piece so that we can put the whole jigsaw puzzle together. And I think there's a lot of different people that are needed, and you can't do it yourself as a founder or even as a founding team. You need others to be involved, and so having a community that helps you get there is absolutely critical.
Yeah, and you mentioned we're talking a little bit around reflecting on the Melbourne ecosystem as well. So I don't know, is there things I'm interested to know? Have you seen it develop over the last 10 years? How was it when you were starting out? Has it gotten better? Or has it always been quite a good ecosystem to support what you're doing? Or have we been building that in the last 10 years?
I think Melbourne has always been great at coming up with ideas, doing some academic research to prove that they're right, having linkages with researchers and hospitals to prove the device functions. What Melbourne is getting a lot better at through different ecosystems is, how do you get funding at the start? Like, that was a huge issue when Synchron were going through the early days. Trying to get early stage seed funding and VC funding was pretty much impossible. And this is only 10 years ago. It's changed a lot. And I think the reason it's changed is because because the ecosystem has grown, because there's more people involved in doing it, then more people come in and want to support it. And a lot of the funding comes from government, and they're now supporting different, call it VC groups or different investors to start putting their money into these early stage companies. And that was needed a long time ago. That's getting a lot better. We're not great at manufacturing as Australians. Perhaps once upon a time, but certainly a lot of the things we need to build that are suitable for human implantation needs to be done overseas. Is that going to come back to Australia? Maybe, maybe not. But that's certainly something that really forces a lot of the medtech development to look abroad and to look at places like Japan and Europe and the States to say, okay, well, who can make this little piece the best it can be? How can Australia be the guys that assemble it and use it? But we don't have those capabilities, and so I don't know if that's going to change, but I think it's great that there are other countries around, particularly this one, who makes a lot of these components that are really critical in medical devices.
Absolutely, yeah. And we'll, in a sec, dig into more around that capital element as well, because that's quite an important area that needs to be focused on and supported. Just one final point on that ecosystem. Synchron has both origins and roots in Melbourne, and of course presence in the United States for market access there and doing other things and capital raising. So I'm just trying to get a sense for that balance of ecosystem between leveraging what you had at the start and then moving at some point when you need to as well. So how's that worked for Synchron, and how's that been balanced with getting the best out of Australia and some of those early funding schemes, but then also leveraging the benefits of being in the States?
And I think it's different for everyone, and for us certainly, the condition that we were looking at, paralysis, the way that's treated and motor neurone disease specifically, the way that's treated in Australia is quite different to other countries. And in the US, for example, they have a lot more people with motor neurone disease. They keep them alive for longer. They've also got a bigger population. And so when you look at where the biggest market is, for us, it's not how many devices can we sell, but it's how many people can we help. We can help a bunch of people in Australia, for sure. But there's even more people that we can help, and people who are more paralysed and more in need of this sort of technology in other places, such as the US. And so we went over there, and because there was such a big need, the funding sort of follows it. If there's a big problem, then there are people that are going to be willing to pay to support cures or fixes or solutions. And so for us, moving over to the US this is how we can get our product to help more people who are in more need of help faster than perhaps we could in Australia. Europe was another place we looked at the time. That was probably about the same as Australia in terms of how much benefit we thought the technology could provide, but we thought that it could provide a lot in the US, and that's one of the reasons we moved over there. But I do encourage everyone to, like was mentioned on the video, you don't have to stay at home. Start at home, and you can live at home, and you can live wherever that is, but think about where your product is going to have the most value and the fastest value. Is it in a country in Europe because they have the hospitals that you need, or is it in Indonesia because they have more of the medical condition that you're trying to treat? Like, be open to where you should go, because that's how you'll get there faster, and likely that if there's a bigger need in those places, there'll be more money to support what you're trying to do. But that doesn't mean you can't do it at home, but I'd just be open to the world being one big home that we can all live in.
Yeah. Fantastic, thanks. And then I think it leads nicely into this question around capital raising. And so we heard the mayor of Osaka talking about a strong intent to attract more venture capital into Osaka. Now, from our point of view, of course, that's critical to have the capital. And you've mentioned resources and money where you are. You need that as well. You need to be able to attract it. You need the right type of capital. You need smart people, and you need health tech is a different type of investor usually as well, understanding how that works. And because typically it's more technical, more engineering heavy, and more scientific, it comes with an area of often a need to understand more deeply before people will invest money. So there's some challenges and barriers to health tech investing. But reflecting, I guess, on the journey of the early days of Synchron and raising that capital, you hinted at it before that it was quite a troubling period. It's not an uncommon story, and we live that journey with many, many founders, in fact with hundreds of them. We tackle it from two ends, the supply and the demand side. So I guess our job is to prepare people with the supply, so making sure that the startups that we're sending out there to investors are as well prepared as they can be. They've got their strategies in place, they've validated as much as they can, they're putting good commercial case studies and business cases forward, and they're presenting it in the right way to give them the best chance of success. However, it's very challenging for those companies if you send them into a market where there's very limited capital. So we're trying to hit the other side as well and raise more capital and get more money. But from the experience of Synchron and reflecting back that fundraising journey, I wonder if you wouldn't mind just sharing a few reflections on what that was like and what challenges you hit, or maybe even some optimism if you had any things that helped get you through that phase.
I'll give you two. I've been doing the fundraising journey recently, so I can tell you what it was like 10 years ago and then fast track to what it's been like, and they are quite different. So 10 years ago when we were trying to raise funds, we were told three things. Firstly, we were told you don't have any business experience on your team. That was absolutely true. There was sort of engineering and medicine. We didn't have anyone who'd ever run a company or even been involved in a company. We didn't have that knowledge and experience. So that was something we could achieve. We were told that we didn't have any human data. That was very difficult to achieve because we needed the money to try and get there, but we were successful in getting sort of local government grants to be able to support us to do that first trial. And then the third thing we were told by investors was the return on investment is more than 5 years. We can't fix that. if you're making a medical product, it's going to be more than 5 years. It's going to be closer to 20, 15, you'll be lucky, 10, you're doing really well. So medtech just takes a long time. The reason it takes a long time is largely because you're implanting things in humans, and before you're allowed to sell a product, you have to make sure that it's been in a person for a couple of years to make sure that there's nothing that goes wrong over that time frame. And so for us, our human implants, we've implanted 10 people now, and they've all gone extremely well, which is fantastic. There haven't been any medical-related clinical adverse events, they're called. But we still had to put it in, even though we knew it was safe after a couple of months, we had to leave it in for a few years before we could get that data point that was needed to support the next stage on the journey. So for investors at that time saying, you need to have a return on investment in 5 years, it was crazy. That was never going to happen in Australia or to any medtech company. Now, so I think there's certainly some things you can do. Getting business experience is one thing that a team should try and do, whether it's learning knowledge for yourself or bringing someone onto the team that has that experience. I think that's critical, and that was certainly a very good piece of advice that we're able to do. But if we fast forward 10 years to the fundraising that has been happening more recently, there's no requirement for a return on investment in 5 to 10 years in Australia. It seems that the investors are now aware that it takes a long time. It's high risk, but it's high reward. And if you put in a little bit of money now, then the company could grow to be quite successful. But it's still going to take a long time. And I think maybe it's just a product of having more money in Australia to support it. But certainly that's one thing that's changed. What the pitch decks look like, they're pretty much the same, right? You want to show what your team is, why it matters, like why you're the team that's going to be able to achieve this groundbreaking new development, and I think the why it matters piece is really important. A lot of investors these days aren't doing it to make quick cash. Certainly in the medtech sphere, they're not doing it to make money fast. There are heaps of ways you can gamble your money away and get faster returns, but if you're doing the medtech things, it's generally because people want to make a difference and they want to cure or find solutions to different diseases, and so having a strong mission on why you're going to be able to help people, what your plan is to help the largest number of people, depending on where you live and where you want to go. And I think finding the right investor that wants to join you on that journey is becoming a lot easier, because they're there for the right reasons now. They're there because they want to see someone be helped with Alzheimer's, or child's being born in a safer way, or whatever it might be. There are different groups that have their own knowledge and biases around these medical solutions, and they want to help. And I think that's one thing that's certainly changed over the last decade or so.
Yeah, fantastic. Is there any particular advice that you would have? I mean, you spoke through most of it then, I think, but looking at Osaka and Japan, if you could talk to the VCs and say, be kind to the founders, or you could give advice to the founders, which you gave a bit of then, around how to better approach VCs. Is there anything that comes to mind that you'd share?
I think for the VCs, I'll start there. I think they need to be aware that the medtech is a long play. It does take a long time. You're going to need lots of money, and that means that can be good for them. That means they can continue to share in the journey over a large number of years and have a really big reward at the end when it all comes to fruition. So I think having a more open mindset of not looking at it for the dollars, but looking at it for what benefit it can provide. The dollars will come, right? If you've made something that's great, they'll follow. But you just need to make something that that you believe in, and trust in the team that's going to be able to help them, and then just help them however you can. And founders don't know what they don't know, right? But VCs might have been able to see things that from other companies. So if you think your company doesn't that you want to invest in doesn't have a strong IP position, tell them that. Help them out and say, we think that you might need to focus on this more. And the founders will probably go, oh yeah, we hadn't even thought about that. Let's let's figure out how to do that. Or, and I think there's a lot of ways that the VCs can and investors can help the founders bridge the knowledge that they don't have by being experienced in that in their own way. But but certainly patience is one thing that the VCs need.
Yeah.
And from the founders, I think once you've got to find the right VC firstly, but once you've got them, they're part of your team. And use them where you can. And if you don't know if you're on the right path, or if you don't know which manufacturer, or if you've got a choice of two, ask them. Like, they might have done that before. And I think it took us a while to realize that once the VCs we had were part of the team, they were part of the team. You can tell them all the good things, but you can also tell them the bad things, and they'll be able to help you fix them. And I think there's, founders don't like to discuss the problems that they're having, but I think that's really important because you need a lot of people to come up with good solutions, and some of the VCs and investors as part of your team could be those that are going to be able to help you. So I'd be open about that as well.
Good advice. Yeah, sharing more openly the stuff and getting support in all the different aspects you need to grow forward. All right, so that's capital. For the last little bit, I just wanted to circle back on what is arguably one of the most important, if not foundational, elements of success, and that's the founders, the founder mindset, the founder skill set. It was mentioned, of course, in the video as well, around a global mindset, so thinking globally and not being restricted just to locally. And I guess that's a particularly important theme for Japan as they start to look to connect more globally throughout the world and take their amazing technology capabilities and turn them into solutions that benefit all of us. The resilience, the tenacity, the drive that's needed to be a founder. So I want to embarrass you a little bit and get you to reflect on some of this. So you've got your education experience started with a Bachelor of Science, a Bachelor of Electrical Engineering, PhD in Electrical Engineering, and an MBA in there somewhere.
Yep.
When did the MBA come in? Was that later in the piece? Or?
That was later.
Did you think that would be your business experience?
Yeah, sort of. I went to a lot of VC meetings, and I'm like, I remember I was sitting there going, oh, we've got this device that's going to cure all these people. And they're like, how much money will it make me? And I'm like, what? Maybe they didn't understand the question. And I'm like, I'm going to help all these people. And they're like, yeah, but how much money am I going to make? And I'm like, maybe I need to do an MBA to learn the different languages between the business folks and the industry folks. So yeah, I love learning. I'm doing a Masters of Law at the moment just because I really enjoy
I didn't know that
learning new things.
Add that to my list.
Yeah, health and medical law to understand neuroethics and why devices should be made with greater community benefit and how we can make products that achieve that. But I've always loved learning. I think that's one of the things.
But you've got it's a very technical education pathway, right?
Yep.
Science, engineering, PhD. Where did the entrepreneurial spark come from? Was that in you? Was that something that emerged at a point in your life, or were you on this journey destined to be a scientist or an engineer in a lab?
I think it was just a side effect of wanting to make technology that actually makes a difference, and learning from the previous experience on the Bionic Eye that yes, you can make amazing technology and work with incredible people. Yeah. But if you don't have a plan on how to get it through sort of the regulatory, commercial red tape and loopholes, then it's not going to be a product and people aren't going to be able to use it. And so I think doing the commercial side of things is really just a means to an end. It's like it's still just a continuation of the journey of now I know how to make things, now I know how to sort of implant them. How do I actually sell them? How can I go the next journey and get it into the shelves so that doctors can have that as a piece of kit that they can use to treat people. That's sort of where I see the commercial thing, particularly for Medtech, coming in, and sort of why I wanted to learn some skills around what's marketing like, why is that useful, how can that benefit the mission I'm on to try and help these people, and I think certainly a lot of the people we've got in our team have had that mindset. They might have come from non-scientific, non-engineering disciplines, but they know about how to get different products out, and I think that it's important to include a lot of different mindsets and a lot of different skills.
Yeah. And did you, like you're straddling sort of different career paths as well, I guess, this sort of inventor and co-founder of a company working on an amazing technology and, you know, doing great things in its progress, as well as like an academic type career. Is there any sort of pushback or difficulty in balancing being an entrepreneur and being that academic? Like, has it been stressful? Has there been times where it's been a challenging ride as a founder, as an entrepreneur, or you found it pretty good?
There are always going to be challenges, and I think I made a lot of mistakes the first time that I'm not going to make this time, and I'm learning as we go. There is a time where it gets very difficult to do academic research at the same time as industry, particularly around the academic institutes wanting to do publications. And when you get to a stage when you're doing FDA trials, you might get a piece of wire and bend it 1 million or 10 million times. You can't publish that. But it's absolutely critical that you do that piece of work, and it costs a lot of money and it costs a lot of time. And so it's difficult to justify that from an academic side, but from an industry side, like, yeah, of course, you'll do that fatigue testing. And so I think when I was going through that journey, it seemed to me that they were very different paths I had to go on, but I think I'm now realizing that it's the same path. It's just how you can make sure to manage the expectations of these different parties and let them all know. And it's about communication, right? How can you tell them that, you know, this might not get a paper, but it is absolutely critical to getting the paper from the clinical trial or so forth. So I think
what's in it for them, like driving forward
I think that's
a value proposition to someone.
And I think that's what people, what just made me think of.
She's an engineer talking about value propositions. It's just scaring me.
Yeah. I mean, all founders should do this. I mean, if you are writing your pitch deck, please make sure that on the first or second page, you make it really clear why whoever's reading it should care. Because if you don't do that, they're not going to go to the second and third pages, right? And it's often overlooked. You'll list all of the different things about why your technology is awesome and amazing, but if you don't get the person who's reading it to care, then they're not going to keep reading and they're probably not going to invest in you. And I think that goes across everything, but I'm certainly, that's one of the things that the pitch decks have now. Even if I'm making technology for a disease that person doesn't have, how can I make them care about the disease enough to try and fund it for other people that have it? That's not easy. It's always a work in progress, but I certainly suggest that any founders out there just think about how, step back. Like, we know you care about it, but step back. How can you get other people to care about what you do? And I think that's pretty important.
Amazing, thanks. Well, the clock is ticking right down into our final couple of minutes, and I've got a few messages to leave with at the end. But maybe just wrapping a few of our key points. Nick, so it was good to hear you reflect. I guess we spoke about that ecosystem and the importance of having different institutions, different individuals, you even mentioned, coming together. I know, in fact, it's true, right? There's some of the people that you met way back earlier in some of our programs you're working with them today as individuals as well. So it's great to see that ecosystem maturing. We spoke about the importance of capital and how there's two sides to that, both the VCs and the ability of them to be more understanding of the time horizons for investing in health tech, but also how entrepreneurs can prepare themselves better for investing. And then, of course, the mindset of a founder and the importance of thinking globally and having some strength and resilience to push through. So thanks so much for joining me. I'm going to just give a couple of wrap-up messages on Medtech Actuator, and then we'll finish up. One thing I just wanted to let everyone know about before we finished, we have a program open at the moment called Global Navigator. This is for any startups that are in the Hiroshima region and area, and we have applications currently open and closing on the 2nd of December. So if you know someone that might be interested or you are in that demographic, then please apply. This is helping growth stage companies to internationalize, so looking at taking your first step internationally and using Australia as a stepping stone to the rest of the world. So we run mentoring sessions in January and February in Hiroshima. In March, you'll come on an immersion to Australia to connect into the Melbourne ecosystem. And as I mentioned, applications close on the 4th of December. And then finally, if you want to stay connected with the Medtech Actuator, we have a huge range of activities coming up connected to Expo over 2025. We'll have our big demo day for the accelerator. We'll have many different programs and activities we're planning out and announcing in the coming months for 2025. So the best way for you to stay across all of that information or to get in touch with us to ask questions is to connect via line, and we'll announce everything there. But otherwise, thanks so much, Nick. It was a real pleasure getting to chat with you on the stage. Thank you so much for sharing the story of Synchron, your insights personally as well. And I think we were going to hang around. Medtech Actuator's got a booth out there, so if anyone, we didn't have time for Q&A in the session, but if you wanted to come and ask a question of Nick or myself or any of the Medtech Actuator team, some of them are sitting down the front, we'll be over in our booth. So please come and say hello and ask any questions you'd like to ask us. But otherwise, I think we're done.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, thank you very much, Matt. Thank you very much, Nick. A big round of applause to our two gentlemen, please. Thank you. All right, then let's take a very quick break. I know a lot of you are very eager to see the next session. The next session is 6 promising overseas companies pitch for business expansion in Japan. Yes, a pitch contest is coming up, so I will see you again at 2:55 right here back in this hall. All right, welcome back, everybody. So Hack Osaka 2024. So far, we've had amazing talk sessions right here on this stage, but from here, it's going to look a little different. Now we bring you the Global Startup Pitch Contest. So this year, under the theme of Link Innovation to Our Future, 6 promising startups from abroad will take the stage, focusing on the fields of DX, food tech, and biotech. Japanese companies or startup support organizations that are active in open innovation and collaboration are especially encouraged to watch their pitches. Based on the pitches and Q&As, the judges and you, everybody in the audience, will evaluate their presentation to choose the best presenter. So with that said, please let me introduce our judges. Mr. Brian Lim and Cognize GK COO. Ms. Kathy Liu, Plug and Play Japan VP Energy Smart Cities, Head of Osaka. And Mr. Kyoya Okazawa, Brink Japan Representative of Director. So honored to have you, judges. Thank you. Okay, and now let me explain how you can cast your votes. So a total of 6 speakers will appear and give their presentations. When all the speakers have finished with their presentations, you will be able to vote for the winner by using this QR code shown here on the screen. Each person gets to vote only once. And please also note that only attendees who are actually present at the event venue can vote, and online viewers cannot participate in the voting. We appreciate your kind understanding. Okay, so if we are ready, I'd like to start with the first pitch, but are we ready? Everyone in the audience, yeah? Yes. Your support and big applause would be very much appreciated. All right, so the first pitch will be by DataMesh. DataMesh is a pioneering technology firm specializing in the development and services of a digital twin-based industrial metaverse platform for businesses.
May I ask a big round of applause for our first presenter, please? The presenter is Nikita Huang. Please come on up, Nikita.
Hello everyone, my name is Nikita Huang. I'm the COO of DataMesh. At DataMesh, we do simulation digital twin, which is a very popular phrase you probably know nowadays because of Nvidia. So I believe this is definitely our time now. There are 2 billion frontline workers in the world, but in developing countries, it's only less than 5% of them are technology enabled. And the number went up to developed countries to 35%. But as we all see in Japan, what's happening right now, we don't have enough workers. So what we can do to give them great training, to empower them, to change their life, and give the employers a better, skillful workers to use. So here's a simple example that we have, like what we do for Coca-Cola before. And on your left-hand side, this is a traditional way that you see that people are trying to clean a bottling valve, which is really difficult. They have to learn a lot of times and stuff. But on the right, based on DataMesh Director, that you can easily import the parts in 3D and also added the training materials and giving them guidance. And you can also bring the language barrier when you, like for example, Japanese companies go outside, go overseas and do trainings in Vietnam and other countries. You don't have to worry about they don't understand you. And here's the result, that we trained 20 workers and moved the downtime from the factory from 6 days to 4 days. And with the 2 days we saved, we actually let the factory produce 3.2 million more cans of Coke per year. And as a pioneer in this industry, we partner a lot with Gartner to actually give the industry a really good guidance about what we're doing. So you can see from the picture that in 10 days, we'll have 20 times of the market growth. And the service of simulation digital twin composite processes, that will be $79 billion. And the service part is even bigger, that is nearly like $200 billion. And as a pioneer, since 7 years ago, we built a digital twin platform called DataMesh Vectors. And based on this platform, we actually grow a lot of SaaS solutions for customers from minor users to complex users and give you really clear ROI. And this is factors that you can clearly use them to build a cost-effective scenario of trainings and other composite scenarios, and also that you can calculate the ROI instantly, like the example I just gave you. And we even partner with Nvidia because it's the future that we can give the pioneer customers more choices beyond the workflow. We'll give them really good visualization of the scenarios to represent the future. And here is the future we actually done as a showcase in a factory in China. That you can see from that, from the upper right, you can see that we added this platform just like doing the game design in the actual factory. And what we can present to you is like you cannot even tell the differences between the real and the virtual. And from the virtual platform, we actually collect data from it. We use AI to generate data for it. We return you a virtual world that represents the future just like a 3D version of ERP. And it can also do more. And please, because of this, we give you clear ROI that we call it training, experience, monitoring, and full-scale simulation. And as you can see, we already have a couple of the customers in Japan, in the East area. And we do look forward to more logos that we can do in Kansai area to serve the customers. And the reason we can do that, because we have a really strong team with different scales, and we serve 500 customers ever since. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Nikita.
Thank you.
All right, so let's move on now to the Q&A session.
Sure, yeah.
Judges, do you have any questions? Good. Okay, Kathy, would you like to start?
Thank
Maybe
you.
can
Thank
take
you for
one center.
promoting Peach, and I'm so impressive, the female CEO in the deep tech areas. But I want to ask some question for your. Yeah, I understand your technology, and I just, in my understanding, this industrial DX solution often face the limitation of the versatility, and I just want to ask which industry your solution is really suited for, and which industry may not ideal for. Yeah.
Okay, so because you can see this is very new technology. So the very mature industry will be the automobile. So that's the case that I already showed you. And also other manufacturings that who have a lot of data ready, like robotics arms, or they are building a new factory. That kind of customers will probably give them consultations since the very beginning.
So your solution right now just focus on the manufacturing, right?
Manufacturing will be like data ready and technology ready. But for some of the traditional customers, that will give them advices when they have more data, or they have something in mind to collect all data regarding their workflows and previous experience regarding like how to repair their equipment, something like that. Once they're ready, they're okay to do the digital twin.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much. So our first presenter was Nikita Huang from Data Mesh. Thank you, Nikita.
Thank you, everyone.
Wow, amazing. I wish I could have my own digital twin someday. All right, moving on, the next startup is 4C Foods. 4C is at the forefront of cellular agriculture with its breakthrough organoid technology for cultivating fish tissues. We have Roy Neer. A big round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. We'll wait for my presentation. So cultivated meat has an immense potential to completely change the way that sustainable food is being consumed. But this potential could be realized only if the products produced will be at the same taste and the same price or lower. Why cultivated meat is so expensive? That's because single-cell suspension required a lot of nutritional ingredients, which are very expensive and complex processes. And what if there will be a new technology platform that will be able to do everything much cheaper? My name is Roy, and I am the CEO and co-founder of 4C, a cultivated fish and seafood company that will bring the cultivated fish into the consumer plates. The global demand for seafood is expected to double by 2015. And if that's not bad enough, less than 7% of the fisheries are being fished at levels below the sustainable limits. And aquaculture, unfortunately, has severe environmental impacts and cannot solve the supply-demand gap. An alternative that has been developed in recent years to close the supply-demand gap were unable to penetrate beyond the vegetarians and vegans. And what's expected to be the solution is cultivated meat. But as I said, all the current solutions are very expensive due to their technology, and this is exactly where we come in. What we have developed is a very unique organoid technology. Our organoids spontaneously differentiate to the edible cells altogether, just like in nature, and by that we significantly reduce the cost of the consumption of the nutritional ingredients. We reduce the required capex, and also we save a lot of the process steps that are very expensive. This technology was validated in recent years We were able to minimize the media cost. We achieved significant cell densities in our bioreactors, more than even pharma. And we are also using far less ingredients and replacing them in our process. And we are envisioning reaching price parity very early. We are planning to launch our first product in 2026, and this will be already in price parity. We are targeting a huge market with an endless potential. The global seafood market is estimated at around $700 billion. The fish market is around $250 billion. And also our first fish, on which I will speak in a few minutes, has a market potential of $10 billion. We can use this platform technology to produce any type of fish and seafood that we want. But because our strategy is to tackle only highly priced fish with a substantial market share and ones that are endangered, we decided that the freshwater eel, unagi, will be the first product that we will produce, and that's why we are here. So many of you know how important this fish to the Japanese culture, but I'm not sure that everybody here knows that this species is an endangered one. 90 to 95% of the eel population is already gone, and the increased consumption with the technologies that blocked its migratory pathway really drives its existence. We already did few tasting events which were very successful and received a lot of headlines across the globe. And we are continuing with these events in order to show our partners and future consumers how tasty our product is, along with the technology that we developed to support its production in low price. We've already partnered with few meaningful companies. Few of them are our investors here in Japan, including the largest fish and seafood company in Japan, Maruhan Ichiro, Oijix, a very big online retailer, and a very big eel company. We are also working on partnerships with reputable restaurants in different locations around Japan. Our go-to-market plan really targets Singapore as the first country to launch. That's because the regulatory is approved there. But Japan is our main market, and we are planning to penetrate into Japan immediately afterwards. We are building our first manufacturing facility in the Kansai area. That's our 100-liter bioreactor plant. And from there, we will expand this manufacturing facility to include far larger bioreactors. We have the right team to do that. We all have a very reputable background in the field. And we are now raising our round A. Please come and speak to me afterwards. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Roy. Right here, thank you. Okay, and we have time for one question from the judges. Brian, please.
Thank you. What do you see as your biggest risks in terms of expanding into the Japanese market?
So, thank you. Cultivated, we are a startup, so there are risks, of course, along the way. It is our duty to provide the right product at the right flavor and texture for the Japanese population, and this is a very big challenge. On the other hand, I can say that in the tasting events that we did, in which many Japanese attended, the results, the impression was very good from their side.
Great, okay. Are we okay? Thank you so much, Roe. That was 4C Foods. Give it up for Roe. Great. I cannot live without seafood and unagi, so this technology is great for me and for all seafood lovers, I guess. All right, moving on to our next startup. Our next startup is GrapheEL. GrapheEL is the leader in production of graphene on polymer film for healthcare applications and designs its biosensor with roll-to-roll printing technology. Interesting. We will have on stage Vincent Bouchard. Come on up.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Vincent. I'm the CEO and co-founder of GrapheEL. So in GrapheEL, we are doing new type of technology to deliver rapidly at the place of measurement, new type of data from bio and chemistry. We're all facing a new invisible threats such as chemical, pollution, virus, and we need to know not only the data, but to act with this data. Maybe you know that 80% of AI engine are actually stalling by the lack of good data coming from the field. You have even a good engine, but if it's garbage in, it's garbage out. So for that, we need to have IoT sensor in the field deployed massively. They need to be accurate, low cost, low impact on the environment to minimize the electronic waste, and they need to be sustainable in their making. So IoT sensor has an annual growth of 28%. They represent a market of more than $100 billion by 2030. So this data can actually act in many industries: smart factories, environment, pollution, transportation, home, veterinary, and healthcare. They help to save cost, time, and to critically act at the right time. So the way we do that is we have invented a new type of technology of electronics to gather data from the field. It's based on carbon. It's an atomically thin layer of carbon we can produce in a roll-to-roll technology from the waste of the petrochemical industry, from the methane. This atomic layer of carbon is now on a plastic layer, even on paper, and we can actually coat it with the right probe to tackle the data. So the way we do that is we apply a very thin layer of a chemical which binds with an antibody on a probe, and when the probe is actually acting and finding the target, you have a change of conductance we measure. So we can do that for ions, for hormones, molecule, DNA, protein, and virus, depending on the probe we use. How now we can actually communicate this data? For that, we use a type of technology which is already mature, but which has never been used for sensors. It's used for logistics, it's used for transportation. It's a smart card technology, RFID. So this RFID technology can actually help to read the sensor efficiently and at affordable cost. So the way we do that, for example, here on the smart bandage, we collect the data with an electrode, which is printed on the graphene sensors, which is connected to an antenna, and which is treated by a small chip. We avoid the use of battery, because battery is 80% of the electronic waste. And we can use any type of smartphone to collect this data without opening the bandage in that case. So we have several use cases already engaged with big industries. We have the veterinary use with a sanitary passport for the meat disease prevention, which is very important in China for the swine flu disease prevention. We have a water quality test in Europe to detect a new type of threats in water, which is called PFAS, which are present at very small levels at the point of use. And finally, we have a smart bandage, which is a human health project on the longer term to actually tackle the risk of infection and amputation for diabetic wound disease. Our business model is sensing as a service, since we can collect the data and deliver it seamlessly to the cloud and offer the solution and the AI engine to the customers. For that, we are backed with a team of top experts in the field, from the business development, nanotechnology, down to electronic engineering and AI. We have already achieved more than 10 proof of concept, and we are working with global leaders in that field, including Japanese company. So the company is 5 years old. We already raised a seed round in 2020. We got already global recognition, such as CES Award, and now we are raising 10 million to actually scale up our factory. We have vertical integration from the production of the material to the electronics, RFID, and down to the cloud and AI engine. We keep the control of the data, which is actually the real value. It's not the sensor, it's the data we collect from it. So starting from the low-hanging fruit, gas sensors, water, now we are gradually going to healthcare, which are more challenging in terms of regulatory aspect, but much more rewarding in terms of revenue. So for Osaka, we propose for 2025 exhibition a type of gas sensors and water quality sensor to tackle pollution, as well as pathogen screening solutions. So join us for the future of connected sensing. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Vincent. All right, let's get to the Q&A part then. Who has a question? Kyoya, please.
Yeah, so thank you very much for presentations. I can see probably your solutions is very applicable to many, many industries, which is great things. But at the same time, it's very difficult to focus one industry, two industries. What is your key priority at this moment? And then is there any way to cross-sell your solution across many industries in the same way?
So yeah, you see that actually the same factory is a platform. We can deliver a lot of different use cases. The only thing which is changing is the chemical on the surface, which target different use cases, and of course the firmware in the chip. So both surface chemistry and the firmware can be changed very easily without the need to changing the factory settings. We are focusing on the low-hanging fruit, which is water quality and veterinary use, which can be sold without regulatory aspect. And then we're going to healthcare and clinical trial.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. That was Vincent Buccia from Grapheel. Thank you. Wow, pitches move so fast. So we are down to 3 more pitches. The next startup is Lalamove. Lalamove is an on-demand delivery matching app and website that increases last mile and first mile logistics operational efficiency at an effective cost. Let's hear what he has in store. We have Hideaki Nakazawa. A big round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hideaki Nakazawa. I am the managing director of Lalamove Japan. I am excited to be able to present our service Lalamove, which we believe that will empower Japan, empower Osaka throughout our fast and flexible delivery. Now, I understand that most of you haven't heard of Lalamove, so let me quickly introduce who we are. We are a 24/7 on-demand delivery platform. What this means is that we match the users who need the delivery service with the drivers who registered on our platform, who can provide a delivery service at that moment. Hearing the matching service, you might feel that this is a simple business model, but we believe that this would be very important to resolve a lot of logistical issues that are happening in that market. Looking at global footprint, we are a Hong Kong company established in 2013. We have already expanded to 13 markets, not just in Asia, but in Latin America and EMEA. And also, we are already known as a tech company, and in the last year's event called Revive Tech Asia Awards, we were entitled to receive Tech Enabler of the Year and also Tech Impact Company of the Year. In terms of Japan's service, we started our service in July this year, starting from Tokyo, but since the demand was very high, we rapidly expanded to not just Tokyo, but in Chiba, Kanagawa, and Saitama. So our service area is core Kanto area as of now. Who we serve? We serve anybody who needs delivery demands. Even if you're individual, SMEs, large corporations, we are here to serve you. Now, once you hear about that we are a delivery matching platform, you might feel that, hey, what is so different about the similar service in the world? We actually position ourselves as 4 points that sets us apart from the rest. For the sake of time, I'll touch into the left-hand side 2 parts. First and foremost, we are fast and 24/7 available platform. If you need delivery, you can simply download our app and register. No contract is needed, and then you're good to go. That's no change, no difference with the corporate users. So corporate users can just simply download and register as well. Also, we can deliver at midnight as well, which most of the competitors can't provide that service. Also, affordability is very important for us. No matter the service is so good, if it's expensive, no one will use it. Our pricing strategy is approximately 20 to 30% cheaper than our competitors. Also, we don't charge any black box fees or like system fees. So when the users place an order on our platform, they will understand immediately the crisp and clear price that they need to pay for that delivery. Now, if you hear that our platform is affordable, you might feel that our value proposition is only for optimizing the cost. But that's not it. We are here to boost your sales throughout the delivery as well. There will be a situation that in the high peak demand season, you won't be able to fulfill all those demands. But if you use Lalamove, we can serve your unfulfilled demand. Even the users, they even started a new delivery service utilizing us since we are so flexible and we are so affordable. For the larger corporates, we understand that there are a lot of requirements from the corporates. And we have been serving tons of corporates in the global, and we understand what you need. API integration or e-commerce plugins or goods protection promises. Any requirements you have, please consult us. Most of the cases, we have a solution that will fulfill your demand. Last but not least, in terms of Osaka, we haven't started our business here yet, but definitely our expansion speed is high in Kanto area, and Osaka is one of the most important market we feel that we should expand. So please stay tuned to hear about our news of expansion in Kansai area in the future. That will be end of my presentation, and looking forward to partner with you in the future. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to the Q&A. Hideaki, would you please step over here? Thank you. Who has a question? Kathy, please.
Yeah, thank you for your pitch. And I understand you start your business from this year, right?
Yes.
And right now, what is the largest challenge you expand your business in Japan? And in my understanding, having the largest drive and network is really, really important for your business, and how you can do it in Japan.
Thank you very much for your question. Our biggest challenge, general biggest challenge is, as you've mentioned, collecting drivers. That is the most important thing for us. However, in Japan, we managed to successfully obtain a lot of traction from the drivers. And currently, just in Kanto, we have over several thousand of drivers registered on our platform. So now we are more focusing on generating the demand, which is ramping up day by day. So we actually have overcome of the initial stage of the challenge to launch it in the Kanto area. So we are ramping up now, and for the future expansion, another same challenge will come to acquire the drivers in that new area.
All right, thank you for your question, Kathy, and thank you for your presentation. Hideaki Nakazawa from Lalamove. Wow, so who doesn't need fast and affordable delivery, right? I love the name Lalamove too, it's so cute. All right, moving on to the next startup, we have PatSnap. PatSnap uses AI-powered technology and machine learning to comb through billions of data sets and help innovators search and analyze technology. All right, we have Yuji Sekizaki. Please come on up.
Afternoon, everybody. I'm Yuji Sekizaki, representative of Japan at PatSnap. First of all, I would like to say that our market. Japan is the third largest R&D expenditure country, and also the amount is over the 182 billion US dollars. And 40% of the is R&D expenditure is personal cost. That is so big. And also the total, if you can reduce the cost, we aim to the target is Japan yen 28.3 billion yen. And R&D people, major purpose is create a new product and innovate new technologies and basic research for futures. But important purpose, but it takes time to R&D is checking the patent and create a tech report and find new solution and a new idea. but Snap's AI helps above. And you can spend more time for major purpose. Eureka is our solution. AI changes IP. But Snap has various R&D data, 190 million patents from 170 countries, and 190 articles, and more. Those data are running data for our LLM. First example is AI reads patents and summarizes. How long do you need to read the patent completely? Maybe you can take a so long time, but Snap summarizes the patent. You don't need to read everything. You read only summarized technologies. For Japanese, you can read in Japanese. 日本語で読めます。And that is a comparison table, original versus AI summaries. You reduce the time 75%. And next example is AI creates a technology report. How long do you need to create a technical report? For example, the technology area has 100,000 patents and 700 literature in past 10 years. You can get the report in a few minutes. Also, the comparison table, manual creation and AI creations. Time saving is 99.9%, and cost reduce is 93.3%. AI change innovation process, and AI change intellectual properties. And 30 years ago, I came to Japan. I came to Osaka. Osaka people often asked, の分かったでなんぼや So I said here, our Eureka, one ID is $3,000 per year. That is just 3,000. Today, I show two function only. We have more AI functions. Ask Snap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Pat Snap. Please step here, right here. Thank you. All right, so any questions for Yuji? Brian, please.
Yes, thank you, Sekizaki-san. Can you explain a bit more on who are your users and who are your buyers in the entire R&D space?
Yeah, for Eureka, main user is R&D people. And also the second user and also second market is intellectual property, IP. They are using, they are reading so many patents and articles. So the time is so huge. We can help the reducing such a time for R&D. And they should focus on main purpose of the R&D people. That is the innovation and also the creation and such as things. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And what about your buyers? Who pays for your service? Is it the same people or is it other people making the buying decision?
In Japan, that is the it's a good question. So some company is a decision maker is a top guy, top R&D. And Japan is also the collaboration countries. So contact person is also the sometimes a decision maker and a group decisions.
Great. Okay, thank you for your question, and thank you for the presentation. That was Yuji Sekizaki from PatSnap. Thank you. So tackling the problems in R&D with AI, amazing. So lots of fascinating ideas, technologies, and services, but we are down to only one more pitch. So the last contestant is Arbor. Arbor is the world's most accurate carbon emissions measurement platform, transforming how companies measure and report their carbon footprints. All right, please join me in welcoming Alex Todorovich. A big round of applause, please. Coming up.
Are we good? Okay. Thank you, everyone. I am Alex Todorovich. I am CEO and founder of Arbor. We're from Canada, which is a lot colder than Japan, just FYI. So what we do is carbon emissions calculations for products. Carbon emissions are the most significant source of climate change. And climate change actually presents a huge risk and challenges to Japan, affecting everything from public safety, economic stability, increase in natural disasters, producing then damage to infrastructure, economic strain, agricultural impact. Since 1900s, Japan's average temperature has risen about 1.2 degrees Celsius, which doesn't seem like much, but this year is the first year ever recorded in history that Mount Fuji had no snow in all of October. So it is making a difference. And that means that governments and regulations around the globe, especially as well Japan, is committing to sustainable futures. So Japan has pledged to reduce emissions by 26% by 2030, and then also by 2050 to go carbon neutral, which means that Japanese businesses are now posed with significant challenges and must adapt to be able to remain competitive. In comes our platform that we have designed. So in our platform, you can calculate the carbon emissions of basically almost any product at this point in time. And you trace through the supply chain of looking at the manufacturing details, the raw materials, the transportation, the packaging, calculate all of that out and produce unique carbon emissions calculations for that specific product. And we utilize machine learning and software automation to give you the data in seconds. So with our One technology, we provide product carbon footprint reports. We provide scope 1, 2, and 3 reporting, and financed emissions for financed loans for banks. Our technology services many different industries, so retail and electronics, real estate, agriculture and food, finance, governments, manufacturing, and so on. Our solution is actually certified by something called GRI, which is the Global Reporting Initiative. So every single year we go through rigorous what's called certification processes to make sure that everything we're doing is aligning with all of the global standards. We have many different customers across the world, so significant customers such as HP, Crocs, Canada Goose in North America, Scott Sports in Europe, and then in Japan we have JCB, MASH Style Lab, Snidel, many different customers. Speaking of, so we worked with JCB, for example, recently to create a white paper on GHG emissions associated with countrywide financial payment systems, looking at the difference between paying with cash, debit, coins, tap, the emissions generated from each payment type. We also had a live product POC in Shinjuku in Tokyo at one of the Illuminae malls where we calculated the CO2 of many different products from brands like Snidel, Gelato PK, and provided QR code tags for consumers. So we started with data collection, collected information for these products, calculated the CO2 emissions to showcase the data, and then generated QR codes that were attached to the product tags, and then consumers could scan those tags to get a lot more information about the environmental impact of those products. We are now expanding that to 8 different locations. So coincidentally, Osaka is actually, the government is actually looking for ways to understand product carbon footprint more to help consumers understand how they can reduce their CO2 impact. And so their biggest challenge is actually lack of access to data in an efficient manner, and that is data that is accurate. Our system has been built exactly for this purpose. We provide data in seconds. We are extremely focused on accuracy and making sure that everything is done in the proper ways. And we are one of the only companies that provides actually product level information so that you can compare one product to another. If you'd like to see a demo, please visit our booth. We can show you some cool live demonstrations of our technology. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That was our last presentation. Thank you, Alex. Do we have a question? Can we have please?
Yeah, so thank you, Alex. So I understand carbon counting, the company level, supply chain level, your carbon counting visualizations come from the product level, which I understand. Given the circumstances in Japan, there are so many carbon accounting visualization process. On the other hand, look at the corporate clients. There are very limited amount of ESG talent, i.e. Japanese corporate tend to rely on one solutions, one provider to give every one task into one vendors because given the amount of the workforce in their side. How can you squeeze your solution into, for example, Japanese corporate customers? One, what is the feedback from those clients so far?
Yeah, so we already are working with a number of Japanese corporate customers. The feedback so far is that they're pretty blown away by the level of granularity that we can do, as well as how efficient it is. So by efficiency, I mean it's not just the time, but the time also is the lower cost. They don't have to hire a consultant firm or even actually most of the other competitors we have is it looks like a tech company, but it's actually people doing the work in the background. And so when you're using a software, it's much faster, much cheaper, and they're also blown away by the level of detail we go into. So we've had to actually, because as a foreign company working with a Japanese corporation, I'm sure there's a lot of questions you have to answer and a lot of hoops you have to jump through. So we've had to do many different comparisons to other providers. And every single time, there is something they leave out and they don't talk about. And so, for example, calculating wool was one of the tasks we were provided with. They left out, so the competitor that we were against, they left out actually the farming of the wool, which is a significant CO2 portion that we include. So our numbers looked higher than theirs, but that's because they did not account for a large section.
Great, thank you for your question. And thank you very much, Alex. He was our last presenter. Give it up for Alex from Arbor. Wow, all right, so that was 6 very eye-opening pitches by our startups, but I'm sure you will have a hard time to pick only one out of them, but it's time to move on to the voting process for the contest. The main points of evaluation will be as follows. 1, feasibility of the concept in Japan, especially in Osaka. 2, impact to the society. And 3, future growth potential. Please kindly join the evaluation by scanning the QR code right here on the screen and vote for the startup which you think made the best presentation. A reminder that only attendees who are actually present at this venue may vote, and online viewers cannot participate in the voting, so I thank you in advance for your kind understanding. Voting will close in 2 minutes. So I'm very sorry to rush you, but please scan right here the code and you will have 2 minutes to vote. Okay, so while waiting for the votes to come in, we have an introduction video from Jetro to show you, so please take a look at the screen.
Throughout history, Japan has always been a land of innovation. Today, nations need to come together to tackle unprecedented global challenges. Japan's flourishing business environment and technological prowess makes the nation the best partner for your business. Japan leads the charge in the fight against climate change. with 24% of the world's patents for hydrogen technology. To support an aging society, Japan has transformed itself into an innovative powerhouse in healthcare technology, robotics, and mobility. The nation's vibrant ecosystem offers abundant opportunities for innovation and creativity to flourish. A society in which nature and humanity coexist. A nation with a unique blend of tradition, modernity, and ambition. So partner with Japan and make your vision come to life. Let's come together to build a brighter future for the world.
All right, thank you for your attention. That was an introductory video by Jethro. And while we are waiting for the results to come in, let us introduce a platform called JBridge. JBridge is a business platform for the creation of international open innovation by Japanese companies and overseas companies, including startups. Any company, university, and research institute aiming to develop business and launch new businesses through alliances with overseas companies, such as business tie-ups, technology tie-ups, investments, joint ventures, etc., can join this platform as JBridge members. Currently, there are 2,561 members from about 1,670 Japanese companies and 1,058 promising startups around the world registered in this platform. JBridge members can access members-only content and use various services such as reverse pitching, sourcing support services, integrated support, and much more. So please check out if you are interested. Okay, so it looks like we need a little more time to count the votes. So I'd like to ask the judges of their comments for the pitches. Kathy, do you think you can give us an overall comment of what you thought about the 6 pitches?
Yeah, actually it's a really impressive, the female CEO in the deep tech, and also the what can I say? Actually, my focus on area is energy. So actually, the CO2 solution is a really important in my areas. Yeah, and it's really I already enjoying this pitch session. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Oh, and thank you. Okay, so it looks like the results are in. So everybody, this is a moment. But thank you very much for your patience. The results are in my hands. So if everybody is ready, I would like to announce the winner. So the winner of the Global Startup Pitch Contest is Alex Todorovich from Arbor. Congratulations! All right, the last one up. Congratulations. We have a big panel for you. Kathy, would you like to present the panel to Alex, please? All right, the best presenter panel is now handed over by Kathy. Congratulations. Let's take a moment to get a few shots. Big smiles, please. Yes, Arbor. Measuring, reporting, carbon footprint. Did we get pictures? All right, okay, congratulations. So I would like to get a few words from Alex. Your thoughts on winning? Congratulations again.
I did not expect to win, so thank you. Yes, so we're extremely excited about Japan. It has really been picking up a lot of steam for us in the last year with our strong partners, especially JCB. We've got some investors here as well, DNX Ventures, that are just honestly helping us really navigate the ecosystem. As you can tell, I am not Japanese, our team is not Japanese, so it is, language barrier can be tough sometimes. But we just have very nice, very helpful partners that are helping us grow here. And yeah, I hope that we can work on making a difference. I know that Japan has, like I said, significant risks with climate change, and I hope that we can help create something positive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to winning Best Presentation. That was Alex from Arbor. Thank you so much. Please return to your seat. Thank you. And may I hear the biggest round of applause for all 6 presenters today. Thank you for a great pitch. A big round of applause for everybody. And thank you to our 3 judges. Another round of applause, please. Thank you. And thank you for your questions. Thank you, Kyoya. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you very much, Brian. All right, and that brings us to the end of the Global Startup Pitch Contest stage. These 6 companies are now planning to start their businesses in Osaka, so please feel free to talk to them, and we hope that today would mark a start of a new collaboration. All right, so now let's take a short break. The next session is called AI Development Trends in China and Southeast Asia. We plan to start at 2 p.m. right back in this hall. Until then, please enjoy your break. All right, Hack Osaka 2024. We have so much content in store for you today. The next program is called AI Development Trends in China and Southeast Asia, presented by Ms. Robin Tan from 36KR Global. Let's hear in detail about the current AI landscape in Asia. So let's hear it for Robin. Robin, please come up to the stage. A big round of applause, please.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So the mic is really near my double chin, so if you can't really hear me, just let me know. Thank you for joining me today. I'm very honored for this opportunity to share about AI in Asia. My name is Robin. I'm from 36KR Global. We are a cross-border media and consulting firm headquartered in China, and then we have teams in Japan and Singapore to serve Southeast Asia. Recently, we went to the Middle East as well as Berlin to serve Europe. So today, I have 30 minutes to share about AI in Asia. And honestly, I think that's not enough time because firstly, Asia has so many countries and every country is different. The second is because AI is progressing so rapidly that, I can't really seem to keep up with it as fast as I would like to. So today, what I hope we can get out of this presentation is that at the end of this 30 minutes, I hope we walk away with a clearer idea of how far we have come, where we are going, and at least some bearings as to how to make sense of the future with AI. And so how my team and I have structured this presentation is that we will go from macro to micro, and then we'll first start with some frameworks. We'll look into the different trends in Asia. We'll do a deep dive into China, and then end off with some case studies across Asia. I cite a lot of research in this presentation, so I have included a little QR code at the top of my slides. So if anybody's keen to read further, please feel free to scan. So let me start. I think recently all of us are hearing a lot about AI. So why is AI so intriguing? Why is everyone talking about AI? I think just simply that AI is aligned with a lot of economic goals that we are striving to achieve. So for example, innovation, productivity, growth. And that's why with AI, we now can automate complex tasks. We can go through data really quickly, just as what Pat Snap was saying just now. We can create new jobs. We can free up new headspace for humans to work on more higher value tasks. And also because I think AI is aligned with our modern economic strategies, such as how do we solve labor shortage? How do we face the issues of aging population or sustainable practices? And so a lot of governments and businesses have now looked at AI as a potential tool to help alleviate the risk of these issues. So in 2021, before ChatGPT was launched, Open Philanthropy, they published a report basically looking at what's the probability of AI causing an explosive growth before the year 2100. And it's an interesting paper, so if anyone wants to read it, please feel free to scan it. I hope it's big enough. And so basically, the report seeks to understand how far away are we from having transformative AI. So transformative AI is defined as a potential form of AI that can cause a transition that is the same or larger than what we experienced during the agricultural and industrial revolution. And this analyst, she suggests that AI could potentially cause economies to grow at 20 to 30% per year. And so this so for reference, right now our economies are growing about 2 to 3%. So that's about 10 times the growth that we are experiencing now. And she thinks that there is a 50% chance that we will see this in 2050, so that's in 26 years. Or potentially 80% chance by 2100. So are we there yet? Maybe not, right? It's a bit hard to believe in 26 years we will be able to experience 10 times growth that we are seeing right now. But for sure, we are on the way. So just a sense of where we are, some numbers. I hope I don't put you to sleep. These are some numbers from Statista. And so you can see that in 2024, the second bar here, we are now at about 180 billion USD in terms of the global AI market size. Just last year, we were just at 135 billion. And so that's about a 35% growth rate. Statista estimates that we will hit over $820 billion by 2030. So that's a CAGR of slightly less than 30% per year. If you search this up online, different companies have different estimates. I think BCG puts it at about 39%. I think it averages generally around 35%. So we just picked the conservative number. PwC, they estimate that the amount of impact caused by AI, caused by businesses using AI meaningfully to create value and impact to be at about $15 trillion and of which 42% of this $15 trillion will come from increased productivity, and the remainder is going to come from consumption effects. So consumption effects meaning with AI, now the product is more interesting. I want to buy it. I want to use it. So this is PwC's estimates. So basically, right now what I'm going to do is I will give you an overview, many words, an overview of the various policies, focus, and goals from each of the Asian countries. And if you want to search it up, please feel free to search the keywords online. And basically what we have done is those in blue are the countries in ASEAN, in Southeast Asia, and then those in gray, which I'll go through later, are the countries in East Asia. So I will start first with the countries from ASEAN. So you can see that the focus areas that they are looking at are generally more fundamental, so like agriculture, manufacturing, public services. And the ambitions are more regional. So I want to become an AI leader in Southeast Asia by 2030. I think the challenges that ASEAN countries face are pretty similar. So for example, there is generally a lack of robust infrastructure to support use of AI across like big scale. There is also some resistance to adopting AI in traditional sectors. So we all know that ASEAN is generally a SME-driven region. So if most of the companies are resistant to adopting AI or cautious, then I think it's a relatively large hurdle to overcome. I think the other challenge that ASEAN is facing is also the access to talent. So we all know that in ASEAN, maybe talents are not as well trained yet. And so, what does it take to attract and retain AI companies will be one of the largest challenges that ASEAN countries will have to deal with. I think interestingly here, I want to point out what Singapore, what their goal is, which is to achieve ethical AI governance, a leadership in ethical AI governance in 2030. So in Singapore recently, there were some discussions between the government and public and private sector players about the use of user-generated content to train LLMs, large language models. So who owns the copyrights? Is it right? Can I say no? Are there any consequences to saying no? So I think this will be an ongoing conversation between governments and its people across the world as we try to figure out to what extent are we willing to give up our own privacy, our own data as individuals in exchange for more productivity or efficiency. Now we'll look at the East Asian countries, Japan, South Korea, and China. So you can see that the areas that these countries are looking at are more advanced. So there's like semiconductors, there's robotics, defense, and there's also significantly more greater ambition when it comes to global leadership. Similarly, I think the challenges that these countries are going to face would be relatively different. So as these countries are more advanced when it comes to AI, there will be discussions about the ethical use, about governance, policies, regulations. And in some countries, for example, there will be more geopolitical tensions that they have to navigate. So now I want to look a bit deeper into what China has been doing, just simply because China has been leading the world alongside the US in AI. And so I think there are some lessons or tips that we can refer to from what China has been doing over the past 10 years and see how we can apply it to our own countries. So in 2017, the State Council of China announced the ambition that they want to lead the world in AI. And basically, because of this announcement, the various ministries in China also followed suit to launch their own policies. I have a sample here of 3 policies that were launched in 2018, 19, and 2022. So the first one is the Ministry of Education. So since 2018, when this policy was announced, there has been more than 2,000 AI-related courses that have been incorporated into China's undergraduate curriculum. And so I think maybe there is a correlation as to why in the world, the top 20% researchers, 47, almost half of them are from China. If we look at what the Ministry of Science and Technology has done, they have basically established 18 pilot zones across China. And I think we are all familiar with robotaxis. And It's now currently being piloted in over 20 cities. It's also quite common for local governments to take the lead in investing in some of these innovations or in commercialization itself. And then let's look at some of the cities or provinces. You can see here the regional distribution of AI companies in China. Beijing takes the lead, so they have the most number of AI companies in the city. Could be because of the high density of research institutions and industrial clusters. They have also deployed hundreds of billion-scale large models in the city. So the likes of Baidu's ErnieBot, ByteDance's Volcano Engine Arc. These are some of the things that Beijing has been deploying. The second would be Guangdong. So in Guangdong province, there is Guangzhou and Shenzhen. I think we will be familiar with Huawei and Tencent. They are all headquartered they are all in Guangdong. And so I think there is a positive externality as to having giants in your region because we see a lot of new innovative tech companies are being founded by ex-Huawei experts or like ex-Tencent technical experts. So a lot of these talents actually leave the giants and come up to start their own companies. And I think maybe there is a correlation to why Guangdong is second in terms of the regional distribution. I'm going to jump over Shanghai for now, but if we look at Zhejiang, in Zhejiang, Hangzhou City has been designated as a pilot zone 2. Hangzhou City is where Alibaba is headquartered, so maybe no surprise why there are also quite a number of AI companies here. In Shanghai, however, Shanghai is a bit different. It has a very vibrant AI industry because of its trade clusters and more like government initiatives. So we'll look at some numbers again. So in China, basically, let me get my USD. So in China, in 2024, this is a report in 2024. Last year, we got over, 79 billion USD. So this is the trend since 2018 is a 13.9% growth. In March this year, there are more than 4,500 AI enterprises, and this is 1/7, about 14% of the global number of AI companies. So these are numbers from IT Juzi, which is like the Statista or Crunchbase of China. The bars represent the number of investments. The line represents the value of the investments. So you can see from 2014 to 2021, there is a rise, there's a surge in investments in AI companies in China. So 2021 was when it peaked at over 1,100 number of investments in that year. And the total value is more than $61 billion. So the numbers here are in RMB. So $61 billion. However, after 2021, there is a drop in AI financing, which we thought was quite interesting, given that ChatGPT was launched in 2022. So everyone was hyped about ChatGPT. And we were thinking maybe there's going to be a surge in financing. But the investors, I think, exercised a lot of caution because over the past 10 years, we have seen that for an AI company to grow to where it is today, there is a lot of technical hurdles. You need different types of talents. There's a lot of R&D. Just for reference, ChatGPT took about $17 billion of funding to get to where it is today. So, and not forgetting that ChatGPT is a niche in the entire AI industry because it's just an LLM, right? So it's a very small niche. So given, I think combining it with the economic landscape in China, I think we can wait and see how 2024 will perform in the years to come. The other aspect to look at also is the amount of resources that China has put into research into AI. So this is a paper by Georgetown University, and you can see that the top producers of AI and the number of citations they are topped by the Chinese companies. The Chinese research institutions top the list. So for some numbers, if we look at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the amount of AI research that they produced over 5 years between 2017 to 2022 was about 16,000. research papers. Carnegie Mellon, which is the top university in this list from the USA, they published 7,600 and Google was 7,200. So one of the little notes from this paper from Georgetown is that it only captures English publications. So there are Chinese publications that are not being captured here. So we can just guess how much more have we not captured. I think there's also no surprise that China actually now holds 61% of the world's patents in AI. So this number, when I sent over my slides, this number was accurate. And then Stanford University, where this chart was from, published a new version of the AI index last week. And so this QR code brings you to the older version, but you can easily search up the newer version by Stanford anytime you want. So let's look at something more fun. How is AI being used in China right now? I think we are, like I said, autonomous cars are something that we are familiar with and are willing to try. Baidu's Apollo Go would most probably be the most well-known. So Baidu has its robotaxis in 11 cities in China today. They have completed over 300,000 kilometers of driverless operation. And I think what's interesting about how Baidu has created Apollo Go is that it's an open source ecosystem. So developers, companies, they can join this ecosystem and contribute and collaborate on this autonomous driving technology. On the right here, you see WeRide. It's one of the competitors of Apollo Go alongside the likes of Pony AI. So WeRide also does L4 autonomous driving. So basically, it's able to run without human intervention in certain geofenced cities. And WeRide also has been operating their business in many cities in China. They have some investors whose names we are familiar with, the likes of Bosch, Nvidia, as well as China's automaker GAC Group. They work with Mitsubishi, Nissan, and so their solutions like the robotaxis, robosweepers, robovans, robotrucks are all accessible in China. The other one is using humanoids in factories. So this is a company called Figure AI. It is currently making some cars in BMW's production line. So we can see the black robots from Figure AI. In agriculture, it's also being used to help to maximize crop yields. The QR code brings you to a link that my team wrote an article about. In it, basically we talk about how farmers in China are using AI in pig farming. So companies that use this technology, the farms that use this technology actually see lower mortality rates in their pigs and having more piglets per sow. This is Lenovo's solution in quality control underground in the mining industry. So we all know that in the mines, when it's underground, it's dark, it's harsh, and without technology, people used to go through the segments of equipment one by one to see if there are potential defects, if there are repairs. And so Lenovo uses low light image sensing to detect or predict potential defects that would happen. And then they will send a staff to go down just to solve that defect. And so this reduces the amount of time that humans have to spend in a very harsh condition. This is Kimi. Kimi, I think, would be like the ChatGPT of China. So Kimi was started in March 2023 by a team that has worked on major AI models. It can now understand over 2 million Chinese characters in one go. But I think what's interesting about Kimi, if you use ChatGPT on a daily basis and if you try Kimi, Kimi has a very nice way of understanding what you're trying to say. And it's also a bit more friendly than ChatGPT. So this is Kimi by Moonshot AI. This is, I'm going to jump out of China and go to the rest of the world, rest of Asia. So this is a chatbot in Singapore called Pair. This is launched by Singapore government for the public officers to use. So basically through this chatbot, public servants can key in their requests and the chatbot spits out a good answer for you to respond to the inquiry. So for example, the public servants now don't have to go through tons of policies or regulations to come up with the right response. Right now, the chatbot can actually consolidate all of those and give them the answer. In drug discovery, this is in silico medicine, they use Gen AI to simulate how compounds react with each other. So this can actually speed up the identification of novel treatments and hopefully predict potential clinical outcomes. So this reduces the amount of time spent in pharmaceutical R&D. In Vietnam, Gene Solutions uses AI to do genetic profiling to predict cancer. There's also a similar company in Singapore called Merxus that uses AI to also predict cancer and tailor interventions for the patients. Aerodyne is originally a drone unicorn from Malaysia, and basically through combining what the drones are seeing, soil sensors and data, they are able to help farmers improve their crop yield. Profile Print from Singapore, they look at the digital footprints of your ingredients to tell you whether the quality of your food, right? So you just insert your ingredient into that machine, and then it will spit out some information about how good your food is. This is a car design done by Sony Honda Mobility. This car is called Sustainer-C. Basically, it's a Gen AI designed for an electric car. It's nice and cute. I think AI has been used in many different ways. Recently, CNA, they did a documentary as to how AI could potentially help people cope with losing their loved ones. So the QR code here brings you to a YouTube link if you want to watch it. And in this screen capture, basically, the female singer lost her father. And an AI company basically made a hologram after collecting data about how the father sounds, how the father plays guitar, and created a hologram for the daughter to perform with the late father. So this is also an interesting application of AI. So where do we go from here? I think the content so far has been very exciting. Everything's new, it's cool, but I think alongside development and progress, there's always a darker side. And it is, and I think it would have been nice for me to end here on a nice note, but I think we should also face the other side of AI progress. Many research institutions have actually sounded the alarm when it comes to the pressing dangers of AI. And in a study by Stanford, basically, they say that one of the most pressing dangers of AI is techno-solutionism, basically believing that AI is the solution to our problems when actually it's just a tool. And I think in a lot of what we are seeing right now in human history is that alongside technology, there's a lot of bigger problems, right, that arise while having solved smaller problems. And so from now to the future, I think we all have to be cautious about, what kind of dangers we're gonna face. How do we educate the future generation to protect ourselves and to prevent abuse of technology? There are 4 particular challenges that I want to talk about before I end my presentation. The first one is algorithmic bias. So we all know that AI uses large amount of information, large amount of data, right? But what if you are underrepresented in that data, right? So what we are doing now then is we are bringing discrimination into AI. So you are systematically going to be discriminated by the AI just because your data makes up a minority in the whole data pool, right? So what this happens, how this might impact us, workplace discrimination, you might also not get equitable outcomes when it comes to, let's say, healthcare. So many developers, especially from minority represented groups, are actually fighting against this cause. So this is going to be a long fight, but for all the technology experts and technology companies, excuse me, I hope that we are more. I hope we will be more cognizant of the potential discrimination that we might face, that we might be working into our AI models. The other one is privacy, but I'm not going to talk too much into it because we all, always wonder about how our data is being collected, managed, stored, used. I want to talk a bit more about disinformation because I think, maybe because of the recent elections, we all know that when we use our TikTok, we use our Instagram and Facebook, we are put into an echo chamber because the algorithm tells you what you will respond best to, not what you should know, right? And what this happens is that it polarizes people and it distorts your perception of reality, right? I think there's another form of manipulation of reality that is more grave. There was an article recently about the use of deepfakes, the abuse of deepfakes. So young girls in Korea went on a school trip, and their photos were being fed into a deepfake generative AI software by one of their mischievous classmates. And basically what the software created was porn of the girl in the deed, right? So the perpetrator had no consequences, right? But the victims have a lifetime of trauma to deal with. And so this brings me to my last point, which is accountability. Whose fault is it, right? In our AI systems right now, we don't have any form of accountability, right? Do we blame the company that created the AI? Do we blame the company that collected the data? Do we blame the person who fed the photos into the AI? So basically, people are pushing for more accountability where we can hold liable people who use it for bad outcomes. So this is the end of my presentation. I hope it's not too heavy. I think we all need to go into the future with both eyes open because we don't know what kind of challenges AI will bring us, right? We see all the great stuff, but we need to also be prepared for the darker side to protect ourselves and to educate our future generations. So thank you very much for your time. If you want to connect with me, that's my LinkedIn and that's my email. Happy to connect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Robin, for an engaging and thought-provoking presentation. So we all got to get a deep dive into the latest AI landscape in Asia. So now I think we need a little break, so we will be back at 4:50 p.m. And during this time, there will be stage preparations, so we kindly ask everybody to please step out of the room. And while you do so, we encourage you to visit the exhibition areas located within the venue. In the sub-hall, we are hosting the Startup Showcase, featuring exhibits from approximately 80 startups from Japan and around the world. So please do take this opportunity to explore and look at their innovative ideas. それではここから16時50分まで休憩とさせていただきます。ステージの転換がございますので大変恐縮ですが一度皆様会場からご退出いただき、ぜひ会場内にございます展示会場をご覧ください。
auditorium and then come back here 10 to 5 o'clock. Right next to this venue, you can take a look at showcase from 18 companies, startup company from Japan. So come back here 10 to 5.
Program will be Get in the Ring, so please prepare yourselves for an exciting pitch battle right here from 4:50 p.m. それではまた後ほどお会いしましょう。
カウントダウンがカウントアップがいいかもしれないんで今聞きますね。姉さん。できますできます。じゃあ30秒とか、はい、カウントダウンで OK です。のままで OK です。はい。どっちもできる？どっちもできます。はい。皆さんお揃いですか？大丈夫ですか？Oh, the startup here already? Okay. All the startup and judges here already? Yep. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Now we have a getting the link. Yep. みんな日本語大丈夫？はい。じゃあ日本語で。はい。大丈夫です。はい。ちょっとドキドキしながら話してたんですけど、すいません。皆さんよろしくお願いします。じゃあこれからちょっと段取りを説明させていただきます。まず審査員のお三方ですね。はい。で、姉さんから一人一人お呼び出しをしますので、順番はですね、ブライアンさん、マーさん、ジョシュアさんですね。で、座り位置なんですけど、ブライアンさん一番最初に登壇されたらこちらですね、一番端。で、マーさん、ジョシュアさんの順番でお願いいたします。はい。で、その後、姉さんがいろいろ説明した後にいよいよ開始する感じになります。で、姉さんから、赤コーナー誰々、青コーナー誰々みたいな感じで紹介しますので、赤コーナー最初で言うと赤コーナーしんすけ花村みたいな感じで紹介しますので、はい。変わってる。はい。はいはいはいはいはい。姉さんはもう分かってるんですよね。変わってはいはいはい。今そうか、ビトさんね。はいはい、ごめんなさい。聞いてました。ビトさん、ミキビトですね。はい。ミキビトって感じで紹介しますので、そしたらこう上がってきてください。で、上がってきてここに入ります。こうはい。ビデオを見ていただいたかなとは思うんですけど。で、ブルーコーナークリスティアン・ペナローザーって言います。そしたらこう上がってきます。でリングインしますと。それでちょっと2、3言葉を交わしてじゃんけんします。今回もレディーファースト OK レディーファースト OK じゃあはいそこはそこは姉さんのさじ加減一つで決まるんですけど、で赤コーナーか青コーナーかその都度アレンジしながらいきますっていう感じで、最初イントロダクションですね。1分のイントロダクションで赤コーナーの人がやったら次青のコーナーの方、 で、ちょっと待ってくださいね。ラウンド1でチーム30秒間、赤やったら青、赤と青は入れ替わりますけど常に。でラウンド2でアチーブメント、ラウンド3でビジネスモデル&マーケット、ラウンド4でファイナンシャルズ&プロポジションで、ラウンド5でフリースタイルというふうにやっていきます。でその後、審査員の方との質疑応答をします。で審査員の方こちらにいらっしゃるのでどうしてもこうなるんですけど、そうすると完全にオーディエンスの方に背中を向けていることになるので、理想はなかなか鋭い質問来ると思いますので大変だと思うんですが、理想はオーディエンスの方に話していただきながらたまにこう審査員の方を見るとかねっていうふうにしていただけるといいんですが。
Thank you for coming to Hack Osaka 2024. Get in the Ring will kick off shortly. Please wait a moment as we prepare to begin. Just a quick reminder, photos are absolutely welcome, but please refrain from recording or filming the session. We will commence shortly. Enjoy the battle!
Get in the Ring connects startups to opportunities to start, grow, and scale up their business.
The reason I said yes to this one was because we were coming to the home of Philips and going to spend the day with the Philips executives.
All these entrepreneurs that have great energy, they have great tools, and they all want to change the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Get in the Ring.
Welcome again to Osaka for the 9th Get in the Ring! Yeah! All right, this is Get in the Ring Osaka 2024. Are you ready? Yeah, all right. Okay, our theme for this time is companies that will make an AI revolution in the future. AI is all over the news now, and from an amazing group of companies and people that applied, we have 6 fantastic AI companies that will battle it out here tonight. This is our second time in 3 years to be both live and with contestants here and a live audience, which is so awesome because this is how Get in the Ring is at its best. My name is Nathan Bryan, and again, tonight I am pleased to be your Osaka, Japan Get in the Ring Master. Now, as I mentioned, this is the 9th time to hold Get in the Ring in the exciting and lively city of Osaka, and I'm so happy to welcome you all to another incredible evening of getting to know some spectacular people, their dreams and ideas, and the companies and businesses that they are creating. Now, for those of you that are not familiar with Get in the Ring, and we are in our 9th year, so most of you do know about it, but it was started in the Netherlands in 2012. And as more cities and countries get involved, it has grown larger and larger each and every year. The Get in the Ring Foundation is an organization that provides a fun and effective way for startups and innovators to create impact and to get notice. Even during COVID, Get in the Ring continued online, showcasing interesting people and their companies. Tonight, we will hear from 6 companies and how they will make an AI revolution. Now, here's how a Get in the Ring event runs. First, the startups will get here into this boxing ring, and they'll pitch and defend and then do their utmost to prove why they are the best, why they deserve to win, why they are better than their opponent. Tonight, they'll battle here, live, for you all to see. Now, to the contestants go many, many wonderful prizes. First, they'll get a chance to connect with you, our audience, as well as our sponsors. Also, the winners from each category will get a chance to compete in the global Get in the Ring meetup next summer. We also have a couple other prizes that we'll be announcing a little bit later. In each battle, they will give a short introduction and then pitch 5 rounds against each other to see who can convince you and our judges here that they deserve to become the victor for that round. Now, each Get in the Ring is made possible by the generous support from our fantastic sponsors. For making tonight's Get in the Ring Osaka 2024 possible, we'd like to thank AstraZeneca, Fujitsu, and also a huge round of applause for our host organization, the Osaka Innovation Hub. They're the ones that really host and make this an incredible event. Okay. Now, we will be having 3 battles tonight of different weight classes, and these are all based upon the different valuations of the companies. We will have a lightweight class, a middleweight class, and our final battle will be a heavyweight class. In each battle, they will first start off with a 1-minute introduction, and then they'll have 5 rounds of 30 seconds each. In round 1, they'll be discussing about their team. Here they can talk about their members, the skills, the expertise, the diversity that they have, why they're awesome, why they will succeed in business, why their team is so great. In round 2, Here they'll talk about their achievements. Now, this is not what they want to achieve, but this is what they have achieved to date. Have they created prototypes? They have a sales base, customers. What type of patents, subsidies, investors, what prizes have they won up until now? What have they accomplished? In round 3, we go on to the business model and market. Here they'll discuss their strategy, unique success points, markets they're looking at, markets they're looking to conquer. How will they get more share? How will they create revenue? In round 4, we go into our financials and proposition. What do they need to succeed? What ROI might they be offering? What is their 3 to 5 year financial forecast, for example? And then round 5. This is our freestyle round. This is where they can be really creative. They can talk about what is at the core of their company. What are their passions? What they really strive to do. This can often be the most interesting round. They can also talk about their opponent if they want to in this round. Now, to decide who our winners for each round are, we've got a very difficult job, and this will be done by our fantastic judges. So let me introduce our wonderful judges who will help decide the winners for tonight. First, the COO of Encognize GK, Mr. Brian Lim. The head of ventures, principal of Plug and Play Japan, Mr. Jinchen Ma. And the co-founder and CEO of Innovation Dojo Group, Mr. Joshua Flattery. Okay, you guys have a tough job tonight, okay? Deciding who are the best of the AI winners. Now, I actually talked with ChatGPT earlier and asked, what do I need to do if I want to win, get in the ring? And it gave me 5 things. It said, first, tell a compelling story. Next, really showcase your team. Third is demonstrate you know the market. Fourth is practice, because you've got 1 minute and then 30 seconds. And the 5th one was prepare for the questions from the judges. All right, that's what ChatGPT suggested. Okay, so for you guys, what do you think they need to demonstrate to you to be the winners tonight? Joshua?
I think it's a lot about passion. It's a lot about genuinely caring about the problem that they're solving. Okay. And that's going to drive the resilience it really takes to go the full journey.
Okay, so you're looking for the passion, okay? The passion that they have. Okay, all right, Ma?
The same, passion.
Passion, okay. It's all about the passion. All right. Brian, we're going 3 for 3, or?
I'm looking for some really cool knockouts in the ring.
Oh, okay, knockouts,
but not
okay.
physically, please.
Okay, all right, we do understand. It looks like a boxing ring, but not physical knockouts. Okay, so what are they going to really get in there and hit people with that's going to be just out of this world?
I personally will be focusing a lot more on the team and business model side of things, but please do impress us.
Okay, all right, great. So now our contestants, you heard. I did also ask ChatGPT, who is the winner of the 24? And it was very diplomatic. It said, well, actually, it's going on today, so I can't tell you that yet. All right, okay, all right. So thank you, judges. Let's give a big round of applause to them again. All right. Tough job. Okay. All right, so now's the time you've all been waiting for. Are you ready to get in the ring? Yep. Are you ready to get in the ring? Yeah! All right. Okay. We're starting off our lightweight battle tonight, our first battle. For this evening will be the lightweight battle, our lightweight class. So let's now welcome the startups who are about to get in the ring. In the red corner, from Geek Guild, is Miss Miki Bito. Welcome. Miki, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, are you nervous at all?
A little bit.
Okay. All right, well, do your best. Okay. All right, and then in our blue corner, from Mirai Innovation Research Institute, is Mr. Christian Penaloza. Welcome, Christian. You good? Okay, all right. They are ready. You ready? Okay, you ready to do this? Okay. Now, if you watched Get in the Ring before, we generally do Osaka-style Janken to start off, except when we do have a lady. Okay, we do gentleman's rules, so we're going to start off ladies first, okay?
Oh, really?
All right, ladies, of course, okay? All right, so, Miki-san, you've got 1 minute to give your introduction. Good? Okay, ready? Go!
Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. I'm a CEO of Geekgill. So, long time ago, I used to work for Adobe Systems as a product manager. And at the time, I noticed, so internet changed the world. And now, AI. So our technology, Cash AI, can change the world. So it could be a part of AGI. We want to see the AGI in the near future. And so let's together and let's get together and change the world all together. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you've got AI and you're working at AGI.
Yep.
Okay, changing the world, okay? Lots of key phrases here, okay? All right, now coming over to you, Christian. You've got 1 minute to tell us, okay? Ready? Go!
Okay, my name is Christian Penelosa. I'm the CEO of Mirai Innovation. And we have the mission to revolutionize cognitive health with our new technology called WaveX. WaveX is a VR headset that integrates brainwave sensing capabilities using EEG electrodes. We also use artificial intelligence to process brain data in real time while the user is immersed in a VR environment, also providing cognitive training exercises. The user basically plays a VR game to exercise memory, attention, and cognitive skills. And the AI adapts the complexity of the game based on the user cognitive skills. So WaveX is basically designed to enhance memory and prevent cognitive decline, which is an issue, especially for the elderly population, not only here in Japan, but also in the world. With WaveX, we can provide real-time feedback on brain performance, positioning us as one of the most innovative companies in Japan and also in the world in cognitive training.
Okay, all right, great. Okay, so you got WebEx, which is taking brainwaves.
Yes.
And the AI is then knowing what they mean?
Knowing
and then reading them. So you're reading minds.
Yes.
Wow, okay, all right, that's pretty good. Okay, all right. I'm gonna stick with you, Christian, because I want to hear about the team that is creating machines that read minds, okay? All right, so now you've got 30 seconds to tell us about your team, okay? Ready, go!
So our team brings the best talent to make this possible. So I hold a PhD in cognitive neuroscience robotics with extensive expertise in neurotechnology. We also have a VR developer that creates very realistic and immersive environments, and an electronics engineer who makes sure that the electronics and the signals are perfect. And with a business expert, she is driving WaveX into the market with strategic partnerships and deep business knowledge.
With 2 seconds to spare. Fantastic. All right. Let's give a round of applause. Okay. So you've got a team that knows the brain waves, also that works on the VR as well. So they're in another environment sometimes.
Yes.
That's helping, with the brain waves as well. All right. Sounds like you've got a pretty powerful team. Got to come over to you, Mickey, and tell us about your team, okay? You've got 30 seconds. Ready? Go!
Yes. We started the business at the University Kyoto University, and so everybody from Kyoto University and good at AI instead of me, because I'm from Osaka University. And so, sorry. But then now they went back to their country, so they're not in Japan, but also in the US, India, and the other countries. So we're international company.
Okay, very good. Okay, so you have a group of people that were working at Kyoto University, and they built up the team there, and from there they spread around the world.
Yes.
But they still all working together.
Sure.
Okay, all right. You've got
Long
your geek guild, your guild of geeks around the world. Gotcha. Okay, I'm getting the company name. Okay, I'm going to stay with you, Mickey, to hear about the achievements of this geek guild. What have they been able to do? Okay, your achievements. All right. Ready? You've got 30 seconds. Go!
Okay, our technology called Cash AI can prevent the hallucination. So it never generates wrong answer because it works as a filter of LLM, ChatGPT. So if there is a good answer, it says no answer. That means the correct answer rate is 100%. Also, it can make the model smaller by 90%. So
Okay, okay.
That's enough.
It sounds like, so your achievements, you've got the AI is not only becoming smaller, so it's more cost effective.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Lower cost.
Lower cost, but it's also 100% correct.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't tell you, it says, I don't know the answer.
Never.
Okay, because lots of AIs these days, if it does know, it guesses in some really, really interesting ways sometimes. Okay, all right, 100% correct. Or it lets you know that it doesn't know. Okay, all right. Coming back to you, Christian, to hear the achievements of Mirai Innovation. Okay, ready?
Yes.
Go!
So we have three main achievements. First, we developed an MVP that has already been tested with over 100 persons here in Japan, over 60 years old, with remarkable achievements that have already been published in peer-reviewed academic venues. We have also secured intent letters from healthcare providers and elderly care facilities. This proves that there is already a demand for this product in the market, and we have been recognized by the Business Development Agency of Osaka as one of the innovative healthcare companies here in Japan, and we will propose this, we will exhibit.
Okay, all right. So it sounds like you have a lot of prototypes already built, and then you've got a lot of documentation that says that these are official, they're recognized, and as well as a lot of people are getting ready to use them and things like that. Okay, all right. So seems like you both have really, really good things. Very different, but also all very good. All right. I'm going to come back to you, Mickey, to hear about the business model and the market. Where do you see this being used? Okay. You have 30 seconds. Go.
Right. Our business model is very similar to OpenAI. Like we have a conversational AI for B2C and also API services for B2B. And so the market size is pretty big because it's Gen AI. Even we focus on only 0.2%, it could be a $130 billion. It's so big.
Okay, all right, with a couple seconds to spare. Very good, very good. All right, so you're working with a lot of the generative AI, and the market is that's what you're looking at. So very similar to what OpenAI is doing as well. Okay, all right. Okay, business model and market. Where do you see Mirai Innovation going? Okay, Christian, you've got 30 seconds. Go!
So with elderly population projected to surpass over 2 billion by 2025, we have a very secure, scalable, and secure business model. We will get our revenues from hardware sales and also from a subscription model of the software, especially to elderly care facilities or healthcare providers. The device is priced at $3,000 US with a manufacturing cost of 600,000, giving us a very good margin of revenue.
All right, okay. So you already have a product that you said you can manufacture for $600 and you sell for $3,000. Okay, so you have a very nice markup on that, okay?
In a monthly.
For the development. And then you also have a monthly subscription. So you have hardware costs or hardware sales as well as monthly subscription for using the product. And you're seeing this being used all over in a lot of medical as well.
Yes, for cognitive health.
Okay, great, great, great. All right, I'm going to stay with you for the financials then in your proposition. Okay, you've got 30 seconds to let us know what that is. Ready?
Okay.
Go!
So to scale this faster, we are seeking for $5 million to boost our manufacturing, to create our sales team, and also to amplify our marketing strategy. We are ready to take the demand of the market, and basically we can also, I forgot. Yes. No. I'm sorry.
2, 1. No.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're ready. You've got everything. Okay. Sorry. So you have the product. You're ready to market and really go to scale. But you're looking for $5 million to help boost that, and really then ramp up things and get things off into the future. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Coming back to you, Miki, to talk about the financials and the proposition. Okay, for the geeks. Ready? Go!
Our revenue is half of the $1 million right now, but the next year it could be more than double. But it's not enough for us because we are now doing the international business in the world. So we are now founding an investment. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I can take more. So we are doing that. That's okay. I just came back from Vienna yesterday. It goes for this. Okay. And so we are doing that in the...
All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, so you just flew in from Vienna. Okay, so still, just came back from Vienna. Okay, so still a little bit tired. You're thinking, okay, in European time right now. Okay, so you have about $500,000 in sales, and you're looking at doubling that next year?
Yeah.
Okay. Doubling or quadrupling or something like that.
more.
Okay. All right.
We have a client. I forgot to
You got clients. Okay, we've got one more round left, so hold that thought, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to let you get that together. I'm going to come back to Christian here for our freestyle, our last round for the evening, okay? So you gather those thoughts. Christian, you're on stage. Freestyle round. Ready? Go!
So let me tell you why investing in Mirai Innovation is more than just a financial commitment. It's basically more just for creating an impact. Cognitive decline affects millions worldwide, but with our technology, we have a solution. So we have the working prototype, the working MVP, we have the team that has the expertise, and we have a market that is ready for disruption. So this is your opportunity to get in with us and also make a change in the world.
Okay, very good. Right on the nose. Okay. So you've got a product that's ready. You've got the whole structures there. You're ready to help people that can use their mind but might not be able to use their body in some ways to give them the physical aspects.
For elderly
especially for elderly people, okay? So if they can still use their mind, you can read that and then have your hardware to do things for them. Yep. Okay, wow, what a passionate thing. Okay, let's give another round of applause, okay? Round of applause, okay? Last round, okay, your freestyle round. Anything you want to talk about? 30 seconds. Ready? Go!
Okay, we are now ready for introducing our technology in the world because we got the patented. Our cashier got the patented in the US, Japan, and in the EU countries. And last week, we got the patented Australia. And now we're working on Canada and the other countries. So we want to go to the international market.
Okay, great. Very good. Okay. No.
I need more.
No, good. All right, so you got into talking about the patents there. So you have patents, you said, in the US, in Japan, and as well now in Australia as well.
Yes.
So you're really ready to take over the world with your smaller, more correct AGI, or AIs, okay? All right, great. Let's give a big round of applause for our two lightweight contendants. Fantastic job, okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, this is going to be a tough one, okay? Judges, what questions do you have to help you make your decision? Okay, starting off with Brian.
Great, thank you. Two questions for Mirai Innovation, and then one question for Geek Guild later. First question is, you mentioned you are interested to raise $5 million for sales, marketing, and manufacturing, if I heard correctly. Yes. Could you share a bit more on your current revenues from all the prototypes and MVPs that you've been doing?
Yes, so we have the hardware sales, which is about like $3,000 US, and the manufacturing cost is $600. But we also have a subscription model. So this ensures that we have a continuous revenue and also a secure, like long-term profit. And okay, so the projection, so we have a projection to break even in the second year, and in the third year, we estimate a revenue of about $15 million, so we can basically have more projections for beyond that.
Okay. So you haven't done a lot of sales now. You're setting and ready to start doing sales. You're looking to break even in the second year. And then maybe $15 million in the third.
By the third year.
Third year, okay. Does that answer your question, Brian, the first one?
Yes, okay. Thank you.
And your second?
And second question for Mirai Innovation as well. You mentioned selling to elder care facilities, and it sounds like you have one salesperson at the moment or one commercial person at the moment. How do you intend to increase this effort?
Okay, so the headset itself is to improve cognitive health for elderly people. So the projection is to have many elderly care facilities or healthcare providers, so they can have in their facilities these headsets, so they can provide the service to the elderly seniors. So not only one, but we have actually letters of intent of around like 15 different elderly care facilities, but they are not like single entities. They are a network of elderly care facilities.
Okay, great, thank you. And last question is for Mickey.
Yes.
You mentioned that you are similar to OpenAI, but more accurate. How do you intend to compete with the last?
Okay, we had a different direction. So we're technology completely different from the ChatGPT. ChatGPT are using the RAG, that's it. So their accuracy is so lower, but our technology is completely different. The cache AI, technology is a kind of a cache table. So it's done the hash data. So there isn't an answer in that table. We can say just no answer. Never generate the answer. That's why it's completely different. So we can compete it with money.
All right, okay, very good,
investment.
very good. Okay, so it's the cached AI as opposed to the LLMs. So you're able to get the faster, lighter, but more correct answers. Okay, and that's how you're going to compete against a company like it. Okay, open it. All right. Okay, Ma.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Maybe one or two, depending on time. Okay, one question for GigBuild. You mentioned that you are also targeting the overseas market, right?
Me? Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
Could you please share what is your targeting overseas market and the reason behind that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you mean section? Business section could be a healthcare, because for healthcare, the accuracy is most important. If AI mentioned the wrong answer, so the people can kill. So that's why we want to enter the healthcare world. That's the most important thing for us. We want to develop in the world. Okay.
Okay, I think because of the time, maybe I will pass this to.
Okay, one more. Yeah. Okay, Joshua. Okay.
Okay, this is really a question for both of you. So I guess if we look at the different categories of AI development, there's kind of 3 different levels. So the task level, which most players are, and I believe you are. And then the next one is to try to emulate humans more and more. And the final one, the super intelligence, right? With companies working on the super intelligence now, how do you predict your company will survive once they come through?
How predict? Well, I don't predict. I believe in myself, and then we will do that. We will make the easier, because that's why we found our own company. Otherwise, we don't do that, because it's easier to get a job in the big company. It's to get more money. So we believe in, not predict.
Awesome.
Okay, that's good. All right. Okay.
So in our case, the way that we implement the artificial intelligence is a little bit different. We are using artificial intelligence to process brain signals to learn about the cognitive abilities of the user while the user is performing different training exercises for memory, attention, or motor skills. So this way, we can optimize the content and also change the complexity level of the task.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so let's give a big round of applause for our contestants, okay? And our judges, now for you to start thinking about who you each think will be our winner for today, okay? All right, okay. While they're doing that, I think everybody has some glow sticks. I think we've got red that were passed out when you came in. You should have red and blue glow sticks, I think. So if you can open those up and get those out. I think you're gonna break them, shake them a little bit, okay? We're gonna be asking you now who you think will be the winner for our first round, okay? So get those ready. Shake them up. We'll start seeing some colors coming up. We've got red and blue. Red and blue, okay? I'm starting to see some lights coming up, okay? So if you think, let's do a test here, okay? Can we see the blue ones? Blue ones ready. Blue. Everybody hold your blue light sticks, okay? Blue. And red. We have red. Everybody should have red and blue. One for each. Red, we got, okay? Coming up, all right. So if you think that our red corner Geek Guild, Miss Miki Bito, will be our winner for the lightweight round, hold up your red glow stick. Red, okay, we're seeing red, okay, all right. If you think that our blue corner contestant from Mirai Innovation Research Institute, Mr. Christian Penaloza, will be our winner tonight, hold up your blue light stick. Let's see, blue light stick. Wow, this is hard, yeah. I'm seeing a lot, okay? It looks about 50-50, okay, all right? So let's check back here and see, okay? All right, we do have a decision from our judges. So if I could have your hands, please, and then a drum roll. I'll put this down here, okay? Okay, ready? Drum roll, please. Our winner is Mickey from Geek Out. Yay! All right. Okay. Congratulations. No, you both did so well, okay?
Yeah.
Lots of passion, lots going on with you, okay? All right, just one, okay? Mickey's on, how do you feel? Our winner for the second.
Good.
Good? All right. Fantastic. I know you're just in from Vienna, okay? You're still, half of you are still there, okay?
Yeah.
All right, let's hear from our judges. Why did you think that Geek Guild
Because I'm
is
funny.
the one that's going to be going forward, okay?
Well, I think there was a great combination of passion coming through, but I think to solidify that, you had some impressive traction in your sales, and then maybe most importantly, the scalability of yours seemed to be stronger. So that's why you won on the day.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, let's give a big round of applause for our lightweight contestants. Yay! Okay. All right, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right. Okay, wow. Tough job, guys. I mean, yeah, they're so good, so different, okay? Both are going places, all right, okay. It's now time for our second battle, the battle of the midweight class. So now let's welcome the startups who are about to get in the ring. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah, all right. In the red corner from Sponsor Force is Mr. Shoto Zhu.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, welcome. You ready?
I'm ready, yeah.
You're ready, okay.
I was nervous, but now...
You're a little bit nervous, but you're ready again, okay?
Good.
All right, let's see. And your contestant will be in the blue corner from Express AI is Mr. Eduardo Gonzalez. Welcome. Come in. Okay, all right, gentlemen. Okay. All right, now, since we are going to decide by Osaka Junkin style, okay, who is going to be going first, okay? So I think you probably know. We're going to do Saisho Agu and then Junkin point, okay? Ready? Okay. Saisho Agu, Junkin point. All right, we got a winner. Okay, to start off, okay? All right, so Eduardo, I'm going to give you 1 minute for your introduction, okay? All right, to let us know who is, or a little bit about Express AI, okay? Ready? Go!
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Eduardo Gonzalez, the CEO and co-founder of Express AI, and we are on a mission to revolutionize the way work gets done. So if you know what it's like to run a business, it's like a Rube Goldberg machine, the worst one you could possibly imagine. You have to manage, you got to build the product, you got to manage your budget, you got to do sales, you got to do all these things, all while trying to keep everything in the air. And also you got to hire, and hiring is the hardest part because you can't find anyone, and it's the most expensive thing to mess up. But that's where Express AI comes in. With Express AI, we have a tool that allows you to build AI agents in a simple and visual way that makes it super intuitive and get AI running in minutes instead of days. And with that, you can start to really transform how much work you can actually do and really, kind of be a lot more impactful in what you can do in a single day. So, yeah.
All right, very good. Okay, let's give it up. Okay, so you have a product that allows people to easily build AI agents in their company to become then more productive.
Yep.
And this can be used, I guess, then in anywhere or any company.
Yeah, exactly.
Where they're busy herding cats.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of back office things happen.
A lot of back office things.
Yeah.
So you can create these agents easily to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right, great. All right, Shoto, let's hear about Sponsor Force. Okay, you've got 1 minute for your introduction.
Cool.
Ready? Go!
Hi, my name is Shoto. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm the CEO and founder of Sponsor Force. Sponsor Force is a B2B platform transforming the global sponsorship industry. Sponsorship industry, the buying side being the company's corporate brand, and the selling side being sports exhibitions, all kinds of events. And the business is big. It's a big industry. It's like $100 billion US industry now. But the way people do business here is still in a very old fashion. So people are highly depending on personal network and trying to get the business done. So that's why Sponsor Force fits into the space. We call ourselves actually a Tinder for sponsorship. So we use AI and a matching algorithm for the sellers and buyers in the market. And we provide the simplicity, efficiency, and the transparency for the industry. So that's who we are.
Okay, thank you very much. Right on time. Very good, very good. Okay. So SponsorForce, so right now the sports is huge all around the world.
Sports is like maybe 90% of the sponsorship industry.
Okay, so wow, 90% of all sponsors around the world is all in sports.
Around the world, yes.
Wow, and normally they're done by personal connections, who you know, trying to find things.
It's more like I know a guy who knows a guy who might know a guy.
Who might know a guy, okay. And you're taking AI and using that to actually put these matches together. So,
so we are kind of call ourselves, team during sponsorship. We want to use the matching algorithm to have people meet.
Okay.
Where they couldn't.
So you're on Amazon, you're looking at something that says, would you like a soccer team with that order or something like that?
Yes. So we'll do, of course, that will get into details, but we'll do like comparing the target audience, comparing to the likeness of some sponsor, sponsoring something in the past.
All right. Yes. And then put them all together. Okay, very good. Sounds interesting. Okay. All right. I'm going to come back to you, Eduardo, to hear about the team that is putting together Express AI to help people build these autonomous agents, okay?
Yep.
Ready? 30 seconds, go!
Okay, so I've been doing AI for over a decade. I started in Japan in Panasonic and then went on to do AI solutions over at SoftBank and finally deploying AI software for NEC's AI accelerator chip. But I've gathered a remarkable team of people who have a proven track record of deploying AI products in companies such as Apple, Meta, and GitHub. So my CTO, Paul, I met in SkyMine, which is Y Combinator 16, and he's also amazing at doing AI.
Okay, great. Okay, so you've got a team of people. You yourself have been doing AI for a decade.
Yep,
okay,
even wrote a book.
Wow, okay, even wrote a book?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. In Japanese, okay. Yeah. See if that's for the achievements.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so, but you've got a team you've been doing for a decade, and you have people that have worked for Apple, have worked for Meta, have worked a lot of big companies, all doing AI, bringing them together to help you make the things that they know large companies need in the back end.
Exactly.
All right, very good, very good. Okay, coming over to you, Shoto, to hear about the team behind SponsorForce. You've got 30 seconds.
Yep.
Ready, go!
So I myself is a serial entrepreneur and worked in sports for like 20 years, and I know everything about sponsorship. And I know the great potential and challenges of sports industry. And our CTO actually is the former CTO of one of the biggest dating apps in the world. So he's bringing this matching algorithm and also the tech expertise onto the platform. And we have allocated 4 regions, different representative managers in different countries already.
Okay, all right. So you yourself know sports. You've been doing sports for about 20 years.
Yes.
You have somebody that has a matching algorithm that you've brought in.
Yeah.
And now you've got also people around in the different sports industries.
In different countries.
In different
regions,
countries,
yes.
in different regions, okay, to bring all the different teams and different information together.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm going to stick with you, Shoto, to hear about the achievements that you've been able to do at SponsorForce, okay?
Yeah,
Since you
thank you.
started, okay? All right, 30 seconds, go!
So our company has established 14 months ago, and our website has launched 4 months ago, which is merely MVP. But we have already attracted like more than 100 users from sports organizations, listing the sponsorship inventory is more than $70 million now already. And we are actually launching our first ever in sponsorship industry, the GPT for sponsorship. It will change the way people access to the information and getting the deals done.
Wow, great. Okay, so you just had the website put up a couple months ago, and you already have, did you say 17?
70.
$70 million worth
actually, we feel the eager, we feel the passion that people want to sell sponsorship.
Wow, so a lot of people are looking for sponsorship already.
Yeah,
they're hungry for it.
It's
Okay.
like Indian cricket clubs or European football clubs or the Japanese table tennis league.
Okay, so these places that have not been able to get sponsors up till now, and they're
we actually already closed kind of a two deals.
And your closing deals is ready. Okay, all right, good. All right. Coming back to you, Eduardo, for the achievements for Express AI. I know you already wrote a book in Japanese about that. I'm going to give you that one, okay? So what other things have you and your company achieved? Ready? Go!
Okay. So for me, the most significant achievement this year is that we got into the Japan Innovation Campus in Palo Alto. So we've been recognized by Medi and Jetro and helps us expand our business globally. We've also deployed our agents at one of the largest financial institutions whose cards I have in my wallet at scale. And we've also been able to 5x our users this year, and our acceleration and our growth is accelerating. So I think we're doing pretty good, milestone-wise for the company, and can't wait to do more.
Okay, all right, great. Oh, we've been leaving out the clapping. Sorry about that. Okay. For both of them, okay? It's just so getting really into the heat of the conversation. It's just really, okay? All right, so your achievements, you've been, in Palo Alto, you're doing for Japanese startups in Palo Alto.
Yeah, there's a government program that helps Japanese startups go global called the Japan Innovation Campus.
All right, and so you've been working with Meta and other places there as well, okay? And you've 5x'd your user base already, and you're looking to continue to expand. And you were saying, AI agents already running in large financial institutions.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so a lot going on. Okay, all right. I'm going to stick with you and hear more about the business model and market. Where do you see Express AI going from here? Okay?
Yep.
You've got 30 seconds. Ready? Go!
Okay, so we're aiming at the business process outsourcing market. It's a $1 trillion market that's ripe for disruption by AI. A lot of companies kind of leverage these, but they don't find success in business process outsourcing or RPA. So having agents that are more capable, like I can feel everybody really wanting this kind of solution. McKinsey suspects that this is going to be a $4.4 trillion market by 2030. So there's a lot of opportunity.
Okay, all right, great. Let's give it up for Eduardo. Yeah, all right. So a $4.2 trillion market for
agents across
everything, because you can use these really in any business sense whatsoever. And as you've been going out and talk with people, you're feeling a lot of passion, a lot of hunger for this type of.
Yeah, they want to do things with RPA and then fail, but we can do things that RPA cannot do, right? And so there's a lot of expectation, and we're meeting that expectation.
All right, great. Okay, I'm coming back to you, Shota, now for the business market and model to hear about SponsorForce. Ready? Okay, go!
So our business model is built based on the scalability and the sustainability for sports industry. So we have mainly 3 income streams. One is the transaction commission for the sponsorship deals being facilitated from our website. And second is the we call the freemium model of membership. So the members can use it for free, but will charge for premium features, etc. And third is the ecosystem income. So we enabling our members to do business together.
Okay, all right, so you have 3 income streams, okay? You've got a freemium where they can just sign up, and then as they start to use it, they can start charging.
Yeah, just like LinkedIn, or.
Okay, so LinkedIn or something like that, but it's for the sponsors and things like that, okay? And then, of course, when deals are made, you're getting a cut of that as well, okay? And then the third one?
Third one's the ecosystem, income, we call it. We try to get our members to do business with each other.
Okay.
So some events owners might say, I need a photographer, I need a designer.
So you can bring that into
owner, I need an event,
So not just the sponsor, then you're building a whole ecosystem to support different sports events and things like that. Okay, all right, okay. All right, I'm gonna continue with you then for the financials and proposition of what do you need to take SponsorForce to the next level, okay?
Okay.
30 seconds to talk about that. Ready? Go!
So our company, first fiscal year finished in August, and we lost like about 5 million JPY. And the second fixed year, we anticipating about 25 to 30 million JPY incoming, and we try to break even. We are still, I think, as our startup, our primary goal is to survive. But of course, we want to work with investors in order to increase and scale in our region.
Okay, all right, very good. Let's give a round of applause there, okay, all right. So you start off a little bit in the red, but you've quickly bounced back.
Yes.
Okay, and you can see that then scaling up.
Yes.
Continuously as the market's going.
But I think we are not building on the business model upon investment only. We want to be able to survive, by ourselves first. And of course, we want to go, to further. We want to conquer the world, but now we have to be alive.
Because sports all over the world, and it's 90% of all the sponsorship market. Okay, all right, great. Okay, coming back to you, Eduardo. Okay. Talking about the Express AI financials and propositions. You've got 30 seconds for that. Ready, go!
Okay, so we are essentially raising $2.5 million to help us accelerate our growth. Our current revenue is a little under $1 million a year, and we want to grow it to $10 million a year. And by taking this money and investing it strategically into growing our enterprise sales in both Japan and abroad, I think we can make this become a much bigger company than it already is. And we're not just looking for investors. We want partners who think that the AI revolution is coming and want a front row seat.
Okay, very good. Let's give it up. All right. So you have decent revenue, but you're looking at compounding that to about 10 million, okay, coming up soon. And you're looking for sponsors, but also looking for people that you can work with to get ExpressAI into lots of other places.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, okay. All right, going into our last round now, the freestyle round where you can talk about anything you want to. I'm going to stick with you, Eduardo, okay? You've got 30 seconds to let us know the final things that you want us to really understand and care about for ExpressAI, okay? Ready? Go!
Okay. So for me, we are currently at peak Tokyo. Tokyo is not going to get any bigger than this population-wise, but the economic potential of Japan is still ahead of it. But to do that with a shrinking population, we need AI to help us expand what a single person can do. So for me, ExpressAI is not just about the technology that we make, but it's more like building this future where AI works together with humans, not just for me, but like for our children. And I'm very passionate about that.
Okay, all right, very good, very good. So a lot of companies or a lot of cities, they're already at peak maximum people. So how do we get more productive? How do they become more productive? And one of the best ways is to use AI, to use these types of bots and things like that to make them more productive in the workforce for not only themselves, not only for you, but for their children as well. Okay, You've got the children there. All right, coming back to you, Shoto, to tell us freestyle for whatever you want to tell us about sports for us. Okay.
Okay.
30 seconds. Ready? Go.
So we are a pretty much new startup, but with an ambitious dream. We hope that, and also our team is a blend of a seasoned business professional and, passionate innovators in the team. And we are aiming to take the captured 1% of the market share in the world, which is $1 billion in 5 years' time. So be with us to witness the first ever unicorn in sports.
Okay, all right. Let's give a round of applause. Okay. So the first ever unicorn in sports, that's what you're going for, okay? So 1% of $1 billion.
Yes.
Okay, in 5 years.
In 5 years.
All right, great. Okay, let's give a big round of applause for our 2 middleweight contestants here. All right, all right. This is going to be another tough one. So throwing it over to our judges here, okay? Questions, want to start? Okay, Ma, you want to start off? Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting to startups. So my question to Sponsor Force is that, do you mind to share more details about how the AI technology is used in your solution?
Okay, so basically we have a different layer of how we want to use AI technology. First of all, now because the business is so fragmented, there are hundreds of thousands of event owners, sports organizations looking for sponsors. Well, there are also hundreds of thousands of buyers. Brands want to sponsor events, including getting the ring, for example. But they have nowhere to find the information. They have nowhere to go and get to know those people. So we are discussing, to use similar to Tinder kind of technology, which is based on what kind of company, like what kind of sponsorship might be good for this kind of company, kind of algorithm to try to push the candidates to those sponsors, to those buyers. So, and the other one is, we are launching a chatbot. It basically is, in the sponsorship business, actually, there are so many, last 40 years, there are so many case studies, etc. But those case studies might lie in Japan, in the States, in Europe. But everyone has to learn a lot to be able to call themselves expert. But now with the breaking through technology of the OpenAI, large language model, we actually are testing now to create our own GPT, our own chatbots, which can aggregate all the human beings' wisdom in the past. And that one is also very exciting. So we are also working on this.
Okay, thank you. So another question for AI.
Yeah.
How much are you going to raise for this round?
We're raising $2.5 million
Okay.
or 3. Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind tell me how you will going to allocate the raised fund?
Yeah, so doing enterprise sales is a very costly process where every lead is going to be like $100,000. Like I know this from experience, right? essentially, we want to take about half of it to the enterprise sales to build up that team to have a global kind of ability to reach big enterprises, even though we are kind of still talking to some global 500 companies already. And then the other half is to kind of complete the product, because since it's enterprise, we really need to complete, fill out all the things, right? There's a lot of requirements from IT, security, and these kind of things that require still a little bit of work to reach the level that it needs to be.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
so
great, thank you.
That's it. Okay, all right, good. So you know where the money's going to go. Okay, Joshua, coming back to you.
Yeah, great presentations, both of you. Firstly, for SponsorForce.
Yeah.
The problem you're solving is basically digitizing a fragmented market and ecosystem.
Yeah.
I believe you will be facing that same problem during your own sales process. How are you going to overcome that before they are using your AI?
You mean looking for clients?
Closing sales, scaling from one country to another.
Yeah, I think the good thing is in sponsorship world, especially sports sponsorship world, even though the economy rules are quite different in different markets, but the sponsorship rules are quite unified. So we actually are creating a standard kind of process for sponsorship signing, which will be very helpful, I think, for most of the smaller rights holders we call event owners. So we want to help them in unifying the standard. And also, we also are starting using the SEO, the search engine optimization, to try to find, allocate potential buyers, because we feel that a lot of buyers, sponsors, they are not aware of the opportunities. And those guys who are having this right to sell, actually they are depending too much on personal relationships. Say, I know a guy who knows a guy who might be able to introduce to a guy who has money. So
you'll be able to accelerate that a lot.
Yeah,
So,
yes. So we want to shorten that kind of a journey.
Okay, all right, good.
Thank
you.
Brian?
And Brian?
Yep. My question is for Express AI.
Yeah.
Two questions. One is how do you charge in terms of how do you charge when you do your business model? Second question is what kind of back office tasks would be best automated by the AI agents that have been created by Express AI?
Yeah, that's a good question. So essentially, we have a combination of SaaS and on-prem deployments because some of the enterprise customers, particularly financial ones, need 100% on-prem privacy. So we've built our vertical platform to do that. And for those customers, we have a license deal, usually about 6 figures, to kind of run as many agents as can run on a single server. And then you scale that up as you deploy more and more agents. You're going to need more servers, and we go in a licensing model for that. We also have a SaaS kind of version, which helps people in smaller companies or even enterprises that are just starting out to verify and kind of validate that they get value from the agents in a very turnkey situation. So we have both of those models going on.
Okay, so you can assure privacy by having their own server with their own AGIs running, or their own AIs running, or you can also have a SaaS for much smaller companies to put that in. Okay, all right.
And what about the most optimal back office tasks?
So we have one of the most recurring back office tasks that we get is around the finance things, right? Like ERP system automation. So taking invoices, processing orders, doing reconciliation across not just like a single country, but across the entire world. But we also get a good amount of IT-related things, right? So like IT service management related customer service tickets and these kind of back office things. They're kind of what we get most of.
Okay, so as a lot of companies grow and they become multinational, globalized, they need to then have those same processes done all across the board.
Yeah, exactly. Keeping that all together is something that's really difficult. Like you can train a human to do it. You can't really use a SaaS to do it because everyone's kind of always focused on their single.
But these bots are able to.
Yeah.
All right, good. Okay, guys. I'm going to set you guys up, all right, and start working on who you think our middle class winner will be. And let's get a big round of applause for our 2 middle class contestants right now. All right. All right, and again, okay, get those light sticks ready and let's see, okay. If you think that our red corner from SponsorForce, Mr. Shoto Zhu, has a better chance of winning our round today, let's see those red light sticks for you. Let's see them, let's see them. Red. I see some red. I see red. Okay. All right. And if you think that our blue corner, Express.ai, Mr. Eduardo Gonzalez, is our winner tonight, seeing a lot of blue out there. I don't know, Shoto, I don't know. Okay, we will have to see. But even if whoever wins, okay, all right, whoever wins, I think there's still many ways you guys can work together, okay? Because you're going to have a lot of back office tasks, right? They're going to need these types of blocks.
Yes.
Yeah, I think of that. Okay, and maybe there are other companies. I mean, he just does sports, but there might be other places that you can use that same type of knowledge to bring in different sponsors. Like that. Okay.
I can sell this back space of my shirt.
Okay.
Sponsorship.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. And we have a winner for this evening, guys. So if I can have your hands here, and a drum roll, please. Our winner is Sponsor Force.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so you were still the popular choice out here. Okay, he said to see a lot of blue. Okay, so in that wave of blue, you won. How are you feeling about that?
I think you did a great job.
Did a great job. Okay.
I was almost convinced to use it.
Okay. He's like, I'm gonna definitely use a lot of your products.
Yes. But I'm really happy.
You're happy. Okay.
We're on the road, and we try to build a big company from scratch.
All right. Okay. All right.
Thank you for your support.
Let's find out from our judges what was your decision here, okay? Okay.
Okay. So I think this time we were influenced by the deep industry experience. I think in a way, although your market was maybe arguably less scalable than your competitor, it was a very believable pathway to market, and your traction connected with your expertise, I think gave us confidence that you can get it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now I'm more convinced by ourselves.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, again, congratulations to Shoto from Sponsor Force. Let's put it up. Okay. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. All right, Gregory. Okay, and here we go. And now, for our final battle for this evening, get ready for the battle of the heavyweight class. So, let's welcome the startups who are about to get in the ring. Are you ready? Yeah! Are you ready? Yeah! Okay. In our red corner, from Kasanada is Miss Rina Hayashi! All right. Hey! Welcome. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I hear you're just up from New Zealand, right?
Yeah.
You're mentioned, okay? So, but you got the energy, okay? A little nervous, but you're ready to? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, to fight this out. All right. Okay, and your contestant in our blue corner from Exim is Mr. Shinpei Kato. Welcome. Okay, our heavyweight hitters, okay? Our last battle, okay? How are you feeling, Shinpei?
Oh, excited.
Excited? You're ready to go? Okay. And as you know, okay, since we do have a lady in the ring now, we're gonna be doing gentleman's rules. So we'll start off with Alina, okay? So Rita, we're gonna be letting you have 1 minute to introduce Kasanare and let us know what that is, okay? You ready?
Yep.
Okay, go!
Hi everyone, thank you so much for this amazing opportunity. I'm Rina from Kasanare Inc. I really want to say I'm the CEO, but I'm just like normal employees. Let me introduce our company's introduction. Kasanare will tackle the challenge of operational efficiency using generative AI. We specialize in LLM ops and RAG, offering comprehensive support from implementation to ongoing management. Our patented technology has earned us recognition and trust from leading corporations in Japan. Plus, we're pioneers in industrial academia collaboration, specializing in RAG, giving us a significant advantage. Thank you so much. Oh my God, I have a lot of...
You've got 15 seconds to go. Anything else you want to tell us about Kasanare?
I don't know, we're like just started up, we're second year, But like, I think we're doing good.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. Okay. Great. So you're in your second year. You're doing a lot with generative
AI, yes.
Generative AI as well as RAG as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're working with large corporations.
Yes.
Mainly. Okay.
Yes, mainly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And helping them on the back. Okay. All right. Coming over to you, Shinpei. Tell us about XM. Okay. You've got 1 minute for your introduction. Ready? Go.
Hello. We are providing the simulation-based and a no-code platform to customize image AI, machine vision, mainly for robotics control in manufacturing domain. This significant challenge of robotics automation in production lines. For example, that there's diverse products in a car and smartphones where the new models appears every few years. So in the past, the company relied on the workers' effort and the Kaizen and the other, for example, rule-based robotics. But now we have the new solution because Japan's working population shrinks rapidly. So that we are providing the customized, the platform to be able to customize image AI machine vision without no real-world data. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's see. So you have, you're doing machine-based vision. Okay, so you're teaching the robots how to see, basically.
Yeah.
So they can, so when a new cell phone comes out, when a new car comes out, you don't have to train them at all. They can actually see and learn on their own.
Right.
Wow, okay, that's pretty amazing, okay? I'm gonna stick with you, okay, all right. Shinpei, tell me about the team that is putting all of this together, okay? You've got 30 seconds for this one. Ready, go!
In self-driving field, the simulation-based approach, to train AI is getting it possible. And it requires AI engineers and also computer simulation engineers as well. Our company has highly skilled engineers in both in AI, deep learning, and computer simulation. Thank you.
Okay, all right, very good, all right. So you're using a lot of computer simulations to help train the AIs so they can think about, okay, a new product's coming in or new car parts coming in, so they can learn on that first, and they can then take that right into the factory and get to work. Okay, all right, very good, okay. Coming back to you, Rina, tell us about the team behind Kasanare. You've got 30 seconds to do this. Ready, go!
Our team consists 21 people working 100% remotely. We meet in person maybe once a year. We came from diverse industry backgrounds, have different personalities, ages, sometimes nationalities. However, one thing we all share is our mindset. Our core value is customer success knowledge. We always think about to lead all of the people around us to success.
Okay, great, very good. All right, with a couple seconds to spare. So you have, 21 people working?
100% remotely. So that's why I can live in New Zealand.
Anywhere, okay, that's why you can live in New Zealand, okay?
Yeah.
And you then meet once a year, get together, okay? To go over things. But you all have customer satisfaction as the core part of your team, okay?
Yes, that's the most important thing
That's the most important thing, okay? All right, very good. All right, I'm gonna stick with you and hear about the achievements. So how are these 21 people spread all around the world? What are they able to achieve, okay? You've got 30 seconds to talk about that. Ready, go!
So one of our major clients, Mitsubishi UFJ Group, we successfully reduced their workload by 50%. So in the future, this system acts as a personal job assistant for each employee, ensuring that we can deliver outstanding customer success. So I have a little bit. So like the details is like we invented the internal use chatbot for them. So then they can like ask whatever.
Okay, all right. Very good, okay. So you've helped MUFG, okay, one of the largest banks in Japan, maybe in the world, okay, reduce their workload by about 50%, you said. By doing internal chatbots and internal systems that their employees can use.
Yes, we invented just only for them.
Just only for them, okay? Tailored just for them. Wow, okay, all right, great. All right, coming back to you, okay, Shinpei, tell us about the achievements that you have at XM, okay? You've got 30 seconds for that. Ready, go!
We've worked several companies, mega companies in Japan. There were always a challenge of rapid data generation in synthetic data, computer simulation-based data. maintaining its quality. So we've overcome this problem and then start providing our platform. And then this year, we've been selected for a grant from Tokyo Metropolitan Government. So we're going to upgrade our platform this year.
Okay, right on the nose. Very good, very good. Okay. So you worked with lots of major corporations in Japan, okay? And you've also gotten a grant from the Tokyo government to then exceed and continue to build on that.
Right.
All right, okay. All right, so talking about the different large corporations you worked with, I'm going to stick with you, Shinpei, and hear about your business model and market. Where do you see things going for XM, okay? You've got 30 seconds. Ready, go!
We provide our service as on-premise service or cloud-based services. And we are targeting is, machine vision in the manufacturing domain, especially diverse products such as car and semiconductors, where there are many types of the products, and with complex sculpture, and shape. So it's very difficult to train every time the condition changes. So we are targeting the point.
Okay, all right, very good, very good, very good. All right. Okay, so your business model is working with a lot of companies that have, as you said, cars. You're hanging on semiconductors, which are also used in everything these days, and that are also changing so rapidly. So you're using the machine vision to be able to see the new models and then go right into them and work on them. Okay, all right. Coming back to you, Rina, tell us about the business model and market. Okay, 30 seconds to talk about that. Ready, go.
Okay, so our business model is deep dive, narrow but deep, because our goal is to expand our personal job assistant by LLM. So that's why our target clients are leading corporations with multiple departments. So half of our projects came from the repeat customers or like referrals. Yeah, this is it. Thank you.
Okay, all right. With 5 seconds to spare. Very good, very good, very good. Much. Okay. All right, so you've got a lot of repeat business, customer referrals, and you're working with companies. The market is any company that has a large workforce. So they probably have a lot of manuals, a lot of SOPs and things like that, that they can then digitalize and create chatbots that the employees they can use to increase their...
Yeah, it's because everything is centered on customers' success,
yes. The customer success. Okay, all right, very good, very good. Okay, I'm gonna stay with you, Nina, to hear about the financials and the proposition that you have for Casanade, okay? All right, ready? You've got 30 seconds. Go!
Okay, so last year, we successfully secured our funding from Global Brain in our seed round. And our serviceable obtainable market is estimated at USD 5.8 billion. So our strategy focuses on two phases. First, becoming the biggest leading provider of generative AI in Japan by creating 5 more impact cases. And second, replicating this success with 10 similar cases.
Okay, all right. So, very good. Much. Okay. All right, so you completed your C round. You're still looking to become bigger, becoming the #1 company in Japan for doing this type of back office innovation. Okay. Exactly. So shooting very high, okay? All right. All right, very good. All right, coming back to you, Shinpei, to hear about the financials and proposition for XM, okay? You have 30 seconds. Ready? Go!
We plan to open a seed round of equity finance next year. So what we're aiming is to have our platform make the GUI with a chat-based GUI. And it allows users to give the instruction more easily, including the anomaly and defects. Definition of anomaly defects.
Okay, all right. Much. Okay, so you're creating a GUI so that people can chat with the machines?
Right. I give the instruction.
And give the instructions.
Yeah, to the platform using chat.
Okay. Using chat to give instructions to the platform that would then train the machines.
Right.
On the visual. Okay, wow, all right, great. Going into our last round here, okay, the freestyle round, you can talk about anything that you want, okay? I'm gonna stick with you, Shinpei, and let Nina think about what you're gonna be talking about, okay? So you have 30 seconds to freestyle. Ready, go!
What we want to do is advanced robotics automation for many regions. Using the private data from the companies and image AI, image customized AI. So if we achieve these problems, if we achieve this, we could help the other companies in other countries which suffered from similar kind of issues. Thank you so much.
Okay, very good, very good. All right. So you're focused right now on Japan, but you're also looking about around the world as product lines continuously change over. People have to either buy new machinery or retool the machinery, but you think that you can train these machines here in Japan to start, and then around the world help factories all around become more efficient and better.
Right.
All right, very good, very good. All right, and following up, freestyle round, you have 30 seconds for whatever you want. Rena, ready? Go!
So we've already proved the necessity of our system, generative AI, through our achievements with our very unique business model centered on customer success. So there are still very few teams that have reached this level. That's why which is why now is the time to accelerate. So we're not just building the business, we're layering innovation, impact, and growth into every partnership. So let's build the future together.
Okay, great. All right, so wrapping up with let's build the future together, okay? So not only working with a lot of customers, keeping the customer satisfaction high, but you continue to innovate and change things up as you get new partners and have new companies working with you.
Yes.
All right, great, okay. Wow, 2 fantastic companies here. Okay, let's give them a big round of applause. Okay, so our judges, another tough one here, okay? Brian, you want to start off with some questions to help you decide?
Yes, thank you. 2 questions for Shinpei, please. First question is, you mentioned that you're already working with some major corporations here in Japan, especially in semiconductor and automotive. Could you share what are some of them, if you could publicly share?
Okay.
We were working on, as you mentioned, automotive companies and semiconductors. Actually, other than that, food industry. Yeah, food industry is also the market.
Are there any names of companies you can let us know? Are you NDA or what?
Yeah. Due to the confidential agreement, we're not going to name of it, but.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Second question was around your financials. You mentioned you're building the chat-based GUI, which I understand. Are you looking to raise funds? How much revenue are you currently generating?
Revenue.
Yeah, revenue. How much revenue are you generating? And are you raising funds for the GUI?
Yeah.
So.
I'm not, I couldn't mention the revenue still, but I'm trying to raise $1 million USD so far, yeah.
Okay, so trying to raise $1 million USD right now, okay? All right, good. Other questions, okay? All right, Ma, yes?
Thank you for the presentation. First, for Kasanare, you mentioned that MUFG is one of your customers, right?
Yes.
Do you mind share how many customers do you have now, and what is your go-to-market strategy? Thank you.
What strategy? Sorry.
Go-to-market strategy.
Go-to-market strategy. So our clients in total, not POC, it's only 10 clients, big corporations though. So the go-to-market, so our market, our positioning is very unique. So we're not aiming for the generic, for example, ChatGPT or something, but not like that, very, very deep, specific one. And we're aiming in the middle of that, both sides, because it's customer success. So we only focusing on what they want for operational efficiency, and then, so that's why we're just aiming this specific market.
So not really general, but not super specific, but more kind of.
Yeah, because our service is semi-order, custom made. So that's why we can do, we're very flexible when it comes to this, so yeah.
Okay, and about 10 clients.
Yeah.
Well, you said large clients, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, 10 large clients, okay? All right.
The same question, not same, but for Shinpei, how many customers do you have now? Number is okay.
Yeah, 5.
5, okay. So do you mind share more details about the core technology behind your products,
Sure,
your solution, which differentiate your
right.
solution from your competitors? Thank you.
As you may already know, there are many simulators to train AI and robotics. But long-standing problem is there's a gap between simulation world and real world. So the AI and robotics to be trained on the simulation don't work correctly in the real world, typically. But our technology covers to bridge between these two worlds. So sort of the data control technology, which is the accumulation of the know-how with
So you're working in the virtual world, but you have a lot more technology in the gateway between the two.
There's a gap between there's a gap in terms of data domain between these real world and simulation world.
But you're able to get the machines to be able to use the simulated data better. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, and Joshua.
Congratulations on both your companies' progress so far. This is a question maybe for both of you. Both of you mentioned your application can improve customer efficiency in many industries. And you both also intend to go global. So how do you prioritize which industry to focus first, given that you're quite early in your sales closing, number of sales closing? And then after that, how do you rank which global market to go in? Do you have a process for that?
Okay, so what type of clients, first of all, should they be looking to go towards? And then which markets? Okay, all right. Nina, do you want to start?
So we focused, I think because our biggest client is Mitsubishi UFJ, I think we can target to the finance, like banking industry, and also it's because our technology, our accuracy is very high, because we do what do you call it, the research with the specific AI center. So I think it's very useful for banking stuff, because it's very difficult business they're doing. So it's very suitable for them. And
so would you look at then going for banking as kind of maybe the one that you want to focus on? And so when you're going abroad, then you're going to start looking at banking markets, or?
Yes. Also, in the globally, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. And Shinpei?
For the moment, we are focusing on diverse products, such as automotive parts, because not one product. If we, in case of the one product, general purpose AI works well. But when it comes to the diverse product, you have to train AI, and then if the condition changes, you have to train again. So you need to accumulate, training data set. But sometimes training data set is, we cannot correct training data set. So in that, our platform works in that case. So that's why we are focusing on diverse products initially.
All right, so a lot of different products. Okay, all right. Okay, very good. Okay, let's give a big round of applause for our judges, okay, as they do the very difficult task of picking between these two, okay? All right, another big round of applause for our heavyweight contestants, okay? Great. Kasanari and Exim, okay? And again, I think a lot of different ways you guys can work together, so especially because you're going to have a lot of companies that you can't talk about right now, but that will definitely have a lot of back-end things that they might need help with, okay, and sorting together, okay? All right, so if you have those glow sticks, all right, you might need to, again, break them. They might start to get a little dim. You might need to bend them up a little bit, okay, to get them to light up, okay? So if you think that our heavyweight winner for today is going to be our red corner, Kasanai Miss Rina Hayashi, hold up your red glow stick. Red, 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 red. We see some red, okay? And she's waving hands, okay? All right, all right, all right. If you think that our winner for the heavyweight battle of the scene will be our blue corner, X and Mr. Shinpei Kato, hold up your blue stick. Hold up your blue, 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 blue. All right. I don't know, okay? Okay, all right. We do have a winner, okay? Not sure. There was a lot of red there, but there was also really a lot of blue. Okay, so let's take a look and see here. Okay, all right, okay. Thank you very much. All right. The excitement, the excitement, the excitement. Okay, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Okay. Can I have your hands, please? Yep. Okay, ready? Drum roll, please, for our heavyweight winner for Get in the Ring 2024 is Kasanade in the red corner. Okay. Woo! All red tonight. Oh, you guys are you guys feeling the red? I'm feeling the red. Okay, all right.
Personally, two main reasons. First one is that the track record, the transaction is really impressive as a 2-year-old startup. You know, this is the first one. The second one is that, to be honest, I think the technology barrier of your solution is not that high. However, actually, I have ever tried your service before. I think that the UI UX is really good.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, so that's the reason why we decided to choose yourself. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, okay. All right, Rena, how are you feeling?
I'm so happy.
You came all the way from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Okay, to be here tonight. Okay, okay.
Yeah, thank you so
much. And Shimpeo, you still have a lot good future. Okay, all right, okay. We're looking forward to seeing what XM can do and how products can then continue being manufactured much better. Okay.
Right.
All right. Let's get again a big round of applause for our contestants. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. All right. So. Wow. Okay. 3 battles. 3 winners, okay? Very, very difficult. Judges, great job, great job. Very, very difficult, okay? All right, so we are now going to be starting our award ceremony. So our light winner, if I could have our judge Joshua come up, please, okay? And for Geek Guild, Mickey! Come on up, come on up. I think you want to grab this, grab this, okay? Congratulations! Yay!
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, and then, all right, this one as well. Okay, ready? Okay, and picture time, picture time. If you are looking to get some pictures of our winners here, okay? All right, again, another big round of applause for our winner from the red corner, Geek Guild, Mickey! Yeah! Woo! Okay, all right, thank you very much, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, and now for our middleweight winner, we have from Sponsor Force, Shoto! And if I could have Brian. Shoto, come on, okay, and Brian is gonna be our judge, is gonna be awarding this. Okay, Shoto, please, all right? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Shoto, congratulations! And our winner board, okay, our middleweight class. Okay, great, thank you. All right, and now for our heavyweight winner, if we could have Ma come up to do the presentation, and our winner from Kasanade, Rina.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, all right. And our winning board, okay. Our heavyweight winner, give her a big round of applause. Okay, okay. Fantastic battles, fantastic companies. They're all going to be going somewhere and doing amazing things in the AI field all around the world, okay? We now have some other special awards. I'd like to call it for our Fujitsu Award, which is going to be the HKB Professional Hybrid Happy Hacking Keyboard, loved by professionals, programmers, and anyone who spends a lot of time in front of a keyboard. To present it is Mr. Ukita. If you are doing a lot of work, definitely check out the Happy Hacking Keyboard. Okay, all right, here we go. And our winner is, are you going to be announcing? Yeah, Mike. Oh, arigato. Thank you.
Thank you for the great pitches.
Yeah.
I was knocked out.
Oh, great! Yeah, knocked out.
But I need to decide one company.
One company, yes.
So Fujitsu Award goes to Kasanare.
Kasanare! Okay! Congratulations! これをこっちに渡して。
はい。
で、それも渡して。はい。All right. And easy to carry back to New Zealand as well. So,
Yeah.
Do you have one of these?
No, I don't have it.
Do you know about this? This is the best keyboard.
Really?
You do a lot?
Can I have it? Like, I have to ask.
Oh, you got to. Well, I think you deserve. I think she deserved it. Okay, okay. Let's give a big round of applause for Dina from Kasanare for the Fujitsu Award. Oh, come on. All right, congratulations. Thank you. Also, especially Red Bull is going to be giving each contestant a box of Red Bull energy drinks. So if you're feeling down and you need a little bit of energy, okay, you're going to have a lot of it with a full case all to yourself. Let's give a big round to Red Bull. Okay. I'd now like to ask everybody to come up. Let's get some pictures with everybody. So we want our judges up. We want all of our contestants up. Please, come into the ring. Okay. Okay. Maybe okay, hold like that. Okay, I can hold on. Here, come on, a little bit more. Into the ring. Hey, come in. Please. All right, everybody get our judges in as well. Everybody. Okay. Got your awards. We can hold everything up. Okay. Oh, one more. Let's bring this up like here and here. Okay. Nope. Okay, how's that? All right, 3, 2, 1, cheese! Congratulations! You guys did an amazing job, okay? Okay, all right. PR chance, maximum PR chance, okay? It's a Kodak moment, all right? Make sure to share these. Tag Get in the Ring when you do. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to give you 2 of these. Okay, great. Oh, no, thank you. Okay, let's get another big round of applause for all of our contestants tonight. Yes. I mean, this is so hard. I mean, you have to know all about your company, know all about the different aspects of it, but also be able to then bring that really down to solidify it into the core aspects. To be able to talk for 1 minute and then the 30-second rounds, okay? Very, very limited time to get as much information across as you can, okay? All right, now, we'd like to again thank all of our sponsors and partners for making tonight's Get in the Ring possible. A big round of applause for AstraZeneca! Another big round of applause for Fujitsu! And a round of applause for all of our other amazing sponsors and partners. Okay. It was another amazing show here and a fantastic battles with this live, wonderful audience. Thank you all for helping out and participating so much. We'd like to thank all of you for coming out tonight, and be sure to check other Get in the Ring on YouTube. All 9 seasons will be up there. Okay, this is our 9th one, so you can watch all the ones from before from Osaka, but also Get in the Ring from all over the world. You can see amazing companies all around the world pitching in this same type of battle. I've been Nathan Bryan, and I was very happy and honored to be your Osaka Get in the Ring master tonight. Thank you. If you have a company, if you've got a great idea, please try yourself at pitching a battle, okay? We're going to be back. Next year's going to be the 10th one, so I look forward to seeing all of you in 2025 for the 2025 Get in the Ring. See you then. Thank you.
Deep up.
right. Thank you very much, Nathan. And let's hear it once again for all the Get in the Ring contestants. Congratulations to the winners. Wow, I am in the ring also, but that marks the end of our program. How was Tech Osaka 2024, everybody? Woo, yeah? Did you enjoy yourselves, yeah? Great, thank you so much. We hope it was an opportunity for everyone to feel close to innovation and to think about the future of Osaka and Kansai as your own matters. ということで以上で本日のセッションすべて終了となりました。発行大阪2024、今日が皆様にとってイノベーションを身近に感じて大阪・関西という街の未来を自分事として捉える機会になっていましたら心より嬉しく思います。And one last announcement for everybody. As an official side event of this Hack Osaka 2024, Ecosystem Link is currently being held at Grand Green Osaka Jam Base. There will be networking time, so if you are interested and if you have the time, please do stop by. 発行大阪2024公式サイドイベントとしまして現在エコシステムリンクがジャムベースにて開催されています。ネットワーキングのお時間も設けておりますのでぜひご興味とお時間がおありの方はこの後グラングリーン大阪ジャムベースへお立ち寄りください。本日は最後までお付き合いいただきまして本当にどうもありがとうございました。また次回のハック大阪でお会いしましょう。Thank you so much for staying us till the end. I will see you at the next Hack Osaka. Have a good night, everybody!